Discord streamer community. Welcome to my channel. Network underscore streamer underscore Discord.
People who gave me awesome
Welcome to my channel.
Into the build, into the systems,
Nightman.
and get to play with
Welcome to my
decked out
channel.
characters, endgame
Zero
builds,
Axe
seeing
2.
all the synergies coming together
Welcome
with
to
the
my
items,
channel.
the Paragon boards and everything.
Commander Root.
It's really been a blast.
Welcome
Awesome.
to my
Good to
channel.
hear. I know
Discord
one of the first
underscore
topics
for
that we wanted
underscore
to jump
streaming.
into was
Welcome to my channel.
Like talking a little bit more about the world tiers and the
S.W.Frost 1 is now live. Streaming games plus demos,
put them into other
7
items
days to
that
A21.
are certain criteria. It's fun because we want players to go and be chasing certain fantasies. It helps them kind of like hone in on certain kinds of builds and gets them excited about the potential of like kind of taking all these different Legos and kind of putting them together. Can I say Legos on stream?
You just did.
Yes.
Legendaries, yeah.
Legendaries is what I'm talking about. So so once you get all of these legendaries together and you put them together, that's gonna be really, really fun. So that's part of the fantasy we think of legendary items. Did you actually get a chance when you're going through 1 to 50? There's only a certain number of these that are actually available.
Bro, this guy is
when you get
lit.
into World Tiers 3 and 4, more legendary powers are available. Did you get a chance to see any like new legendary powers?
He's locked in.
Oh yeah, I mean, I definitely got to see a variety of legendary powers.
God, yeah.
I got a certain number of drops. Drop rates didn't feel out of control, but you know, you guys gave me some pre-made characters as well that were decked out with builds, and I saw lots of cool synergistic powers that came together to really make a build flow well. And I think my favorite power was probably on actually a unique item, and it was for the druid that made your werewolf form your true form. So I know a lot of people have been saying, hey, can I just be a werewolf all the time?
Yep.
Yes. Yes, you can.
Oh, great.
Yeah, that's the next step, right? So,
Just
unique items. So unique items only begin to appear when players enter the Nightmare tier. So once they're in World Tier 3, there's a low chance that some of the game's unique items will begin to appear for players as they're progressing through the spheres. And they're very, very rare. You know, these are huge chase items and opportunities here. Some of them are really important for build making. Some open up a whole different build paths and opportunities for players to go and pursue. These are things that are designed to be really exciting, like what you suggest there when you had that experience trying to gather the werewolf. The ability to stay in werewolf form effectively forever with that druid unique.
That's nuts.
Really, really cool stuff. And there's more of these unlocked over the course of your level progression as well.
No, I think I saw Shaco earlier there in the list of unique items.
That's correct. Shaco does make a return, and there's lots of opportunities for us to basically kind of pay homage to the items that came in previous versions of Diablo, previous entries in the series.
That's badass,
You'll see a number of different items make returns.
Hell yeah.
Items like Grandfather, Shaco, obviously. You'll see a few familiar, and then a few familiar favorites, and then more over the course of the game's live development.
Also, this is
Whirlwind's
a
a core
good
spell,
way for people
and it gets
to kind of
refund?
see the new font changes and so forth that based off the beta learnings that we actually ended up posting last week.
Yeah, we'll get more into the beta learnings later in the live stream.
Restream,
We'll go over them in a lot more depth.
Welcome to my channel.
Yeah, absolutely. The font was a great
We're going
example.
barb on release,
I think we added at least 20% more serifs to the
More serifs.
Significantly more serif, yeah.
But no, seriously, people pointed out that the font, while highly readable, and we spent a lot of time thinking about, how the game is going to display on all kinds of different screens, different aspect ratios.
Yeah, that's why they did it.
TVs, right? And so we want the font to be highly readable in all of those situations.
Yeah.
But it didn't feel as much like Diablo as it could have, and so we went back and looked for a font that was still highly readable, but had more of a Diablo.
It's got little more
just a great
pointy
example
parts
of,
on the letters.
Players pointing something out and us being able to react to it.
They changed the font.
What's
People
the next
complained a
thing we
lot
wanna talk
about that.
Miker, what do you think?
Well, so we have all these legendary items.
Druid Ultimate is
One
Pylon?
semi-deterministic way to farm for them, Helltide. It's an activity where, well, I guess you can dive into how exactly you can target farm specific item slots to hunt for specific unique items.
Okay.
And it's going to be one of the main endgame activities that we'll be partaking in, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So as I mentioned before, once the player gains access to Nightmare Torment tier, they are going to Nightmare tier. They're going to start they're going to start seeing some of these new activities. One of them, which is Helltide. Helltide is basically going to be the situation where as you're running in through the world of Sanctuary, the sky turns red, blood begins to fall from the sky, new monsters begin to appear, everything is more challenging, new events are going to start showing up, and importantly, as you're killing creatures when you're within one of these Helltide areas, you're going to be getting what we call cinders. It's this new currency players are able to collect while they're specifically within these spaces. And this is great because you get to take these cinders, and as you're wandering through the overworld, you might be running on your other players. You might be like helping them do events together. Everyone's getting their own cinders as they go.
That chest
you'll be looking
Raven
for
61.
these Helltide caches you can see
Welcome
here.
to my channel.
And these are great. So you're about being able to target farm for certain kinds of items. So every one of the caches in the Helltide zone is actually tied to an item slot. And they all have different costs. So you look kind of like you'll be gathering cinders by playing within this space, trying to locate one of the caches that have the item type that you're looking for. Whether like maybe you're looking for an amulet or looking for a ring. You know, maybe you're looking for a Shaco. So you're looking actually to go find a helmet cache. You want to keep trying to go after the helmet cache and the rare, desperate hope that you're going to get exactly the unique item that you're looking for, right? That's cool. We want to give you some of that opportunity.
It's great they're laughing about that. That's great.
But there's actually a little bit of fun there too. So one of the things that's like one of my personal favorite parts of the Helltide system is the idea that the players there's like an extra set of stakes, right? When the player's running around with these cinders, they have the chance if they die, they're going to lose about half their cinders every time they fall. And they don't drop on the ground; they're gone. So you have to be very careful about like when you're looking to overextend as part of the combat experience in order to like farm more cinders, get to the cache that you're looking for, whatever that is. You are putting yourself at more risk the more you try to like gather, and the greedier you get, the more likely it is that you're going to lose things.
Sure. Yeah,
right.
makes
and
sense.
there's a time limit.
That's right. Helltide's only active, like the Force of Hell only like arrive for about an hour during when they are actually active. And different areas of Sanctuary are picked for Helltide Zone each time it rotates and moves around. So you need to make good use of your power. And if you leave a Helltide Zone, those cinders are gone. You have to spend them. So if you see that the clock is ticking down, you're getting 5 or 4 or 3 minutes away from the end of the Helltide, you got to find yourself a cache to kind of deposit these things.
Yeah, absolutely. My experience, I first jumped into a Helltide event with, I think, 23 minutes left on the clock. So I start by, okay, I'm scouting out the different chests or caches to see, okay, which is the one that has the slot that I'm looking for, what are the different costs, and then I'm doing some quick math. Okay, I'm gathering cinders at about this rate per minute, I have this many minutes left. Okay, I think I could afford the most expensive, the weapon slot, and I got to backtrack to that place in order to get there.
Drapsnat.
And then I died.
Welcome to my channel.
Recalculating.
Yeah.
Okay, how much time do I have left now? And okay, so quickly. Yeah. And then I died again, and like, better luck next time. Well, another hour before the next one comes around, I'll have a better plan.
Now, granted, you can still get legendary items to drop for you. Still get really good drops inside Helltide experiences while you're killing monsters.
Yeah, it's targeted
so it's not
RNG.
Like if you lose those cinders, you've lost all opportunities for rewards. But obviously, it does take a little wind out of your sails if you just happen to get jumped at the wrong time. Again, it's a great opportunity for the players nearby when they're trying to help out those situations.
Yeah, you know, one of the things I think is really cool about this is that these chests or caches, boxes with loot and awesome loot inside, right? They, you know, each time a Helltide appears, they're in different locations, right? So you have to go and find them, you know, as Riker was saying. But for the duration of that Helltide, they're in fixed places. So, you know, when you go into the Helltide area, it's useful to scout out and see where the caches are for the item spots that you're interested in. And then you can, you know, mentally remember, okay, here, I want to farm around here. I'm going to come back here. I'm going to get this item or whatever. And one thing I want to call out here, you know, you saw one of the caches on the screen earlier, you know, in some of our video that we captured for it. Now we did capture that with the UI off, so you can't see the icon above it, but there is an icon that says, in here there are boots.
That's correct.
So you will know before you open that cache what's in it.
And I mean, that's not all. I mean, there's other risks and dangers
fine.
inherent in Helltide areas. You know, this is an opportunity for you to fight some different bosses. Again, like I mentioned before, there's different events and things that actually are really showing up. And of course, we can't really have such a wonderful experience as Helltide without our baby boy, the Butcher, showing up occasionally and causing serious mayhem and mischief in the overworld of Sanctuary. So lots of really fun things happen inside these Helltide areas over the course of the player's experience.
And it's also an opportunity to farm a special crafting material, right?
That's correct. There are craft materials like food rows and things that really are coming directly from Helltide encounters and those experiences. So you are looking to also get some of the materials you need for like really high tier like weapon and item upgrades from going through these places.
I like that. That's good.
So Helltide is what we're doing to farm crafting materials in order to target farm specific drops. Another big activity that we're going to be doing, Nightmare Dungeons.
Yeah, this is what I care about the most.
Yeah. So yeah, Joe, do you have anything you want to talk about for Nightmare Dungeons?
Yeah, so you know, Nightmare Dungeons are we're going to talk again. We're going to talk about beta feedback at the end of the show here, or near the end of the show. Nightmare Dungeons are our key dungeon replayability system for the later part of the game, right? And you're going to get sigils, and Joe's going to talk a little bit about the sigils, but we're really excited for players to get to check out all of the cool ways that the dungeons can really be transformed by the Nightmare Dungeon system.
Yeah, so first up, Nightmare Dungeons, very, very exciting system. Players haven't had a chance to play these in our betas yet, but as they get into the end game content, start going through World Tiers 3 and 4, you'll begin to see you'll gain access to some of your first sigils.
Welcome to my channel.
By completing
Alacidra.
one of our other
Welcome to my channel.
Features that players don't engage with. Now, sigils are really interesting in that they are tied to a level when you find them, which is going to affect the level of the monsters inside that space.
Okay.
They have various afflictions, which we talked a little bit about in streams in the past. These are going to modify the way that level rolls out. But Nightmare Sigils, when they are activated, after you collect one, is going to basically open up a portal near an existing side dungeon. Sure. And in the pre-release version of Diablo 4 and additional seasons, we basically select a subset of all of the side dungeons in the game that can become Nightmare Dungeons for that period. So players become more familiar with a set number of these because they know that they can be populated with these Nightmare Dungeon experiences. So you might already know, whether it's Annex Claim or whatever it is, what the layout of a given dungeon might look like normally. But Nightmare Sigil is going to change that by introducing these new afflictions and then also these greater afflictions. We showed earlier in the video, like this, or right now actually, we're looking at this hell portal, a nightmare portal that can open up and basically spawn in all these monsters from other monster families. It might not be native to that dungeon, which is pretty cool. In that we like the idea that players are going to have to kind of deal with these new different threats than what they're typically used to as part of that encounter.
Sure, that's
and there's a number of these other greater afflictions, like we showed the Stormbane's Wrath, that disc thing that was floating around around you, and occasionally it just pulses out this really big, stunning, damaging effect. So you have to be mindful of where it is, and sure make sure you avoid it as part of the combat experience. Definitely adds a new wrinkle to gameplay as you're going through. And we add more of these afflictions as the player continues to level up and they go deeper and deeper into the Nightmare Sigil system, unlocking higher level sigils and dealing with more and more dangerous threats over the course of the time.
Sounds annoying.
And this is a really great place, not only just to earn experience and really push your build and make sure that you're strong and tackle these sorts of challenges, but you'll also be able to. These are really great places to farm for sacred and ancestral items in particular. And these are the places that you're going to be upgrading your Paragon glyphs. We'll be talking more about the Paragon system right now. So,
all right.
And that this is an opportunity to show the actual upgrade glyph screen. I just noticed hey, look, it's actually up right now. What timing? So yeah, when the player reaches the end of a Nightmare Dungeon, they get to basically go ahead and take one of the glyphs they've been collecting over the course of their 50+ experience, and basically slot it into here and choose to upgrade it and make that glyph even more powerful. These sockables will go to your Paragon board and end up being some of the single most powerful modifiers you can apply to your character, above legendary powers, and even in some cases, even above some unique powers. So it's really in your benefit, based on your build, to be choosing, looking for a set number of these, and upgrade them to exactly what you need them to do.
This is really big.
And so the sigils that we're getting, what I noticed is that if you get some afflictions that you don't particularly care about, we have the ability to salvage some in order to craft sigils of our own, right? I think it's a 4-to-1 ratio, is that right?
Yeah, just about. So you'll be able to get a lot of these different sigils by going through Nightmare Dungeons, completing Whispers, and through other content. If you're finding sigils that you don't really want or don't really want to run, because maybe you're going to have enemies inside are going to do additional lightning damage, but you don't have a lot of lightning resist on your build.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe you want to go ahead and salvage that back at the Occultist, take that down to its sigil dust, and use that to basically make new random sigils for you to go ahead and run with. This is ways for players to kind of push themselves a little further. They'll unlock higher level sigils they can craft through the system over the course of time.
Okay.
And it's another way to kind of reutilize some of the sigils you might not be as interested in running from time to time.
You know, one thing I liked about the afflictions was it was making me make choices during the gameplay. Two that I can speak to, the nightmare gates that we were just showcasing. Let's say I'm in the middle of fighting an elite and I'm almost taking him down. I see that nightmare portal opening and I'm like, okay, should I take care of that before it starts spawning more monsters, or do I finish this fight first? I'm forced to make a decision, and I gotta live with the consequences. If I think, maybe I should take him down, and then the fight becomes more challenging, and nope, I should have taken care of that gate first. Another one is, I forget the name, but it's some kind of blood cyst that starts to grow, and then if you just don't touch it, it eventually explodes in a huge area.
Yeah. And
it's either, okay, destroy it before it does that, or get the heck away as fast as possible. Again, making choices, and it's okay, I think I thought I had time to get away. Then I got crowd controlled, and then boom, one shot. So I like how it changes the dungeon experience depending on which of these afflictions that you get.
Yeah, absolutely. There's death counts in some of these as well. As time goes on, you get into the deeper ones. Where you got to be careful. You can't choose to just throw yourself at these things. And if you're making mistakes, you have to really evaluate carefully how you're progressing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's true.
So yeah, you got a chance to play through some
So
of
you
those.
have limited portals.
Yeah, Nightmare Dungeon is very exciting, and they'll go up beyond level 100 as well. Actually, this is a content type that you can actually fight up to creatures up to level 150. Actually, as part of the experience, based on how far you're able to push yourself as time goes on. So really excited about how far players can go with that.
All right, now you're talking about glyphs and the Paragon system, so let's talk more about those Paragon boards.
Oh, let's do it. Okay, Paragon boards. So we've talked a bit about Paragon in the past. You know, we've shown pictures of the board just like this, and we've shown you things like, hey, look, like here's normal node. This is a way that you're going to earn like 5 willpower. You know, but that's not all this board is about. You know, there's a lot of other complexity and things to deal with in here. So there's basically 4 types of nodes to kind of like quickly reprieve some of this information. The first, of course, is normal nodes. Then we have what you show here is magic nodes. These are different affixes that you can collect over the course of time.
Sure.
Usually they're like a little bit more difficult to find a direct like version of on items. So like something like this, for example, crackling energy damage. So there's that's a sorceress, so like a lightning spec sorceress ability or passive effectively, where she'll occasionally be crackling out damage to nearby targets. You can now boost that by finding this particular magic node, which kind of might eventually unlock other builds for you to kind of go and chase after. But then there are rare nodes, which is on the next slide.
Those are the yellow
And here, okay, so there's some information here. Rare nodes have a pretty powerful effect right off the bat. You know, but then on top of that, there's a bonus effect down below that you can sort of see.
That's insane.
Where
what
on
the
this
fuck?
one, it is another 60% damage to elites if you reach a certain amount of dexterity for your character. So the point
like
here
the
is
move
like rare
speed.
nodes on their own, which
Going
there's about
fast.
10 or more per board. Rare nodes are already pretty powerful generically. But then on top of that, if you were able to hit these thresholds for the stat requirements for these rare nodes, that is going to make them very, very potent for you indeed. And when you're looking at the board, these are some of the most critical things you should be thinking about when you're plotting your path through each board. Which of course, there are a number of boards available for you to launch. And then when you're able to rotate them, you'll have to choose how you want to progress through rare nodes, whether you want to engage with the legendary nodes or not. This is a really important thing.
Yeah.
One other bit about this, just because it's easy for me to forget about, is that when you're going from Paragon board to Paragon board, like in the first board, this might be the cost.
Yeah.
But then when you're looking at the second board that you're progressing through, those requirements are actually going to go up. So it's not in your interest to go like run from board to board, just unlock as many of these as you can directly that way. You need to spend a little bit of time into the board and pick the ones that you really want, because the next board that you unlock to get more rare nodes of different types, those will be a little more expensive to unlock those bonus effects.
Sure.
The thing I think is really interesting about these is when the way that I look at the board, right? When I open a Paragon board, the first thing I do is go and look at the nearest rare nodes to me, to where I'm starting, right?
Yeah.
And then I look at the requirements for those bonuses, and then I start looking at the normal nodes. I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'm pretty close to the dexterity required here through my gear. Are there some dexterity nodes that I could hit on the way here that would take me over it? And how much do I care about that particular bonus? And then I'm comparing it to the other ones, and I'm thinking about that. So the normal nodes actually become sort of a path that you're trying to take to turn on these bonuses.
Absolutely.
I think
And
that's
not
smart.
all. There's one more
the
node
base
type
stats
as well.
felt
And
like
we're
they
going to get
didn't
back to
matter.
normal nodes in just a second. So then we have
who's
our
the
legendary nodes. So every one of the boards for each of the classes has a legendary node somewhere on it. And these are really, really powerful powers like you'd expect. They are a legendary power, effectively unique to the Paragon board system for that class and for whatever that particular board is trying to
really
convey as
good.
its overall build type. So these are really, really powerful things to go and collect, but they're actually not the most powerful thing. This is just an additional extra powerful affix you can kind of apply to your character, but you kind of do this in concert with other things that you're looking for, like I mentioned, the rare nodes. And I also talked before about glyphs, and we're going to talk about that next.
Okay, let's see.
So when you basically, as you're going through the board, there are
Jewels.
going to be these sockets that you can unlock, and the sockets are going to be sitting adjacent to a number of other regular nodes. Now, the way that glyphs work is that you're going to put them into one of these sockets, and they are going to be affecting nearby nodes and also fueled by other nearby nodes. So if you hit certain thresholds inside some of the glyphs, you're also going to unlock powerful bonuses that are going to always also affect nearby nodes at the same time. And as I mentioned before, glyphs can be leveled up pretty high. They continue to grow the radius of the affected nodes as you level up through certain tiers.
Oh, wow.
They can
that's
affect larger and larger areas.
I like that.
And the boards
So
are
you can
not
make them
symmetrical in nature as you're progressing through. because the player can rotate their board and choose which gate they actually want to enter from. You have to like kind of choose from board to board where are the sockets on this board. Are they near the stats I really want for this glyph? Because this glyph is fueled by dexterity nodes within range of the glyph effect, and it's going to do additional like critical strike damage, whatever it's going to do for me as a result. That's a really, really important choice to make, and because all of the boards have different configurations, different socket locations, and different things near those sockets, you have a lot of interesting decisions to make about like where you actually want to invest your time. How does it matter? Like, how does it feel to do this relative to the rare nodes you might need on that board from a different board instead? Yeah. Like fun decisions for players to make as they're going through. We want ultimately to feel like the Paragon board system allows for like two, incinerate, focus, burn type sorceresses to feel like they've got very different paths for the Paragon board, different decisions to make. That's even if all their skill choices are identical.
Yeah, it's something that we talked about a lot.
Yeah, I'm glad about that.
Diablo 4. It's the idea that even if you have, let's say Incinerate is a powerful sorcerer build for, and you want to play Incinerate, you're not going to necessarily be the same, have exactly the same loadout as another Incinerate.
That's right.
Sure.
One thing I found really cool about the Paragon system that I didn't realize at first is that every Paragon board is almost like a Paragon class, like a specialization class, where it's all built around a certain theme, fantasy, playstyle, and it all revolves around that central or off-central legendary node, and then the rares kind of support that same theme, and it extends to the blues. So like on a Necromancer, like, oh, this board is like the pure summoner fantasy, and this one is the Blood Mage. And looking at it that way really like made it very cool for me to be able to explore. Okay, I can merge these two together. I'm gonna go like bone and blood, and just further, explore and dive into that specialization.
Yeah. There's 220 Paragon points that players will be able to have by the time they finish leveling up their character at level 100. We want those choices to feel like they've got meaning individually. Players can respect them for those choices if they want for gold cost. We want to be able to play with this system and be able to like kind of experiment with different ideas as they go. But importantly, we want them to feel like that the choices they made for the 220 matter a great deal to their overall performance.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad that you can
super fun.
Great.
I think.
What are we talking about next?
Well, I guess at this point we can talk about some of the beta learnings. We had a beta. The community gave a lot of feedback.
Here we go.
And you folks took in that feedback, digested it, and transformed it into actionable change in the game. You want to talk to some of the things that were changed?
Yeah, I keep saying we're going to talk about that. Now is the time.
Okay.
So let's start out with looking at some of the class changes that we did. So there's a lot of text on this screen. You've had an opportunity, if you've been following along, to check out a blog that documents a lot of the changes.
Yeah, this is good.
We were able to make as a result of feedback from players in the 2 beta weekends, and also from data that we get. We get a lot of data.
Yeah, this is all good.
This is how many times someone dies. Are necromancers dying a lot in this dungeon, or this boss killing barbarians a lot of times? And we can use that alongside player data to identify areas where there might be a class deficiency, or
Book of the Dead didn't
areas
feel that
where
impactful.
maybe something is exceptionally strong compared to other things that are balanced to be the same power. And so, in general, one of the things that we looked at from those 2 beta weekends is feedback that the Barbarian and the Druid, the melee classes, felt weaker than the Necromancer, Rogue, and Sorcerer.
Yes.
And there are a lot of aspects to that. So there's some nuance in here.
Absolutely.
Like, for the Barbarian, we felt, we identified that the Barbarian, at low levels in particular, needed more damage reduction sort of built in. And so we added this passive damage reduction. So you're just
very smart.
You're just going to take 10% less damage, just flat, no matter what choices you're making as a Barbarian, and that's to account for some of the ways the Barbarian has to get up and close and personal with sort of weapon-heavy spec. We also identified elements of the Druid that you could really benefit from some buffs. In fact, I think, Riker, you got to play the Druid a little bit.
I did, yeah. So honestly, when I first saw the patch notes, I was like, oh, I was hoping the Druid would have gotten a bit more love with regards to spirit generation.
Oh, man.
But then I played an endgame build of, it was a perma werewolf Storm Druid. So I'm a werewolf who's casting, storm skills.
18
and
damage.
The playstyle was so tight, it flowed so well. It just all gelled together once you got the full kit, the full build together. And I went into this week with a certain class favoritism, where I had Rogue, I had Necromancer, Sorceress, Barbarian, and then Druid, and dead last.
For sure.
I'm completely confused now. I think Druid might be my favorite now.
Yeah, it's, another thing that we did, if we take a look at the classes again.
I think that's bad,
Another
though.
thing that we did in
It
terms
needs
of
to be
the
good at
melee
low level,
classes,
too.
is we took a look at bosses
People won't
and
wanna play it.
monsters, in particular their attacks that deal damage in an area where it feels like there wasn't a way for the melee class to deal damage effectively while also avoiding incoming damage. Right?
Totally
Because
true.
a lot of times
Absolutely.
you'll have the opportunity for a ranged class to. Ranged class is sometimes choosing between getting a better position and doing more damage, or damage per second, and a melee class is sometimes choosing between taking damage. Because even with the case of a projectile, projectiles originating in many cases from the monster and then traveling, so you have less time to react in some cases. And so we took a look at boss abilities and bosses that our data showed were much more deadly to melee classes, and we adjusted some
All
of
of
those
them.
abilities.
Okay.
Now, this also affects the
Yeah.
Necromancer class, because you might notice that we had a note here that states that summon minions will die more often. Now,
I think that sucks.
we want
That's
the,
super boring. It's annoying.
corpses to have sort of an economy. We want to have the sense that corpses are useful. You're using them to bring in more skeletons, and the
tedious,
Necromancer pets. As a theme of this sort of bone class, they are a little bit more disposable, right? Like if a skeleton dies, you just pop out another one from a nearby corpse. So we want them to be, dying and getting resummoned. We want to make sure that there are plenty of corpses, so you're not going into a boss and running out of, oh, I don't have any pets, and I'm a pet builder. We certainly want to make sure that you have pets available, but we want them to be kind of coming back from time to time. So we increase the damage that they take a bit, but we also, I was talking about areas where bosses are doing too much damage to melee. We also took a look at cases where there were abilities that felt unfair for pets, where there was just like a huge
the
damage
Butcher
in a
did
huge
this.
area, and maybe it's no problem for a player to get out of it, but trying to micromanage your pets to get out of
Micromanage
this.
an army of skeletons to move around, yes.
That's not a fun gameplay that we're trying to,
exactly.
to capture specifically with the Necromancer class. So we modified the damage that those kinds of powers do to pets, both Necromancer and Druid pets, in fact.
Yeah, we do want to make sure that managing your minions to some degree is part of the mastery of playing a Necromancer, and that when skeletons go down, you need to accommodate that, make sure that you have corpses that you've been generating or keeping on hold for some of these situations. We feel that is definitely part of the fantasy of the Necromancer class is needing to resummon, to your point, these kind of disposable soldiers that are supposed to be helping you. So we want to make sure that continues to hold true, but not to a point where like an army necro can't go fight bosses. That's obviously not what we're trying to build with any of these changes, of course.
I worry that's
we
going
just
to be
want to make
annoying.
sure that the Necromancer does get
I'm
a
very
chance to engage
concerned
in those
it will
parts
be
of the
annoying.
mechanics.
Now another.
And I did get to play the Summoner Necro, and I was summoning my minions regularly, so it was something that was a continuous part of the gameplay. But I never found myself in a position where, I'm out of minions, I'm out of corpses, so the corpse generation rate it felt good. I'll admit that passive minions is not my favorite playstyle. I would love the ability to direct them, but for what you intended to accomplish, I felt you did.
Yeah, so, one of the other areas of feedback, we have a note here that says, that might be a little bit confusing. It says, we reviewed the class skills to confirm that there were good options to get out of control impairing effects. In many cases, what we mean is unstoppable, which is the effect in Diablo 4 that clears all control impairing effects, crowd control effects, and makes you immune to them for the duration of that effect. So the classes are designed so that every class is intended to have access to a good set of options to clear crowd control, so that there is an interaction here between, monsters are doing crowd control and I have options to remove it, but I need to think about those options. And we saw feedback during the beta that at early levels, some classes felt like they didn't have enough options there.
Yeah, you just
Riker,
get
in your
farmed.
play at the higher levels, did you feel like that was still an issue?
I don't remember it being an issue at the high levels of play, no. Going back to my favorites, Barbarian now is my second favorite after being my fourth. Again, yeah, the melee playstyle I felt gelled really well with a high-level Barbarian. It all came together. I didn't feel I was being punished for being in melee. I didn't feel constantly crowd-controlled or an inability to gap close. You know, he had his the spears to bring enemies to me, the lunging attack to close the gaps, and a good toolkit to deal with everything.
What about War One, though?
The last thing I want to note on classes, of course, is that there are a few other changes beyond what you're seeing here. I think, you know, some people called out Hydra changes. You know, we made a lot of small changes to classes. There are also some cases like legendary powers. We updated legendary power effectiveness, which is sort of vague, but it's really just that there are a bunch of small details, and you know, we're sort of tweaking them. The other thing I want to talk about is dungeons, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So we got a lot of feedback from players that there was a lot of running back in dungeons.
True.
And there were really two ways that we wanted to tackle this. First off, of course, if we have a situation where you're running back, we have a system that causes monsters to ambush you to make sure that it's not just running through an empty space. So we added more ambushes. But secondly, and this is really the more effective aspect of it, we changed the layouts of dungeons and where objectives were located in the dungeons.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Look at this. Graphic design is our passion.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wish that I made this graphic.
There you go.
It's,
that is the
I
problem
did laugh
right
really
there.
hard when I saw this the first time.
So
I love it so
evocative.
much.
But I did not make it. But I think this is a great example. So this is one of the dungeons that players called out in beta, Frost right, as one that had a lot of run back. And one of the reasons that you can see here that it has so much run back is that the objectives are laid out in a way that you have to run down a long, narrow hallway to get to one, and then you have to run back. It's a dead end, and then you have to run back down a narrow hallway. So we changed the layout of Frost like this.
Oh.
Right.
So you can see that the objectives, which are those
it's a good idea. I like
diamond icons there on the
Great.
screen, are along the main path of the dungeon. And remember now, in this case, the player has explored all of the dungeon and you can see all of the map.
Yeah.
But when you're playing through the dungeon, you don't have the map is fogged. You haven't explored it yet. But it's set up in such a way that as you're exploring through the dungeon, you're going to naturally encounter those objectives along your way, and so you're not going down and then having to back.
Hopefully this
Yeah,
is like a
in our
bonus
objective
thing.
view, this was going to lead to smiles.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is good. But no, it's important. Like we want to make sure that as you're progressing the space, you are naturally coming across these objectives in a simpler way, as opposed to you need to like kind of like wander and kind of like backtrack a lot more as part of that.
Yeah, and in fact, we identified a number of dungeons that
I can see.
got this feedback in beta, and
the
we
sad
also,
face.
you know, we're talking about nightmare dungeons. We also want to make sure that nightmare dungeons have this. We address this for nightmare dungeons as well because it's a key replayability system. As we were
Look
just
at that.
talking
That's
about
the
earlier.
sad face.
This is
so
another
bad.
example of Cordragon Barracks. It's another dungeon that we saw a lot of
I did that like once.
feedback and screenshots from beta, where you can see that the objectives are set up such that clearly you're going to have to run back all the way back through that long hallway. You're going to spiral around. You have to go out.
This one
You have to explore out from those spirals, and you can end up getting confused and running back. Because the other thing that happens here is that if you've run to an objective and the next thing that you have is back along a path that you know about already, then why wouldn't you just run back along that path that's empty of monsters? It's not fun. It's more fun to kill monsters, but it's more efficient than exploring some some unknown that might or might not lead back to it, right? So that's a key part of these layout changes as well. And if you take a look at the next shot here, you can see how we rearranged the objectives in Cordragon to ameliorate this.
Yeah. Now,
This is
these
good.
aren't the only changes that we made either.
Yeah,
you know,
see,
there's
that-
some other things
it's
we did
much
to actually
happier.
just straight up just regular objectives. So there's things like there are some
Good.
dungeons where the players are asked to kill all the monsters inside a dungeon space. And in those situations,
Yeah.
we've made it so like once the players reach a certain threshold of monsters they've killed, rather than saying like, you know,
Fill
there
the
are
bar.
potentially as many as 50 zombies in this cave. You know, after the player has killed, 49 zombies, they might still be normally looking around in the last corner where a zombie got like, is kind of like hiding in a closet someplace, right? In this situation, instead, once you reach a certain threshold of zombies that you've killed, now they actually begin chasing you down. They start looking for you in that situation, such that you don't need to go crawl through the entire space and explore every inch of unexplored area in that dungeon just to
Very
find
good.
the zombies. Some of them are going to come after you in those situations,
No
which is a
den
great
of
change
evils.
to make it a little bit easier to engage with those things. And then there's another one, like we have features where, or dungeon objectives where the player is asked to go and collect like anima, which are just these objects, they're like these motes of energy that drop on the ground when you kill certain kinds of monsters.
Sure.
Sometimes you need to go and gather a whole bunch of these things and then bring them back to another area to deposit them. Sometimes it opens a door, might summon a boss, all kinds of things that we do with this. But in these situations now, when players are collecting this animal when they're running around the dungeon trying to find all these creatures and do these things, you're going to also gain various buffs by picking these up. You're going to gain some resource back from your class. You can get some other things. It's actually
that's
really
smart.
great. When you actually deposit these things, you're going to get a health potion.
Some
There's lots of things
move
we're trying to
speed
do to
too,
make sure that those experiences like help speed you up and feel great to
like you're getting
engage
buffs
with, while
from
you're
them.
also going through a lot of the layout changes that Joe just talked about.
Yeah, so I'm glad you pointed out kill all monsters, because players rightly identified a couple of key problems. Like first off,
Yeah.
with kill all monsters, of course, if you're having to go and hunt down one of those monsters, that's effectively backtracking, right? You're running through an empty
It's
space.
fucking annoying.
And the
Yes.
other aspect of it is that the sort of the intensity curve of the excitement in the dungeon is going down. Like you're backtracking through a bunch of empty space, and then when you get there, it's not going to be an exciting moment. There's going to be four monsters hiding in the corner, and you're going to kill them, and it's going to feel sort of like, well, I guess that was a requirement that I had
It's
to turn
one
off.
spider.
Right?
Yeah, it's almost similar to like Den of Evil, Diablo 2 feel and so forth, but now
There it is.
them being able to seek you out means less backtracking, less hunting in corners
He
for
knows.
that one fall in or wherever. it is.
Well, yeah, and the other thing I like about it is that it increases the intensity at the end of the dungeon, right? Because you have the monsters. You're still clearing the last monsters, and now you have monsters running at you. What was your experience with these changes?
Yeah, so this was probably my #1 complaint about the beta was the backtracking. I'd
fucking
often
annoying.
in a dungeon at some point reach a point where I'm like, okay, I have to run back or I have to go look for a monster. And with these
It's
changes,
annoying.
I don't think I ever had one of those moments, or at least I'm not going to say there was zero backtracking, but there wasn't enough that it would have come up as an issue that I would have complained about.
Yeah.
I know some people, say, oh, suck it up, backtracking has always been part of Diablo, it's part of the game. But like the changes made
Why?
hasn't made the experience linear. It's not like, oh, now we just have one quarter to go down. As you were saying, like now if you do go on a side path, there could be things to run into, but just overall, everything from an experience standpoint just flows a lot better.
I know with beta learnings and everything that we took in from the community and we posted on the blog, we actually had a big question in regards to dungeons and resetting dungeons and how that actually works. And I do want to take some time for you guys to be able to clarify a little bit, because there's tons of questions, and then we tried to clarify, and I think we made it worse. So we're gonna
Let's re-clarify the clarification.
Exactly.
Yes, so the reset dungeon button, right? So we added this button earlier in development when there wasn't an easy way for dungeons to reset naturally. In fact, the way we added it led to some undesirable secondary effects because it was instant. It didn't care if you were inside the dungeon. It doesn't care if the dungeon is partially completed.
Dungeon resetting
if you're a
was,
hardcore character and you're in danger, you can
just
just
reset,
press it
yeah.
and
Get out.
presto, you're all good.
Yep.
And since we
No logout
initially
macros.
added this button, the amount of time for dungeons to reset organically, we've been working with our online team, and we've been making changes to, over the course of development, how Town Portal works, how Dungeon Reset works. And so the way that it works today, if you are outside the dungeon, and if everyone from your party is outside the dungeon, you're alone, just you, and there are no town portals open in the dungeon, then the dungeon will naturally reset over a period of about 60 seconds, about 30 seconds to matchmake, 30 seconds. Or if it's partially completed, like maybe you got halfway through and you're like, you know what, I have to do something else. I'm going to go, kill a world boss, or I want to do something else now. Then it'll take a little bit longer to reset. It takes about 150 seconds, but it'll still reset naturally pretty quickly. And the other case here is that you've got maybe you're doing the dungeon and there's some particular objective in the dungeon or side quest in the dungeon, and someone, one of your friends joins and they want to do that side quest too, right? But maybe you've already completed it in this dungeon. So you can also hop out of the dungeon, which you can use through the Leave Dungeon button right in the UI as well. It does have a short cast time, so
not as quick, yeah.
but it's quite it's right through the UI. You can do it from anywhere.
It's the emote wheel, yeah.
And invite the other person to the party, your friend to the party, make them leader, hop in, and you'll get a fresh dungeon.
Yeah, so hopefully that clarifies. You can still reset that. Resetting dungeons is still a thing in D4. It's just we removed the button essentially, so you just have to wait a little bit longer for the dungeons themselves to reset. And I did want to go over two two specific changes that we also obtained through beta that we didn't actually.
Why not just let people reset from outside?
About which was
just don't let them reset inside.
About ultra wide screens
Yes.
and being able to control cast distance and so forth, and with specific abilities and whatnot.
I think that's what they should do.
People who are using ultra wide or mega ultra wide,
yeah, you shouldn't be able to reset inside.
Essentially,
no.
Cast to the furthest corner of their screen, and be able to use abilities in that type of way. And then one other thing that we did notice during beta, which was world boss encounters, and how players would actually complete a world boss encounter and then go back to town and then find another way of being able to, in that same window, go through another world boss encounter to obtain
about 5 to 6
multiple opportunities of grabbing loot, which is something that we also did address through the beta learnings that we received from players. So
that's true. Now I'll point out that the first time you kill a world boss in a week, you are going to get more loot than you'll get on subsequent times. So there's additional incentive.
You should still get stuff for
There's
re-kills,
less
though.
incentive to try to find a way to kill the same world boss 10 times, but you certainly will get some rewards.
Yeah,
exactly.
that's good.
Yeah, so it's not the.
I didn't like how
exact
Lost
reward
Ark you
for,
got nothing after the first kill.
The rewards that you got from the first kill themselves. Great. I know we ended up learning a ton from the community. In
I
regards
think
to
the
beta.
reset
Obviously,
philosophy
you guys
isn't
got to
very
hear
good.
a little bit about the endgame systems within Diablo 4. We do have a cool. What's this?
Is it time for a surprise?
Is it time for a surprise? It is time for a surprise.
Wait, what?
If you've been hiding on the internet and have not seen Rod Ferguson make very, very nonchalant tweets about this,
this is the and more.
This is the and more of the actual broadcast, I would say. So happy to announce that we've been hearing a lot of feedback from players about wanting to experience more Diablo 4 and check it out, before the game's release in June. And so on May 12th through May 14th, we are going to be hosting a Server Slam event where all players within Diablo 4 or who want to play Diablo 4 can jump in and actually check out the game again. This is a really important weekend for the team and the dev team here, because we need as many people to really log in, check out Diablo 4 and play through the game. Because we need to test out our servers some more before we actually launch. Joe, I know you have a lot of want and need and emphasis towards this specific weekend, so I'd be curious to hear.
Yeah, so first off,
all
all of the changes that we just talked about in this live stream will be in place on the Server Slam.
Yeah, so huge news right there, where if you want to check
Bro,
out any of
gonna be doing 10K.
changes that we made from beta,
10K
you will be
Whirlwind.
able to actually check them out that weekend on May 12th or May 14th.
Watch Druid still
And
suck.
the other thing I want to point out is that we recently announced that we've gone gold, that Diablo 4 has gone gold. And
What does
that means that, we got all of those changes from the betas in. We did tons of you know, we learned a ton of stuff in terms of our servers, in terms of server configuration, making sure that we were fixing bugs. We deployed hotfixes during those 2 weekends. And so we were able to really improve our confidence for, you know, for launch through that. And that's why, you know, we're so confident in announcing that we've gone gold. Now, the purpose of this weekend is to slam those servers, right? Really make sure that everything is exactly perfect for launch, because that's really what's important to us, right? We want players to have a good experience on day one when the game launches, and you know, so come slam our servers. Now, of course, this is very helpful for us because, and it's helpful if you want to play on day one.
It's helpful for the Diablo 4 community to come help us slam our servers, but
that's not the only reason to do it. When you participate in the Diablo 4 server slam, you're going to have another chance to earn the rewards from the first 2 beta weekends. So if you didn't get a chance to play because maybe you were traveling or for any other reason, you have another chance to get your Beta Wolf Pack cosmetic and the 2 titles. And in addition to that, we've, you know, for this server slam weekend, we've set the level cap to level 20. We've adjusted the legendary drop rates to be consistent with what you'll see on live, rather than the inflated drop rates that we had in the first 2 beta weekends, which were there to make sure that we got plenty of testing on our legendary powers. And on top of that, you're going to have 48 hours to slam these servers, right? Now, during this time, a Shava is going to spawn starting about 24 hours after the servers go up, and then every 3 hours after that. So you can have, I think it's 9 opportunities to fight a Shava. Now, if you get to level 20 and you kill a Shava while you are level 20, the max level in this test,
pen that message?
In this period of time.
What level is it though?
20.
It's 20. So you got to be level 20?
Yeah.
To get
don't show up in the Shava at level 5 and think you're going to get this.
Yeah,
like
expect
last
you'll
time.
get
Right.
the reward.
But what you're going to get is this Cry of a Shava mount trophy, which is exclusive to this server slam weekend. You can see it here on your screens.
Yeah, the trophy there and that horse's hip on the saddle.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. It's really bigger than that. That's awesome.
We basically cut
shit.
a horn, part of a Shava's horn off, and you know, made it out of
we
some
get it.
building.
Yeah, we get it.
Some nice metal work there. And of course, mount trophies in Diablo are cosmetic customizations that you can add to your mount.
That's
along
awesome.
With
I love
armor.
that. It's like Witcher 3.
So this is a
The
trophy
Griffin
that
head,
you
you
can
know?
mount. It mounts. Some trophies mount on the saddle. I don't know why I'm pointing to my shoulder. This is where the saddles go, apparently.
Yeah.
Or they can mount on the side, on the horse's flank, like you see here.
Yeah.
We're going to watch it again.
Yeah, so again, like all rewards from the original first 2 weekends of the beta,
badass.
including the
We're
2
gonna get
titles
that.
and the Beta Wolf Pack
Oh,
will be
we're gonna
available,
get that.
as well as the Cry of a Shava mount
Some
trophy.
top references.
And
Right.
for the mount trophy, you have to be level 20 and kill a Shava. All classes will be available. And you'll be able to explore Fractured Peaks again from the 2 beta weekends that we had beforehand. And of course, a Shava will be spawning much more often in this server slam weekend for players to actually jump in and obtain the rewards and really help us out, help out the team, and make sure that we have a smooth launch for Diablo 4 come June. So huge news for all of this. And we will have a blog that will be going either live right now or live immediately after the broadcast for players to actually read about all this information. And that will be available on Diablo4.com. So make sure to check out the blog, get all your information there, and jump in on our Server Slam weekend, March 12th through March 14th. It's another opportunity to play Diablo 4 before the launch, which is really great. And you can test all the new beta changes, which is really cool. And one other thing that I do want to note for at least PC players who are jumping into the Server Slam weekend, the team here has done some massive work on some of the PC optimization from the first 2 beta weekends.
Great.
DLSS 3 for NVIDIA cards will also be available for people to try out in the Server Slam weekends.
Okay.
Or Server Slam weekend. Sorry, there's only one. I don't want to like set expectations or anything. But there's more graphic options and optimizations and so forth for PC players to check out. Yeah, looking forward to everyone really hitting the servers and really helping out with the game. We do want to jump into Q&A because we always end with Q&A. Riker actually has a bunch of questions that he was asking his own community that we will most definitely go through as well. Druids? And then we're also going to be grabbing some questions here from chat and so forth. One question that we have been seeing that has come up within the community beforehand, and we'll start off with this one, which is how long will it take us to get through the battle pass? It's a question that a lot of people in the community have been talking about over the last week and a half. And I know that we wanted to talk about it a little bit more here.
Yeah, I think that there's so I've talked a little bit about this in the past, but I think one thing I really want to emphasize is that when we think about the battle pass for the for Diablo 4 after the game ships, we're looking at our seasonal players. We want to make sure that the players who are going through the battle pass, they're going to have a lot of content to consume outside the battle pass. They're in all likelihood going to finish everything in the battle pass before they finish all of the content within a season to season. So there's a ton of things to look forward to. We want to make sure that the battle pass as a result is balanced in such a way that players of all types and all play styles are able to get a chance to actually complete this this battle pass over the course of time. Our goal is if you want to start to engage with this, I want to make sure that you are compelled to go through all of it as you're playing and just having a good time getting all of these rewards. Yeah.
All right. Cool. Riker, I know you have questions. I want to make sure that you get some questions in and so forth. And I guess we'll just go back and forth for this. It'll make it easier for these two guys.
For you guys, we'll be doing this.
Yeah, exactly. Just keep doing that.
Yeah, sounds great. Well, so first off, something that you were, I think, touching upon earlier, and correct me if I misunderstood, but I think on the topic of Nightmare Dungeons, it sounds like every season there's going to be a rotation of 30 dungeons that can be turned into the Nightmare Dungeons. Is that right?
So we want to make sure that we've got a subset of the dungeons we have in the overall game. There's over 115 or so side dungeons available in the baseline Diablo 4 experience. We want to take a subset of those each season. Exact number we're working on. We're going to think about that and think about it. But a number of those we rotate every season to make sure that we are highlighting different kinds of objectives, different sorts of layouts, different monster families, just different experiences. And we also don't want players to feel that they're going to have this world where they have to be thinking about all 115 different dungeons every season, every time, with regard to this system in particular. So that is the idea. Is we do want to rotate through these from season to season while we're looking to introduce other ideas.
That's probably a good idea.
Cool.
That's what they're doing with Mythic Plus.
I got a question here from, I'm not going to butcher Twitch names, guys. I do this every stream.
From a Twitch user.
From a Twitch user in chat.
All right.
Do you have any plans to keep interest for people who don't plan to play in seasons?
So we are going to be making on a regular basis part of our live updates. We're not quite ready to talk about all of our seasonal plans and all of our post-launch plans yet, but I will say this, that we're going to be having a lot of really rich and interesting content updates for our seasonal players, but we're still be making balance changes and adding new legendary items and...
Večeras u 10. Da, znam. Odlučit ću kasnije sigurno. Imam kiselog mlijeka, imam varenike, sendvič jedan donio jesi imao... Može. Baš dobar vrap. Ajde. Da ćeš da jedeš, brate.
Streamfer. Welcome to my channel.
see. Yeah, no.
To Johan, so she must be
like unique items and things of that nature for players who are playing in the Eternal Realm, the place where you will be able to never have to worry about like character reset or do any of those things. There will always be new infusions of some game content at that level to players going in that space.
Great.
Cool. But for the richest experience in the post-launch environment, I would highly recommend checking out Seasons because we're doing some really cool stuff.
All right. So one thing that I noticed from the December press beta to the public beta was that changes were made to the skill tree. There were like new passive skills, there were new paths made amongst the passive nodes. So I'm wondering, was the skill tree designed in such a way that you can, over the course of seasons or expansions, add new passive or active skills?
Yeah, I hope they do that.
Yes. So the skill tree really that we have for Diablo 4 at launch really is just the beginning for these classes. We are going to be looking for new opportunities to create more playstyles within each of the classes. We'll be adding new passives, potentially new skills in the future. These are things that we'd like to do. It is likely that these kinds of updates, particularly of like new passives, like new nodes, new things in the skill tree, are more likely to happen as part of our our future larger like expansion size updates, rather than things might be happening as part of the seasons. We have lots of interesting customization options we're going to be adding as part of the seasons, but they might not touch the skill tree specifically.
Okay.
Okay, sure.
We've been seeing this question a lot. I've been seeing it in chat as well, and there's, I think, some confusion in regards to altars of Lilith, how those will work in between seasons, or, you know, will those reset? Like, how does that specifically work?
Sure. So altars of Lilith are one of the features that players can go and collect basically
people brought this up
the
a
overall
lot.
that we're going to contribute to their renown total within each of the zones.
Well, and give permanent character power as well.
Well, I'm going to get there.
Okay.
So there's two purposes really that the altars of Lilith have. They have this larger collectible feature where you want to kind of go get all of them for the stat points that you just called out, and then they also provide the renown. So renown is reset on a seasonal basis. So when you start a new character, your renown score goes back down to 0. You'll have to go and finish side dungeons, go do side quests, go find altars of Lilith, go do these things, or to kind of get that renown back up to unlock all of those benefits. Now you don't need to go do all of that content in the zone to max out your renown bar. There's actually way more activities that grant renown than you actually need to complete in order to finish going through and filling up the all
so
the
you don't have to do every single little thing.
When it comes to the stat gain, so basically, to your point that you're just speaking about, altars of Lilith also have another purpose, in that when you find one, they give you a stat boost that's supposed to apply to your character and all characters in that realm. The way that's going to work is that once you've collected that stat boost from a specific altar of Lilith, that stat effect is going to propagate out to other characters of that game type.
Great.
So basically, hardcore
seasons?
is going to have its own progression for this, where it's like if you were playing a hardcore character at launch and you go and you do all these things, those stat boosts you collect will propagate to your hardcore characters you would make in the seasonal realm. And the same is true for players who are playing in the normal realm and playing the normal game mode. All the stat boosts they're unlocking via the altars of Lilith will also unlock for their seasonal characters in the future, such that players don't need to go and collect every altar of Lilith with every new season. But you do want to get some of them. They do still grant experience, and they do give you some bonus towards your boost towards your renown. But there's not the sense that you need to go and like do every single one of them every single time. We want that to be a really fun experience for players to engage with it, particularly while they're exploring Sanctuary for their first couple times at most.
Yes.
You know, and have that bit of fun. Otherwise, players can choose to engage with them or ignore them as they go into their seasonal playthroughs in the future.
Right. So characters.
Thank you.
You will, if you unlock a permanent stat boost in season 1, that will persist.
W. Yep.
That's correct.
Big W.
All right. With regards to item farming, we touched upon how Helltide, you can target farm specific slots. Is there any other kind of item types where either you can only get this item in this zone, this location, or is there some greater propensity for some items to drop off certain monsters, anything like that?
So we have a number of different creatures in the game that have a chance to drop particular things. World bosses, for example, have a really, really good chance to drop Scattered Prism, which is the crafting material you need in order to add sockets to items in the game. And then there are certain content types that have the chance to grant certain materials, like Fiend Bros, for example, really only shows up in Helltide areas.
Sure.
And the only way to raise the level of your glyph is by going through and doing nightmare dungeons. When it comes to item farming, we also, and I've talked a little bit about this in the past, but I think it's good to remind people, and also just to continue talking about it. It's a new mechanic.
Welcome to my channel.
Creatures of a certain monster family, like zombies or skeletons for their respective families, those monsters have a higher chance to drop certain kinds of items. It's actually a bonus chance to drop certain item types kind of happening in the background. So it's not like if an item, like for example, skeletons have a chance, they have a chance to drop crossbows, irrespective of your class. So you can play a barbarian, which can't use crossbows as one of its weapon types, and you could be killing all these skeletons, and you might just get a crossbow drop as a result of that. That's tradable with rogues. You know, there's other things you can do with that.
I like that.
But that's not taking a roll from the skeleton. It could drop everything else in addition to that crossbow. It's like an extra bonus thing that that skeleton can drop.
Great.
Every monster family has a few different things they drop this way.
It's like different
so
maps
as players
dropping
going through the
different cards
experience,
in PoE.
particularly while they're leveling up in the campaign, they'll occasionally start saying like, oh, I'm getting like a lot of like rings from this, or I'm getting a lot of boots from this, or I'm getting a lot, and they'll realize that over time, they'll realize over the course of time that these are being dropped based on the monster families they're engaging with. So as players discover more of this, and they continue to fight more monsters and start mapping some of these things out, they will uncover the right areas, or the best areas potentially, to farm for certain kinds of things, and that includes like unique items as well. So if you're looking for a unique crossbow, maybe it behooves you to try to fight a lot of skeletons, because you know they have a chance to drop crossbows in addition to other things. So these are the sorts of things that, like, as you're diving deeper into like the hunting gameplay, the item hunting gameplay, these are things to look at. That's not the end. There's a lot more we're going to be doing as the game continues to mature and as we're going into like our post-launch period. But you know, we'll talk about that when the time's right.
Fair enough.
This one is kind of tied to some of the Server Slam stuff that we just announced, which is, will there be any additional changes made to the game after the Server Slam weekend, like what was done?
I would assume there's probably going to be minor things, right?
I mean, we announced that the game has gone gold. The Server Slam you're testing a version of the game that is very close to the launch version of the game. That's why it's so effective as a Server Slam. Now, of course, as a live service game, we're going to be continuing to take feedback exactly like you saw during the beta, during the after the game is launched, and making changes and making improvements based on data and player feedback.
Awesome.
All right, overlay map versus mini-map. Mini-map is a little map in the top right corner. Overlay is what we had in the past.
Hoćeš raditi nešto u bašti ili?
Ma kakvi makroj? Što?
Pa pitam da znam.
Ma kakvi? Trebam opra... Kođalo, ono ti je bilo sve oprano.
Dobro.
In D2, where you have this semi-transparency of the large-scale map over your actual gameplay. D4 does not have an overlay map. A lot of people are asking for it. What's the reason for no overlay?
Yeah, so when you're playing through an action RPG and you're playing through that core loop, you're basically switching between two modes of behavior, right? You're killing monsters or you're navigating. And you're switching back and forth between those really quickly. And so it can be helpful to have that be as fast as possible so that you can I just killed those monsters. Okay, where am I going to go? Is there an objective to the left or right? Right, and so the overlay map is very effective at doing that. In fact, it's so effective that it's up there's no reason to ever close it. And so there are a lot of solutions that we've seen different games do in terms of like trying to mitigate sort of its effects on combat, in terms of fading areas around the player or other things like that. What we're trying to do is we're trying to keep the combat and navigation spaces as clean as possible by separating them a little bit more. And so that's why you see the mini-map, you see the pin system on the map, you see in certain cases edge of screen indicators on the mini-map. We want to add more of those kinds of things, but ultimately, you know, our goal is to make sure that players when they're going back and forth between combat mode and navigation mode, that they have the tools that they need to do it efficiently, and they don't feel like it's a huge hassle. So we're going to be continuing to look at this feedback.
I can see their point.
For launch.
Yeah, I can see their point.
You know, you won't have an overlay map. We're trying to make that experience.
I don't
as
entirely
smooth as
agree,
possible.
but I see their point.
We're going to continue to listen to player feedback on this point.
Okay, I think that's very fair.
We have a question
They want to do it their way, and then they'll decide afterwards.
War iterations
That's very fair.
Calls like traversing, or are we going to get like maybe multi-level dungeons or anything that brings like elevation or depth and so forth into this?
You know, it's interesting that one of the things that we did in Diablo 4 that's really cool is that you don't have to load between dungeon floors. An interesting effect of that is that you might not always notice when you're going down a floor into a lower floor. There is there are staircases and there are sort of moments where that shows up and there's UI that appears, that shows up. But in many cases, our dungeons do have multiple floors, and because it's so seamless, you don't always notice. Now, in terms of, when you think back to Diablo 1 and adventuring down to the cathedral and this very deep dungeon.
I still need to play Diablo 1.
Our dungeon tech can certainly do that too, and that's certainly something that could be a cool option for this.
Awesome.
All right. With regards to PvP, is there any kind of instancing to separate out solo players versus groups, or are we going to see like 4-man squads ganking lonely players?
Yeah, you will see 4-man squads ganking lonely players. I want to make sure I'm really clear about this. The fields of hatred that we have in Diablo 4 are not a place for honor. They're a place for slaughter.
Got it.
So if you go into those spaces, you need to be mindful that you are entering a chaotic realm of danger and threat.
You're entering a world of pain.
That's what we're trying to do. Now, players who go into these spaces might also be fortunate and find there's a number of other players that are trying to peacefully farm up in various resources while they're fighting there, and not actually be interested in engaging in PvP immediately. Now, that also is a situation you might occasionally find yourself in. Maybe you decide that you want to take advantage of them, and you show up and decide that you want to go and gank those players and take their things.
Yeah.
Greed gets the best of us all at some point in time. But I want to make it really clear that there are things in place in terms of how we bucket players by level and things like that to ensure that you're not always going up against like really high level players and very low level.
So there's item level thresholds.
No, but in terms of like I'm walking
sense.
in this space, is there any guarantee that there aren't 3 people more roaming around this area looking to gank lonely people like me? The answer is there is no mechanic in place to prevent that from occurring. So you need to be mindful of that when you're walking around here. Go in there with friends, or walk in and be prepared to occasionally die. Especially when you immediately walk into a field of hatred, if you were to immediately get killed by other players, there's actually no real penalty for you in that case. That you haven't started to acquire any of the PvP resources in that zone yet anyway. So they have nothing to gain from killing, and you have nothing to lose as a result of that death. So
it's not fair, and we don't care.
Going with the right set of expectations.
Got it.
But there is some pseudo matchmaking to stop like level 100 players ganking level 25 players?
That's correct. There is some bucketing in place to make sure that doesn't occur.
Sure. I would add too that the fields of hatred are fairly large areas.
Yes.
So you're not. There are some tools to avoid the same group of players repeatedly killing you. There are also two fields of hatred, so you can move between fields of hatred, and there are things like elixirs that can allow you to be more evasive or get away from situations where you feel like you're at a disadvantage. There are also, when you think about the fields of hatred mechanic, you're collecting these shards of hatred, and you're refining them so that you can turn them in for rewards. The locations that you can do that, there are several locations, typically active at a time. You can sort of do some strategizing about where there might be enemy players and where it might be safe.
That's right. When an altar is being used to purify those shards of hatred into red dust, you'll actually see a notification on your map letting you know where that's actually occurring. So if you see that there's a lot of activity in the northwestern part of the zone, maybe that's a great time to sneak over to the southeastern side and try to quietly and quickly cleanse some red dust into your arm. Because once it's cleansed, you can't lose it. You don't drop it.
Okay. All right. That's cool. I like that.
We have a lot of questions related to like seasonal stuff and battle pass stuff. I just want to note that we actually are our next live stream in May, in early May, soon TM, will be actually focusing a little bit on our seasonal structure as well as Battle Pass and so forth. So we're actually going to leave those comments specifically for that.
If you complete the Battle Pass, you should get a double
production behind me keep going, Adam, what's wrong with you? That's just me.
Yeah.
In regards to other quick questions that we do have, I'm going to just lightning off a few questions that have been coming up. These are kind of related, I would say, but well, one is a co-op on PC. Have we looked at doing something like that? And then separately, mouse and keyboard on console. Is that something that we've also looked into?
No couch co-op on PC, no mouse and keyboard on console.
There you go.
Okay.
Mainly because, as you guys know, PC, like the account structure on Battle.net and having two accounts at the same time on one PC is a little difficult. And then on console, right now it's just controller play. And as we get past launch and so forth, we'll look at more into feedback and everything from that end.
I guess last question from me. With regards to the crafting system, can we expect that to be something that is built up to be more robust over time with regards to either seasons or, again, expansions?
Crafting. Beast crafting.
So Diablo 4 is a game about killing monsters, collecting loot, screwing around with that loot to do fun things and make it do get more performance out of it, modifying those things, looking for the right affix. Yeah, we're gonna absolutely continue to be like just changing some of the crafting options, modifying them, providing new options that don't exist right now, building upon things we already have in place. You can expect to see a lot of things. Like Diablo 4 is a live service because it's a rich bed of opportunities to continue to like refine, change, update, and modify the systems we have in place right now. So yeah, you'll definitely see more crafting features over the course of time.
Awesome. Last few small questions. People have been asking about ray tracing because we mentioned the NVIDIA DLSS 3 will be coming in. The ServerSlam ray tracing is coming after launch. It's something that we had talked about earlier. Let's see.
WASD.
This is an interesting question. If you're on your mount, can you actually pick up crafting materials and stuff like that?
How the fuck do you be able to do that? No way.
In Overworld.
There are a number of simple actions you can perform when you're on your mount. I believe right now you can pick up herbs when you're mounted. Yes.
Cool. Let's see.
Oh, I thought it was mining.
The chat's moving incredibly fast.
Yeah.
A lot of people are talking about WASD movement right now. We don't have any plans for incorporating that. It's something that we may look into post-launch or whatnot.
Thank you. Do it. Please do it.
Cool. I think we got a decent amount of questions in. Talked about
do it after launch.
The beta learnings and,
launch.
Of course, all the information about Endgame.
And ServerSlam.
And the ServerSlam.
Ashiba's ServerSlam.
Yeah.
Yeah. On you mentioned WASD movement, so no WASD movement will not be in the game at launch, but in the ServerSlam, do check out the additional control customization options that we added.
Yes.
They are referenced on the blog, and we want to continue to add more ways to customize the control scheme in the way that you're thinking of. So something that we're thinking
How do you have it in Diablo Immortal, but not this?
So thank you guys again, and thank you, Riker, for joining us this week. I know you've had a opportunity to play through the game quite a lot. We've just stuck him in a room. He's really just played the game a ton this week. But we really appreciate everyone tuning in for the Diablo 4 Developer Update live stream. Again, our next live stream will be sometime in May, early May, and we'll be talking a little bit about our season structure as well as our Battle Pass. And a few other things that we did want to call out on in terms of Diablo 3. We have Season 28 currently going on right now. It's an awesome season. Highly recommend checking it out.
Yeah, check it out.
If you haven't. And then, of course, the Diablo Immortal. They just came out with a big update about a week or two ago that added a new PvP system into the game. So make sure to check that out if you haven't as well. For Diablo 2, we do want to announce one quick thing as well, which is the Diablo 2 Season 4.
Maybe that's whenever I should start playing
Diablo 2 Season 4 will actually begin on May 4th. So we did want to get that out so people can plan their calendars because it's always been a fun, exciting time within D2R for people to do the ladder race as they kind of get prepped for it, take time off, call off from work. We'll give you a doctor's note. It's perfect. So But yes, thank you guys again for tuning in to the Diablo 4 Developer Update live stream. And we really appreciate you guys and appreciate the feedback. And thank you again, Riker.
Thank you so much for
joining us.
Yeah, it's cool to have you.
Yeah. Any parting
I
words?
think that went really well.
Well,
go ahead.
we would like you to slam the server.
Yeah, do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
You must be level 20. And, you know, we tested, you know, an interesting thing is that we tested the Ashava fight at level 20
Yep.
to make sure that it was doable.
Yes.
We were pretty sure it was doable, but we did want to check to make sure it was doable. We were like, okay, go on.
And it is quite challenging. If you are having a lot of trouble with it, you can always go down to difficulty level.
That's cool. You could always go down to World Tier 1.
Just be a pussy, yeah.
And Woody Joe, we expect you to solo it. For sure. And again, you can pre-purchase Diablo 4. We have a QR code up there. We have a deluxe and ultimate version that are available for the digital version that can give you early access up to 4 days before launch. So, yeah. Thank you guys again and really appreciate it. And one other thing. We are going to be raiding into 2 Diablo partners, both from YouTube and on Twitch. So make sure to stay on the channel if you want to check them out.
They better be
and,
raiding me.
Thank you guys again. Really appreciate it. And thank you from everyone on the Diablo team. See ya.
Yeah.
All right, I think that was actually pretty good. Overall, like, that was actually good. Wow. I hope they reconsider the WASD stuff after launch. I think it would just be a quality of life for a lot of players. And I just think it's a superior form of movement, so why not have it? However, you know, like, I think not having it on launch, it's fine. Like, I'll live, right? I play PoE a lot. It's not a big deal, but it would be nice. Hopefully they consider it after launch. Other than that, I feel like everything they said today was... the overlay, I think, is probably the most contentious thing. I understand what they're saying with the overlay. I really do. Because in PoE, how many of you guys play the game with the map on? Everybody just plays the game with the map on, and it's overlaid, and it's not super aesthetic, but it's very efficient, and people do it even though it's not like the fun thing to do. I get it. I get what their problem is. I just hope that they are open to feedback after the release. If it's really annoying for people or they don't like it, I hope that they're willing and receptive to feedback. If efficiency isn't always a good thing, yeah, like, I get it. I do get it. It's the same as like resetting an instance. Like, I also don't like the resetting instance thing. I think what they should do, personally, is allow you to reset an instance while you're outside of the instance. Like, why do you have to wait an arbitrary 30 seconds? Like, what if you go in at 29 seconds, the instance isn't reset, and now you have to wait 30 more seconds? Like, it just seems like this is fucking annoying, and I understand what their philosophy is on it, but I don't see how zoning out and then zoning back in and resetting, like, I mean, it works in World of Warcraft, it works in Path of Exile, it works in Diablo 3, like, it works in, like, every game. Like, every game has done this exact same thing. What is the problem with not doing it in Diablo? I don't really know. So, that's kind of what I think. Or Control, like on PoE. Yeah, exactly. Removing the reset button was a dumb move. The reasons for doing it were dumb. I actually don't think their reasons for doing it were dumb. I think that they actually have a good reason to remove it, and they're right in identifying it as a super gamey feature. Like, oh, I just click the reset button while I'm inside of the instance, and not only does it protect me from dying in hardcore, but it also just, like, instantly resets the whole dungeon. I think the reason is good. The solution is... It's not a horrible solution, right? Like, let's be fair. This is not... It's not going to kill the game. It's not going to ruin the game. But I don't think it's that great either. I think they can improve on it and make it a lot better. Do you think they'll reintroduce it later once it's more vetted? Yeah, maybe. On low level, why would you get to end game and then you can reset all you want? So I don't get that. Yeah, it's not a big deal. Reset button only targets bots. Not only targets bots, but hardcore players. Yeah, I know it does. Can you please explain the co-op part 2? I don't understand fully. Yeah, you can play the game with friends. It's just that they don't have, like, split screen on PC, which makes sense. You know, in 30 seconds is, like, forever. It's a long time. Well, like, it's the guesswork that it creates, where it's like, oh, well, okay, so now this is over, and like the 30 seconds are happening, so like how long do I really have to wait? Does that make sense? Like, not, like, if it has a timer in front of the dungeon, then I think that would be kind of better, but that also is kind of gamey, too. I don't know why you can't, like, I just think this is a solution. Allow people to reset the instance if they're not in the instance. Fucking solved. Done. That's it. I don't know, I think that's so easy. Do you assume they'll have a UI notification? Oh yeah, maybe they'll have that. Can you imagine two Diablo Andes sitting side by side at a desk together? Yeah, I don't think that really works. Should update their launcher to support multiple accounts. That's the blocker. I have no idea about that. I'll be right back. I need to use the bathroom. Talk about a few more things. So you press the lead dungeon button and then reset the dungeon. How's that different than just resetting a dungeon while it's in? I feel like resetting a dungeon while you're inside of the dungeon is weird, and I think that resetting it while you're outside of the dungeon is a distinction, and it feels a lot less weird. I do. I genuinely feel like they're two different things.
Everyday life is usually a pretty boring routine. When you sit down and think about it, it's largely just the same list of mundane events happening over and over again every day of your life. It's a part of the human condition. We get bored of the usual very quickly. But the fun thing about being a human is that your big brain allows for creativity. And thanks to this, you don't have to stay in the real world 24/7. Everyone deserves some escapism from time to time, and listening to the stories of fictional characters is the best way of achieving that escape. Telling people stories has been used to teach important lessons since the beginning of time itself. And with the rise of stories, spawns the creation of fiction. It allowed for more surreal storytelling, as well as an increased amount of creativity needed for crafting a world. In a real story, Timothy goes to the grocery store. In a fictional story, Timothy meets his father in space. The sky's the limit as to what can happen in a story, and every engaging story shares a common attribute, and that attribute is conflict. If there's no problem that needs to be solved, then why are we watching these characters doing nothing of value? That'd just be a waste of your time. Conflict creates tension, and tension is very much something needed in order to keep people engaged in the story unfolding in front of them. To care about the characters, we need stakes. And in most cases, the easiest way to induce conflict is to have an antagonist. Antagonists have been around for as long as stories themselves, with the most widely known villain of all time being from a novel thousands of years ago. The universal symbol of villainy, the root of all evil, the fallen angel, Satan, also known as the devil. And villains have only gotten more prevalent and fleshed out since then. In the oversaturation of today's age, while it isn't uncommon to see a villain with a complete lack of all character, relatability, and entertainment value, there are also a good number of villains that do have these positive traits. And in the world of comic books, no hero has a list of villains on the same level as Batman. Batman has what's possibly the greatest collection of villains a superhero can possess, with each and every member of his rogues gallery reflecting on a trait that already exists within Bruce himself. Two-Face uses a coin flip to decide his morality surrounding the fate of those around him, and Batman decides his morality surrounding the criminals around him, with his own moral compass built from his own experiences. Bane is stronger than Batman, but he uses his strength for his own personal benefit rather than helping others. The Penguin uses his business knowledge and higher financial status to seek control over Gotham, while Bruce uses his money and status to improve conditions for the people, whether it's by cleaning the streets of crime while wearing a batsuit, or by putting his money towards the Wayne Foundation to benefit people less directly. The Riddler shares Batman's intelligence, but unlike Bruce, Nigma feels a need to constantly show his superiority. and Mr. Freeze has resources comparable to Batman at times, but he chooses to use it for preserving the past rather than working to improve on the future. Even a character as seemingly brain dead as Kite Man was expanded into a story about continuing forward in the face of adversity. Even though people in the universe find him dumb, he still keeps pushing forward. Kite Man. Hell yeah. But out of all these villains, there's no greater dynamic than Batman and the Joker. We all know the Joker as Batman's greatest nemesis, an agent of chaos and anarchy, to contrast with Bruce's more put together and serious demeanor. While most of Batman's rogues gallery is motivated by money, Joker burns it to the ground without a care in the world. While most of his roster would try to reveal Batman's identity, the Joker actively avoids it. He's an unhinged psychopath, so lost in his own insanity that he no longer cares for anything. That is, of course, aside from Batman.
I don't want to kill you. What would I do without you? You complete me.
They share a dichotomy that almost seems foreign to most standard antagonists. Throughout Batman media, there's something that seems to be alluded to time and time again. Is Batman the alter ego of Bruce Wayne, or is the multi-billionaire playboy Bruce Wayne the persona of Batman? The Joker is by all counts insane, yet he knows Bruce better than anyone ever could. They've both had to suffer through horrible events, but they end up in similar yet completely different situations because of it. Joker gets fucked over by society, and Batman can only exist because of it. In most stories, the dark, brooding, ominous figure in the shadows would be the villain, but instead, we have a brightly colored clown who makes people literally laugh themselves to death and blows up hospitals. In terms of hero movies, there's rarely ever as interesting of a dynamic. In the modern day, while superhero movies are at an all-time high, it's not uncommon to see supervillains being more surface level than ever, often falling into a common trope. That being, the villain is the hero, but opposite. Flash has Reverse Flash, Spider-Man has Venom, Shazam has Black Adam, Superman has General Zod, and the Crimson Chin has... I'm not even gonna say that one. While some of these characters have more creative and compelling executions than others, that's unfortunately the exception and not the rule. This trope isn't just limited to superhero flicks either. It's a staple of lazy writing that transcends all genres or mediums. The trope is known by the term evil counterpart, but for these characters, I'd rather call them evil supermen. In the following video, I'm going to take you through the stories of 5 characters, to really dissect their unique takes on how to fundamentally turn Superman into a proper supervillain.
You're fighting so you can watch everyone around you die!
I don't make mistakes. I'm not just like the rest of you. I am better!
See? Now you respect me, because I'm a threat. Huh? Huh? Oh, come on! You gotta admit this is cool!
You're a villain. And you'll always be a villain. You'll never change.
Batman is rather infamously known for having a plan to kill any member of the Justice League if they're to ever turn evil and put the world at risk. Is this all just his own paranoia building up to an unhealthy degree, or does he actually have some merit to keep a plan to kill anyone he meets while he fights alongside them? Well, short answer, yes. Heroes turning evil isn't anything new in the world of the DC universe. Whether it's caused by hypnosis, other forms of brainwashing, or by other means is irrelevant. The Big Blue Boy Scout is often thought of as one of the most straightforwardly good heroes of all time, whenever he isn't on the cover in the 1950s. But what would happen if he'd ever be driven to go down the route of villainy? Well, we get to see that in action in the hit 2013 video game, and comic, and movie, Injustice: Gods Among Us. Injustice was released for the PS3, Xbox 360, and Wii U in April of 2013, with a mobile spin-off coming out a few weeks before the game's full release. It was developed by NetherRealm Studios, the company behind the modern Mortal Kombat games. And much like Mortal Kombat, the campaign in Injustice has the chaptering system returning from Mortal Kombat vs. DCU and the 2009 reboot. So throughout the story, it has you jumping between different characters, like Batman, Superman, The Flash, and Green Lantern. The story takes place in an alternate universe, and things kick off right at the beginning of Superman's downward spiral. Metropolis, the city Superman's known for defending, was just blown up with a stolen nuclear warhead. But that wasn't even the worst thing to happen to him that day. The Joker drugged him with a modified version of Scarecrow's fear toxin in order to get Superman to see his love interest, Lois Lane, as Doomsday, a supervillain that can single-handedly destroy the entire Earth. Superman fought against Lois without holding back, and when she inevitably died and her heart stopped, it remotely activated the nuke on Metropolis, killing an estimated 11 million people. In the span of 2 minutes, Superman had lost anything and everything he had ever loved, and he is not happy about it. As the Joker is being questioned by Batman, Superman breaks into the interrogation room and begins to threaten him. After some taunting from the Joker, Superman finally snaps, sending him on a downward spiral where the idea of protecting and controlling the people around him are interchangeable. This whole origin story perfectly shows why the Joker is one of Batman's villains, the perfect foil to his character. Throughout all Batman media, quite often does he make the point that once you take a life, there's no way to turn back. The fact that Bruce didn't kill the Joker after detonating bombs on hospitals, turning one of his closest friends into one of his greatest enemies, and even killing one of his adopted sons, just goes to show how much restraint Batman has when it comes to dealing with Joker's shenanigans, even saving his life on multiple occasions. Superman, on the other hand, doesn't have super strength in his moral code. Once it all happened, he became a man with nothing to lose, allowing him to punch right through Joker's chest without a second thought. His journey into tyranny is actually very similar to his role in Superman Red Son, another story taking place in an alternate universe. But instead of him turning evil with a catastrophic event, in that film he just happens to land in Soviet Russia, and ends up acting as their totalitarian leader. Back to Injustice, we cut to our main universe, where the members of the Justice League fight against their respective villains. And we go through a bare-bones, typical Justice League plotline. One later, and our heroes find themselves getting transported to an entirely different universe. So as it turns out, Superman, stricken with the grief of his now dead wife and kid, killed the Joker out of pure rage and vengeance. He decided that something of this magnitude is to never happen again. His goal is surprisingly not that far off from the usual Superman ideals. Keep the planet safe from all things that threaten it. But that moral compass quickly becomes twisted when the freedom of the people is stripped under the guise of protection, with something as minimal as littering being punishable by immediate execution. So, with him now having no concern about whether he kills people or not, he then proceeds to kill anyone and everyone that might stop him from creating true 100% peace on Earth, free will or not. Most heroes actually end up in favor of this. Whether they agree with his morals or they're just following out of fear is irrelevant. Also, every hero that doesn't join him ends up getting brutally murdered. Throughout all this, Superman continues to believe that he's doing the right thing for the Earth as well as the human race, as anyone who tries to convince him otherwise, well, ends up dead. The next phase of his plan is to kill all supervillains, with no chance for redemption. He breaks into Arkham Asylum with the intention of killing the inmates, but Batman, Robin, and Nightwing are there to stop him. But, in an interesting turn of events, Robin, who's currently the assassin-trained Damian Wayne, believes that Superman's lethal methods are in fact better. So he joins Superman and the rest of the Justice League. Then they get into a little skirmish. A ton of inmates escape, and Nightwing is accidentally killed by Robin, creating a wedge between the duo. Despite this little delay in his plan, it doesn't seem to halt Superman's progress. He then proceeds to overthrow all governments, forcing Batman to go into hiding. So at this point, it seems like Superman now has complete power as well as his own regime. But as it turns out, there are actually two other groups. The Joker Clan, a group of Joker's former henchmen that are continuing to be opposed to Superman's reign to continue the Joker's rebellious spirit, and the Insurgency, a small group of remaining heroes led by Batman, as he realizes that the peace Superman brings is only driven by the fear people feel towards him. And, as it turns out, the reason the heroes from the main universe were sent to the alternate one is because Batman needed their help to defeat Superman, alongside the help of Lex Luthor, someone who, in this universe, is Superman's best friend and closest ally. The plan is to get Batman's convenient kryptonite-powered gun from the Batcave in order to weaken Superman and toss him into a specialized cell. Throughout the course of the game, you jump between the perspective of different characters, and you can sit back and watch as the Insurgency continues to push forward. That is, until Batman gets captured by the alternate universe heroes and taken to the prison on Stryker's Island. So the alternate universe Batman goes to get the kryptonite gun to deal with Superman, but Black Adam shows up and destroys it, so now it needs to be repaired. Superman sees what they're doing, so he announces that Batman will soon be executed. The way Superman runs his worldwide empire is with fear. He tells them what to do, and they do it. But that doesn't make him a good leader or commander. His troops aren't actually loyal to him. They're just after their own self-preservation, and that makes them weak-willed soldiers. As the Insurgency infiltrates Stryker's Island, we get a scene of the alternate universe Shazam and the Flash having a conversation about Superman's recent decision to execute Batman, theorizing that it's all just a bluff. This goes to show that even Superman's allies are heavily questioning the validity and morality of what he's doing. Our heroes then free Batman from his would-be execution, giving Lex Luthor a brief opportunity to rebuild the kryptonite gun and make his one and only attempt at killing Superman once and for all, reworking the kryptonite gun into a deadly laser. Unfortunately for him, it doesn't work, because Shazam uses a bolt of lightning to disable his mech suit. Superman breaks Lex's neck, putting an end to his former best friend. At this point, he becomes completely unhinged, even more than before, and he realizes that the people don't appreciate his protection. He brings up the idea of flattening Gotham City and Metropolis to prove a point, but Shazam speaks up, pointing out that it's, well, you know, absolutely insane. Superman responds to this by murdering him in cold blood, completely ignoring the fact that 10 minutes ago, Shazam was the one that saved his life. And also, that he's a literal child. So, seeing a kid getting murdered in front of him, Flash also realizes Clark's steady fall into insanity. So he goes on a little redemption arc of his own. Betraying Superman's regime, he meets up with the Insurgency, and he tells them what's been going down. They come up with a new plan, since Lex failed on his mission. The alternative? To send the original, good Superman to fight against the evil one. Speaking of the evil one, now he's destroying Metropolis. Anyways, good Superman makes it to the alternate universe, preparing to fight himself. He makes his way to the Fortress of Solitude, where his evil counterpart has been waiting for him. Seeing the evil and regular Superman side by side, you really get to take note of the minute design differences between them. He looks malnourished, unhealthy, perfectly representative of someone who's become sick with power. Unsurprisingly, good Superman is able to defeat the villain, and Injustice Superman is tossed into a specialized cell. Some might think that the power balancing makes no sense, since they're the same character with the same powers. But there's actually a pretty valid reason for the good guys winning more fights. That isn't just because we play as the good guys. The reason our heroes from the main dimension tend to be stronger than the alternative ones has to do with their resolve. The Justice League's MO is to fight evil without outright killing their enemies. It means they haven't crossed that line, keeping them from becoming monsters. Not to mention that the only threat the regime fights is against the insurgency, since Joker's little cult is kinda treated as a joke. This means that they might have been out of practice while fighting stronger opponents, since they're almost all either dead or on Superman's side at this point. But our story doesn't end here. In fact, not by a long shot. There's actually a second game that was released 4 years later, in May of 2017. The story for this game follows the characters from the alternate dimension, with the original dimension characters only making brief appearances. After a flashback, to give more context to Superman's takeover of the whole world, the story here takes place directly after the events of the first game, with Batman trying to rebuild society. Most of the story surrounds the conflict between the regime trying to rebuild itself, as well as other villain groups reforming in the shadows. But the biggest focus of all is actually Brainiac, and his own attempt of taking over the world. Early on, Brainiac is established to be the guy who destroyed Krypton, kicking off Superman's origin story. Much like the last game, there are several different factions. Gorilla Grodd sets up his group, the Society, which works under Brainiac to do his dirty work. We got Batman expanding his circle of trust and allowing the Flash and Green Lantern to have their own redemption arcs, trying to regain everyone's trust after betraying them to join Superman. And then we have Atlantis, which remains neutral until Green Lantern defends it from the Society, convincing them to join Batman as they're now sharing a common enemy. But what does this have to do with Superman? Well, after the events of Injustice 1, he finds himself getting put in a jail cell, right alongside all the other captured members of his regime. But as Brainiac's invasion commences, more and more people begin to protest for Superman's freedom, mainly so that he can help with fighting Brainiac. A third of the way through the game, we have Wonder Woman and Black Adam, two of Superman's most valiant supporters, helping by getting him and the rest of the imprisoned regime members out of prison. Helping them is Superman's older cousin, Supergirl, who was deemed as the secret weapon for the remaining regime members. Their plan doesn't fully work out, but Batman allows Superman out anyways, to help him defeat Brainiac, with Bruce being unable to come up with any better options. Brainiac meets up with Gorilla Grodd and he learns of Supergirl's existence, leaving our heroes with 48 hours until a full-scale invasion of Earth. Batman brings both parties together to fight against this incoming threat. And after Cyborg and Catwoman break into the Batcave to get the Justice League systems online, it's time to fight against Brainiac. While they initially take a massive L when trying to get through his ship's barrier, with a lot of Metropolis being destroyed yet again, through the power of teamwork and magic from another world, both Batman and Superman are able to get past the barrier and enter Brainiac's ship. There, they come across Firestorm and Swamp Thing, who have both been brainwashed into serving Brainiac. They're freed, and Brainiac gets defeated by the heroes. But now that the main threat has been taken care of, to the surprise of literally no one, Superman and his gang fight once again to take control of the entire planet. But this time, the forces on Superman and Batman's sides are fighting on equal terms. Batman was prepared for this, with him now using a kryptonite-infused batsuit, and with it, he's able to overcome Superman's powers and win the fight. Canonically, the game ends with Superman being trapped in the Phantom Zone, a place where only the fiercest of villains are left to rot. However, in an alternate ending, you could choose to play as Superman during the final battle, and Superman's forces wind up overthrowing the entire insurgency, throwing Supergirl in a cell and hoping that someday she'll come around and join them. He also turns Batman into a mindless drone, using Brainiac's advanced technology. That way, there's no possibility of Batman ever usurping him again. In Injustice, Superman shows what happens when you don't move on from a tragedy, with him in this constant song and dance of literally trying to take over the world. You'd think that after it doesn't work out the first time, he'd finally quit, but he just doesn't care. If he just actually grieved over Lois Lane, he'd be able to move on, instead of going on this whole vengeance-induced genocide of all villains while he's quite literally becoming one himself. The character of evil Superman shows why normal Superman's character is so important. The original Superman is someone who exerts a lot of self-control, humility, and empathy. All of which are things you need when you have the level of superpowers that come with being Superman. When you take those morals away, you have someone with a whole lot of power, but without any self-control. And that's what leads him to lose to the original, as well as the more reserved Batman. I guess, in this case, the worst thing you have to fear is yourself.
He was right, you know. About what? Put in the same position, I might have done the same thing. We never know what we're truly capable of.
Invincible is a really, really good show. The first season dropped on Amazon Prime in March of 2021, and it instantly stole the hearts of many, including myself. While most series have solid main storylines, with several much less important and often goofy side plots, with one season, Invincible manages to keep up several compelling character arcs and storylines all at once, with each and every one of them, except one, being equally expanded upon in a way that feels natural, all the while expanding the scope of the world with each and every episode. But a lot of the reason the series got so successful in the first place is because of its villain, Omni-Man. His character is incredibly interesting to watch, with his ominous presence taking control over the vast majority of the scenes he appears in. But most importantly, he's the entirety of the reason I, and many others, watched the show in the first place. If you've already seen the show, let me know if this series of events sounds familiar. And if you haven't seen the show, go watch it. Okay, you're online browsing the internet and you come across a meme of a man telling some dude named Mark to think. It piques your interest, so you look up the scene on YouTube and give it a watch. Without any context, you can tell that it's the most important highlight of the show. It shows a backstory and adds so much substance to a character you've never even gotten familiar with. Then you get an Amazon Prime subscription, even though you've sadly already spoiled the best scene of the whole show, and it's just as incredible once you finally gain some much needed context. The series starts out by showing off the main defenders of the Earth, the Guardians of the Globe. Their main goal is to serve as the primary protectors of Earth if something bad goes down. Their mission here is to defend the White House and protect the President from an attack from these two supervillains, known as the Mauler twins. The reason it's here is to show the character of the Guardians, as well as their relationships with each other. As you can see with some of their names, Martian Man, War Woman, and Darkwing, these characters aren't exactly original, with the team itself being an obvious stand-in for the Justice League. But someone who isn't in the group is this world's version of Superman, Omni-Man. Each and every one of the Guardians have their own personal struggles in their day-to-day lives, aside from being superheroes. Most of them have alter egos and have to work on their own personal occupations, as well as saving the world. Red Rush has to balance being a superhero speedster with him having a girlfriend. He perceives time as incredibly slow, so much to the point where a conversation as short as 10 minutes ends up feeling like several hours. And the other Guardians have similar issues. War Woman is the higher up at a major company and has to deal with the stresses of that. Green Ghost is a photographer, and Martian Man has an E.T.-like friendship with a little girl. They all have their own things outside of hero work, which fleshes them out on a personal level. Then we get to meet our main character. Mark is your average college student. He's got some friends at school, and a job at a restaurant, not so creatively called Burger Mart. But the thing that separates Mark from your average kid is the fact that he's the son of none other than Omni-Man himself. One night, he finally unlocks his powers, after accidentally throwing a trash bag into the stratosphere. He tells his parents, Debbie and Nolan offers to teach Mark how to be a true Viltrumite, an alien from another world tasked with keeping the world safe. They start training and things go pretty well. All in all, Omni-Man seems like a pretty nice guy. Oh, golly gee willikers, he's killing each and every one of the Guardians! But why? Why is he doing this? Is he mind-controlled? This is the first time we get to see the true Omni-Man. Someone who couldn't care less about Earth, since it isn't his original planet. As early as the end of episode 1, we're shown this darker side to him. Someone who literally killed the entirety of the team consisting of what appeared to be his closest friends and allies. But really, while he had always acted friendly towards them, he was always carrying a dark truth. It turns out that Viltrumites are actually a little bit different than Nolan had led us to believe. They're a species of perfect beings because of selective breeding. Only the most perfect survive, and anyone who couldn't achieve that is killed. The real reason that Omni-Man was sent to the Earth is to single-handedly force it into joining the Viltrumite Empire. And by killing the Guardians, he was able to significantly reduce the Earth's defenses. But to reliably take them all out, it was easier for him to gain their trust and then betray it. The uncovering mystery as to who killed the Guardians is the crux that drives the first half of the season, with us, the audience, already knowing it was Omni-Man, making every scene with him and another character alone incredibly stressful to watch, especially as he and Debbie begin having more and more arguments. This all comes to a head at the end of episode 4, when both Cecil, head of the Global Defense Agency, and a demon detective named Damien Darkblood are well aware that Omni-Man was the one who killed the Guardians. And after learning the truth about Omni-Man, explained at the end of the series, it adds a whole extra layer of context to his actions throughout the story. While he succeeds in killing the Guardians, Omni-Man ends up in critical condition, which leaves Mark in a position where he can finally step up and publicly become his own hero. His first real mission is also a serious crisis. These aliens, called the Flaxians, are invading the Earth. Mark tries his best, but quickly realizes the reality of the danger being a hero brings, and the amount of people he has to watch die. Luckily, Nolan recovers back to near-perfect health. On his way out of the hospital, he very forcefully asks to have his suit back, so that he could hide his bloodied-up supersuit, stained with the blood of his former colleagues. He then takes care of the Flaxian threat, by going through their portal and destroying their entire planet, but not without saying the line,
"Earth isn't yours to conquer."
Now, this is something Omni-Man says alone, with the only people to hear it being the planet of Flaxians, who don't speak English, and the audience. It's almost like he chose this time to confess to what he plans on doing in the future, as his phrasing implies that he has plans to conquer the Earth, rather than the aliens. The next episode starts off with the funeral in commemoration of the Guardians. On a first-time watch, you might think that Nolan genuinely doesn't know what he did. He gives this speech to motivate the remaining heroes right after murdering the best this world has to offer. But this is just yet another front for his real plan. Over the course of the series, we have third parties like the aforementioned Cecil and demon detective Damien Darkblood investigating the crime, with them piecing together the truth at the end of episode 4. From then on, the question the characters face shifts from who killed the Guardians to how they go about defeating Omni-Man. At this point, the only people that know the truth are Damien, who's already been sent back to Hell, and Cecil and his team, who are currently stumped with what to do. Another reason why I love this show so much is because of how much stuff has been set up with the characters. Damien Darkblood has an insanely cool character concept. He's a demon who's escaped Hell, and every case he solves gives him more time to stay on Earth. The show portrays this without a single generic flashback, just with natural conversations he has with Omni-Man and Cecil. Mark ends up meeting Titan, a former villain who was stuck with working for a massive crime boss only known by the name of Machine Head. Another incredibly cool character and one of my favorites. Titan convinces Mark to help him take Machine Head down. But because of an upgrade Titan stole for him earlier on, Machine Head now has the ability to predict the future to nearly perfect accuracy. and paired with his bodyguard, Isotope, having the ability to teleport him out of danger, he's a pretty difficult foe to fight against. Predicting that Titan and Invincible would show up, he was able to pay a ton of money for all sorts of the most deadly and powerful supervillains to defend him. One of those men is an intergalactic warlord known as Battle Beast. Battle Beast beats Mark to near death, after almost killing both Black Samson and Monster Girl, two members of the newly recruited 2nd Guardians of the Globe. But as it turns out, Titan was actually able to make a deal with Isotope, convincing him to betray their boss as well, with Titan ending up taking the position as boss for himself. After the premises are secure, Cecil and his men enter the facilities and get a blood sample from Mark, hoping that finding a way to destroy it would also be the answer to defeating Omni-Man when the time comes. After enough time passes, Debbie, Omni-Man's wife and Mark's mom, becomes wise and learns the truth about what happened to the Guardians. But the question of why still lingers. That night, when Nolan comes home, she confronts him about it, leading to the most intimidating moment of the entire show. So knowing that at this point he's been exposed, Omni-Man's first course of action is to meet up with Mark and finally tell him the truth. But before opening up to Mark and explaining why he killed the Guardians, we can see Omni-Man telling himself what he wants to say to Mark. At this moment, there's a rare case of vulnerability. Even though he isn't actually talking to anyone, Omni-Man is showing that he still feels some sort of regret for the pain he's caused, even if it's for as selfish of a reason as his actions making his mission harder to explain to Mark. While he still cares more about his objective to conquer the Earth, he still cares for Mark too. But before he could explain his mission to Mark, it's time for Cecil and the boys to buy some time so they can get Mark ready to fight Omni-Man. They hit him with a bomb, then a laser coming from a satellite, then they put him through a gauntlet featuring a lot of the antagonists we've been seeing throughout the season. He fights cybernetically enhanced soldiers, a genetically enhanced version of a Japanese kaiju, and even the previously dead Guardians member, the Immortal, after he's brought back to life by the Mahler twins. With his immense strength, Omni-Man is able to overcome each and every one of these obstacles, showing minimal damage all the while. His entire fight with Immortal was recorded, with the whole world now being able to see Omni-Man at his worst. Mark witnesses this firsthand after helping Nolan fight the kaiju. Now we finally made it to the end of the season, with every earlier plot point, no matter how little, being expanded upon and concluded, while also bringing up plenty of points to expand upon for the next season. In the 8th and final episode, Where I Really Come From, we get to follow Mark as he steps forward and finally confronts his father. The battle is intense. Straight off the bat, it's made very clear that Nolan always had the upper hand. And once the fight really kicks off, well, let's just say there's a reason that the title text gets progressively bloodier as the series continues. For most of it, there isn't even an actual fight being had. It's just Nolan forcing his son to watch people die in a vain attempt to get Mark to understand that human life is meaningless. This fight makes you lose all sympathy for Omni-Man's character. Even after killing the Guardians, while he was still threatening at times, he was generally a kind figure. But with this fight, he's no longer a secondary main character, but instead, a full-blown evil supervillain. And once he's done holding back, Omni-Man beats Mark to a bloody pulp with full intent to kill. Throughout this series, Invincible gets the life beat out of him time and time again, with each and every interaction leaving him closer and closer to death. And this time, it's no different. During the bludgeoning, we get a flashback to a baseball game taking place during Mark's childhood, where we can see Nolan and Debbie watching a young Mark play the game. Nolan remarks that watching the game is pointless, a waste of everyone's time. But as they continue watching, Debbie gives him a little lesson about being a parent. Mark hits a home run, which makes Nolan feel genuinely proud of his son. It's a touching moment, and when intercut with the present, it creates such a dramatic parallel. But more importantly, it gives us a much needed break from the beatdown to remind us, and Omni-Man, that, like it or not, he's still fallen victim to the same human emotions as everybody else. It's incredible, really. With this one scene, Omni-Man doesn't only regain what makes him so fun as a character, but it also adds a whole other layer of personality to him. Never have I ever had a series hurl me down a roller coaster of emotions in the way that this finale did. And it isn't over yet. Omni-Man continues to desperately point out how everything in Mark's current life will be but a fraction of the past, as he'll go on to live for thousands more years to come. Then he finally hits Mark with the ultimate question.
What will you have after 500 years?
To which Mark responds,
Oh, you God. I still have you.
This is the thing that makes Nolan realize, even though Mark is fighting with him, that he still cares dearly for him. This makes Nolan snap back to reality, and he realizes what he's done and what he's about to do. Nolan takes off, not being able to kill his one and only son. As a character, Omni-Man was specifically designed to look both friendly and intimidating depending on the situation, or what part of the story we happen to be in. By the latter half of the series, every interaction Nolan has keeps you on the edge of your seat with suspense, even when he's not necessarily planning to do anything. The showrunners really know what they're doing when it comes to character deaths as well. It knows exactly which characters to kill off and which characters get to survive for the next season. It knows when you want someone to survive and when the character is unimportant enough that they can afford to kill them off. The show plays around with this constantly. As the main character, Mark has automatic plot armor because, well, he's the main character of the show. No matter how many times he gets his ass kicked, you know he's gonna get back up, because he's invincible. But for every side character, except her, you actively fear and pray for their lives, since there's no guarantee that they're gonna get more screen time and development. They don't want to waste the potential from a single character. Even though the Guardians die early on, we get to learn more about them through those who survive. Omni-Man isn't necessarily just an evil Superman. He has several elements that make him more fleshed out than just a pure evil tyrant. The Viltrumite Code of Operations does make a fair amount of sense, but you can still root against him for it. Seeing his choice to spare Mark at the end of the season possibly shows an important turning point in his character, showing that, for once, he finally cares for the life of his son over the duties he's received from his fellow Viltrumites. And I'm sure more interesting things are coming up in seasons 2 and 3. I'm happy Invincible is getting the attention and credit that it truly deserves, and I'm very excited for the second season, and how it'll expand on the characters. But for now, while we wait for more Invincible, let's look at another series that's also on Amazon Prime.
Everyone just relax. Calm down.
The Boys takes place in a pretty standard reality. Technology is a tad more advanced, but besides that, the biggest difference is the existence of real-life superheroes. But in this series, I think they're a little too real. The most popular superheroes are owned by a monopolistic company that sucks out all the morals most superheroes would stand for. You could really tell that the world of The Boys was crafted by a man who has a serious hatred towards superheroes, and that man is Garth Ennis. His idea was to create a comic that takes place in a world where superheroes are corrupt, controlled by the corporate overlords above them. And in this world, there's no hero as corrupt, egotistical, and corporate as Homelander. Being the face of the Seven, the most popular superhero group on the planet, Homelander is known for being the face of Vought International, the biggest superhero company. He's seen as the perfect being, a god, all the while still being the marketable face of the group. But underneath this perfect facade, he's the most flawed and evil character in the entire show. And he takes the role of, you guessed it, Superman. But to get into why Homelander is evil, we first have to talk about the company, Vought. Vought was founded in 1939 by Nazi physician Frederick Vought. He used unethical means on Jewish prisoners to develop Compound V, a drug that gives people superhuman abilities. Homelander's story starts right where every American-made hero comes from. A cold, uncaring lab full of doctors and scientists. He was created using the genes of, publicly, the first and greatest superhero, Soldier Boy. No, not Soulja Boy, creator of the highly esteemed Soulja game console, Soldier Boy. Throughout Homelander's childhood, he was put through a slew of experiments, surgeries, and tests, all done with the intention of seeing just how far his powers go. He was also subject to extreme brainwashing, to hammer in the American ideals of the flag, Catholicism, and baseball, all of which would end up being the American ideals included in his origin story. In his fake backstory, he had a loving mom and dad, played baseball, and painted miniature airplanes. All of those things are lies, crafted solely for the sake of marketing, with even something as basic as his birthday being changed to July 4th to be more patriotic. When the Homelander was added as the newest member of the Seven, he ended up accidentally being upstaged by Black Noir, who was, at the time, the most popular superhero of the group. This gave Homelander a negative first impression of him, made even worse by Madeline Stillwell telling him that Black Noir is there to make sure he isn't stepping out of line. For his first mission, Homelander, as well as Black Noir, are tasked with defusing a hostage situation involving a group of violent protesters called the Chemical Liberation Front. Not wanting to get overshadowed by Black Noir, he enters the facility 10 minutes early, and he succeeds in non-lethally restraining several of the captors. He makes his way to the leaders of the operation in the main control room. The group's leader begins to open fire on him, but he uses his super speed to take all their guns and tie them up into a knot. One of the men grabs his gun anyways, and continues to threaten the hostage, knowing that pulling the trigger will make the gun explode, causing the death of both him and the hostage. Homelander thinks he knows how to one-up him, by using his laser sight to destroy the gun he was holding. But something he didn't expect was the gun self-destructing anyways, killing the hostage and exploding the criminal's hand clean off. A notable difference between early Homelander and the more modern one is that he had a naive sense of optimism towards his heroics. He had no idea how bloody it would be, and while he went in expecting to beat up bad guys and save the day, he only realized then that the world wasn't as black and white. It was never his intention to kill anyone, but something he learns is that it also wasn't planned for the protesters. He's berated with comments from them, saying that the death of the hostage was all his fault, and this causes him to get flashbacks about his abusive life in the lab. And he snaps and kills the woman calling him out after ripping her jaw clean off, killing her. Then he experienced a second, more intense wave of flashbacks. When he comes to, every person in the room is dead, aside from one woman. Black Noir witnesses this, and thinking that he's gonna get ratted on and removed from the Seven, he uses his laser eyes to tear the whole building to the ground. But, as it turns out, Black Noir was never planning to rat Homelander out. He snaps the remaining woman's neck to cover up Homelander's misdeeds, and he pulls out a notepad and writes something on it. Something to the extent of, "I'm not your enemy, I'm your ally," or any sort of phrasing along those lines. Presumably, he also may have given Homelander some advice relating to PR, as the next time we see him, he's telling the press that a non-existent bomb went off, and that the people are the real heroes. A line of phrasing that only becomes more common as you watch through the series. Speaking of, the Boys series follows the stories of two people, Huey Campbell and Annie January, better known in the Seven as Starlight. Huey is just your average guy in a world where there are soups aplenty. He has a girlfriend named Robin that he was about to move in with until Mr. A-Train just walks through her like a verified gamer. Huey is devastated by this, and this, as well as him meeting one Billy Butcher, he ends up joining the Boys, a group of criminals with the goal of taking down Vought and the Seven. At the same time, Annie achieves her dream, and joins the highest caliber of superhero stardom, only to realize how cold and corporate Vought and the superhero industry really is. By the beginning of the series, Homelander is already the leader of the Seven, and according to Billy Butcher in the first episode, Homelander doesn't do drugs or drink alcohol. That's because he's on a much more addictive drug, attention, Whatever Homelander does, it's always with the sole interest in getting the public to like him. Even his most iconic actions, his speeches that called the people the real heroes, are used as damage control so often because it was always the most effective method for getting people to like him by the end of things, regardless of his mistakes. Later on, he and fellow Seven member and ex-girlfriend, Queen Maeve, are tasked with stopping a plane that was hijacked by violent protesters. This could very well be the most important mission Homelander could be on at this point. Vought's main goal at the moment is to convince the Senate to make it legal for their supes to fight in the armed forces, which would undoubtedly give them a good chunk of that American military budget, as well as increase their already massive influence. So it's imperative that they get this done successfully, with minimal or no hitches. We're having yet another hostage situation, something that we've already established Homelander doesn't exactly specialize in. Homelander opens the plane's door from the outside, and one of the armed protesters fly out of the plane and to their apparent deaths in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Queen Maeve enters and takes out another one. Homelander uses his I-beams to take out what's assumed to be the last one. Then he starts to calm the hostages down, and he takes control of the situation. But then, Queen Maeve checks the door to the pilot's cockpit, and it's locked.
Thanks anyways. You be careful out there.
Ja sam ustao mnogo ranije. Hvala na pitanju.
Daj, neki ludak 40 kilo u jednom metru.
40.000 kilova taj čovjek ima. Dok je postojala ona lista, kao bila je lista nekakva, tu je bilo ljudi koji su štrumfovali, šta ti ja znam. Njega sam gledao uvijek među prvih 10-20, oko 40.000 kilo ima, čini mi se. Ali u 40.000 kilo ima 25.000 smrti. Ili 28, zbori se.
Agresivan.
Vrlo agresivan. Kaže da mu ne smeta da se traduje ako će bar jednoga da ubije sa sobom. A omiljeno oružje mu je bomblens, zato što uvijek može da dobije trade. Jer bomblens može da ubije s 2-3 metra, zato što igra ima ono kašnjenje. Kao što znaš sam. I uvijek možeš da, ako je neko ispred tebe pola prostorije, možeš uvijek da pretrčiš, da ga dekneš, čak i ako umreš, ti umreći.
Jednog se bomblencom spičio. Ubio je Nenada prvo. Pa je onda krenuo na ovog Jovana. I Jovana je presekao s bomblencom, ja sam sa aperkatom tukuje. Ali
možda je
ovu dvojicu za 3 sekunde.
To me ne čudi.
Ja ga nisam ni vjerujem, nijednom ga nisam koristio. To nitro sve nijednom nisam mogu drvo da pogodim.
To je... Pa nije poenta da pogodiš nekoga s onim projektilom. Nego da precikaš čovjeka na pola sa light ili heavy attack.
Da, nego kažem, bomblet nisam uopšte, nitro sam jednom to koristio. I to nisam mogu drvo da pogodim koliko ne znam da putim.
Nije ni bitno.
I onaj automat sam jednom uzeo. Jedan put što sam jednom dobio, i drugog puta sam svima onaj likove, morao sam da pucam u dupe da bi ga ubio. Dupe u leđe i ja.
Ono što mi nikako neće biti jasno je zašto ovaj drug Milan insistira da igra sa shotgunom kad svi znamo da ne vidi bijele kobile. Zašto ne igra samo Bomblands? Bar ima veći domet ako što. To sam ga pitao, ali nikad nisam dobio pravi odgovor. Ili sam dobio odgovor nešto u stilu kao bolje ja da imam shotgun, bar mogu da pucam. 99% slučaja promaši. Šest puta je promašio onda, svi smo vidjeli taj klip. Šta je 6 puta? A ima 7 patrona u onome... Onaj Winchester, onaj shotgun, onaj Terminus. 7, da, Terminus Maximus ima 7 patrona, on je promašio 6. I čovjek dobije dinamitu, zato što je nesposoban da dobije čovjeka na pola metra celo. Ajde, zna bar da kontroliše taj recoil, taj trzaj. Jebeno.
Vidio sam juče 2 sata, kad sam nastavio, kad sam bio počeo, kad je izašao onaj Atomic Heart.
Dobro.
Mogu ti reći da je on najbolji.
Šta je?
Odlično.
Ne znam. Možda igra nije loša, ali jedino što mi se nije svidjelo onaj je engleski voice acting, zato što glavni lik zvuči jako nadrdano.
Bacio sam na ruski. Titul mi je na engleskom, a zvuk je na ruskom. Pošto je to original.
Jeste. Original su ruski developeri, ako se ja dobro sećam. Je li Ukrajina, Rusija ili Belorusija, nebitno. Meni ne.
Mnogo bolje zvuči na ruskom. Sam tonalitet glasa u situacijama gdje treba nešto se kaže, a onaj američki zvuči ko porno zvezda, neka napaljena jebi ga, a ruski je normalno. Isto koji u Residentu, isto imaš da mordaš jebote, znači ono, mislim i fajta ima onako baš dosta, ali da mordaš. Znači ima te neke moći ili neko rukavice, ono to eksperimentalno ugrađeno.
Ta rukavica ima u sebi kao taj neki advanced AI.
Pa imaš neke fičke s kojima možda da se povezuješ, imaš elektrošok.
Čekaj, objasnit ću ti pošto je to jako bitno za priču. Unutar te rukavice imaš ugrađen kao taj advanced polimer koji u sebi ima integrisan taj neki AI. I to ti je jako bitno za priču zato što, neću ti reći, ali samo da znaš da to nije rukavica ko rukavica, to ti je kao više ono AI asistant.
Ali kao fora je on je prvi vojnik, tek ugrađen sa tehničkom rukavicama kao sigurno bolesta tamo tu je uglavnom, ali dobro je, no, ima dosta stvari koje možeš udjeti. Isto možeš kraftuje samo, kod te pozicije imaš i vendor mašinu.
Da, podsjeća malo na, opet ne znam koliko ti je poznato to, na Bioshock.
Pa mislio sam da podsjeća, ali mi nije, krenuo sam da igram Bioshock i Master sam smorio, koliko mi je pre nekad bio interesantan.
Bioshock je već zastarao, ne znam kako ti objasnim. Vreme ga pregazilo.
Ali grafika u Atomic Heartu ubija kako je grafika dobro ubija. Baš ono... Ja pokazujem jednom style oko real life, jel?
Ne znam koji koriste taj grafički pokretač ili engine, ali izgleda lepo izgleda. Ne znam je li Unreal ili je neki njihov, što kažu, in-house. Ne znam. Deluje kao Unreal Engine, ali...
Papu ne podigo, ja pogledaj, jel?
Unreal Engine 4. Nikad ne bi rekao. Nikad ne bi rekao. Ono što sam gledao... Šta si rekao da si je pokrenuo? Aha.
Ne, gledam opet sam sliku sad vidim.
Da, vidim. Da.
Baš je ludilo, grafika je verzno dobra, osvetljenja, senki, osjeji, sve ono.
Mislim da je porede sa Doomom po brzini dešavanja i ono akcije.
Sve baš je brzo, i FSR je odrađen vrhunski, probao sam sve na ultra u 4K, bez FSR-a mi ide ono tipa 75 do 90 frame-ova. Ako stavim FSR na quality, što je stereo varijanta, 145 frame-a zakuca, a ne vidiš razliku. Ne vidiš.
Vidiš po delovima ekrana koji ti nisu primarni.
A to vidiš, ali ne vidiš da se ne obraća pažnju.
Ne vidiš jer je previše daleko. On ti skine oštrinu, detalje ili kvalitet teksture na objektima koji su 150-200 metara daleko. A to je...
Tim FSR-om izgleda fantazija.
Jer tako radi taj FSR, to je kao taj adaptivni, rendering ti je kvalitetniji bliže, a što si dalje to je kao neprecizniji.
Sve u svemu, prilično dobro. Imaš sa ovim sekirama, imam 2 sekire, imaš može da ih upgradeuješ, da ih pojačaš. Imaš optikan hit i imaš desni klik kad držiš, onda on puni neki
power attack.
I za moto 360 stepeni preseče sve, oko sebe preseče na pola. Uglavnom se okrene oko oceana, ako brzo kad si sa tim.
Da.
Ima onaj elektrošok je dobar, što se dosta stvari je elektronsko oko taj AI. I kad ga pikneš sa V ili kad pikneš elektrošok, na par sekundi ga disabluje sve te elektro stvari. I one robote što se napadaju možda ga usporiti na 2-3 sekunde kad ga sa elektrošok. Samo što ne možemo non-stop, nego moram puniti rukavice, znači jedno par sekundi je neograničeno.
Da.
Dobro je za one stvari, ima oni ležice, one osice, strazari, iskrtu prošli, kamere isto može.
Znaš koga su platili da im uradi soundtrack za igru? A onaj Mick Gordon. On je australijski kompozitor, on je radio za par igara soundtrack.
To reći su Rob Zombie, epic.
Ne, on je radio soundtrack za...
Doom i Quake.
Jest. Doom je za Quake, ne znam da li je.
Quake 2, najjači soundtrack.
Ne. Quake 2 ti je onaj iz Nine Inch Nails. To ti je Raznor, kako li se zove. Trent Raznor. Ne znam da li sam dobro rekao ime. Evo, ovo je ti kompozor. Rob Zombie i... Rob Zombie.
i dvojku dobro, on bi radio.
Ja gledam Wikipediju.
Ako je to hype bio, kad se Quake 2 pojavio, jebote, ne znam, nisi igrao na PC-u, na PlayStationu Pro. On nerealno izgledalo tada, jebote, bilo je to nerealno. Pa kad pogledaš koliko odlično izgleda.
Ja znam momka koji je igrao Quake 2 i single player i multiplayer do pre nekih 50 godina. 5 do 10 godina nazad. To mu omiljena igra bilo.
Player je igrao milion godina.
Ono što dosta ljudi ne zna ili boli briga za to je da je Counter Strike zapravo rađen na Half-Life-u, a Half-Life ti je modifikovani Quake 2 engine. Sad to je ono kao koga briga i koga interesuje.
Upgrade za Half-Life.
Da nije bilo Quake-a, ne bi bilo ni Half-Life-a. Da nije bilo Half-Life, ne bi bilo Counter Strike-a. A Counter Strike ti je trenutno među najpopularnijim šuterima.
Counter nikad nisi igrao.
Ja kažem, nisam ni ja sam to igrao kao mlađi, ali nije bitno.
Ja sam stalno igrao Quake i poslone nagovore cela smena u igraonicu, jer u 6. poslona na povedu po Counter. I uđemo tamo i dobio prvi headshot sa onim mali našim džijem koji je kameni blok od metar sa metar u glavu, prosto metar. To sam rekao.
To je zato što, za razliku od Han Shodana koji je malo novija igra, ima svojih problema. Zna se koji tip, osim sinoć, jesi ti sinoć igrao s njima? Jesi, kad je onaj dobio, vaš ortak, što igrao s vama, kad je dobio headshot kroz blok, kroz vrata, ili tako nešto, kroz okvir od vrata, a ja ga pitam da li je, pošto sam vidio da mu je ekran zelan, pitam je li to možda bio otrovni metak, kaže da jest, a to je nemoguće. I tačno znam kako se kretao. Dobio jedan metak i krenuo bio da se povlači u zgradu, kao gde ste bili, u centru mape, u onom mlinu u Vodenici štano. Čovjek krenuo da se povlači tamo da bi umro. Zato sam znao da je u pitanju latencija. Što igra...
Ja sam ono isprizao pre 2 dana, on pa pričam mi to, ja Nenad i Milan se
Da?
na local stationu, ja se punjam. Ali, znači, ne pravim galamu, Nenad se popio na krov po običaju, ne znam kamo je stalo se penje na sve krovove.
Zamišlja da je američki ninja.
Milan tu negdje iza mene nešto pametovo. Nemam pojma, ne pametovo. I lik me sa lematom sa full metal pogađa kroz zid, znak sam. Ja se sklonim nazad 3 metra.
To sam čuo tu priču.
Opet pogađa, ja pobegnem levo 5 metara, on me pogađa, ja motam levo i on me 4. put kroz zid pogađa i ubije.
Možda po zvuku.
Sve to ja razumem, ali baš 4 od 4. U tom trenutku Nenad kreće da puca i on jednim metkom kroz tavan, kroz sve one daske, kroz crep, sa tim istim pištoljem Nenadu headshot. I okreće se i Milana koji stoji 15 metara van compounda, Milana pogađa i Milan pobegne. Samo sam malo 5-4 jedi te govna, brezno, jedan mater. 600 kroz zid. Ne znam kakav profesionalac, genijalac.
A gledao sam Vombuz ili ovaj Rahta kad igraju ponekad, razumeš, i u stanju da te prati, ne uvek, ali gledao sam kad neko trči, gledao sam da je bilo puta da ga prati, ali to je kad ljudi se kreću, ono, pukneš ga na prozor i vidiš da on kreće da se povlači recimo na levo i onda zavisi koliko ko ima pojačanu igru, ja nemam, ja sam malo smanjio. Možeš da čuješ bat koraka na levo ili na desno, ne znam. I možeš da...
Imaš, ja sam juče ubio lika, to je na čisto inteligenciju i normalno razmišljanje, znači ovaj lik Jovan me skinuo na Whippingstone, me skinuo na prozoru jedno i ovaj njegov je došao i zatvorio prozor i pretpostavljao sam da krene da ga revive-uje i čisto ono na osjećaj gde je ovaj pao. Za sledeću sekundu sam sa full metal jacketom i polzelom namišanio i puku u dasku i ubio sam lika koga je ovaj revive-ov, što znači nije imao ni health-a i popio je metak kroz daske koji prolazi.
Znam, to je na osjećaj i na iskustvo, zato što si već igrao igru i znaš kako stvari stoje.
Gde ga diže, razumiješ?
Da. Nebitno što je zatvorio prozor ili bacio dimnu bombu. Znaš gde si pucao.
Ali znam da je pao.
A, znaš gde mu je telo otprilike i znaš ako se ustane ili se malo pomeri da...
Nema revive sa 100 health-a, bilo gde da ga pogodim, ubiću ga odmah.
Pa ako ga ne gađaš baš Winchesterko, ako ga gađaš sa long ammo, trebalo bi da ga ubiješ. Uvijek.
Ja sam full metal jacketom i coldalom obično, ali metak prolazi kroz zasku.
Ako si blizu relativno, na 20-30 metara.
To je sam preko u onoj kućici kod onog oluka što se penje.
Da, 15-20 metara. Idem samo mesto gdje idu pješke.
Idem ja da prošetam. Ajde šet. Evo, ideš ti šet.
Yosher P. Welcome to my channel.
Możliwie.
She and Homelander break down the door, and there's one more guy in there. And before he could be calmed down, he shoots the pilot. Much like what happened in the power plant with the Chemical Liberation Front, Homelander once again uses his heat vision to kill one of the protesters, without thinking about the environment he's damaging, causing accidental damage to the plane's controls. The plane isn't going to be in the air for much longer, and Homelander isn't in a position where he can save everyone, since he's in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. So they leave, and let 123 innocent people fall to their deaths. But this doesn't impede on Vought's plan. It doesn't even put Homelander in a compromising position. Instead, he uses the method taught to him by Black Noir, and he comes up with a realistic, ulterior timeline of events. One that portrays himself in a much better light, turning his greatest failures into his greatest moments. Everyone loves a good speech, a pep talk to keep people fighting. In this case, fighting for Snoops to be partnered with the government. As the rest of the season goes by, the boys continue to make gradual but important progress on taking down Vaught. Huey and Annie meet up and start dating, the boys kill Translucent, and Huey even blackmails this Christian soup Ezekiel into giving him info. But throughout all this time, Homelander continues to get intel on the boys, gradually getting closer and closer to their whereabouts as they make their progress. This all comes to a head in the 7th episode. Homelander calls a meeting with the 5 remaining members of the 7, as the Deep was outed for doing something not very great without consent, and Translucent was, well, killed. He brings up that Starlight was the one who allowed Huey to meet up with another soup to keep his plan moving forward, and he uses that to call out Starlight for helping Huey get in. The entire scene, as well as any other time we see Homelander mildly upset, is insanely suspenseful. You never know when or if he'll snap and kill someone off. It's incredibly stressful, a lot like Invincible. While both Omni-Man and Homelander have these ominous presences, they also both have weaknesses, in the form of their reputations. Or rather, they had weaknesses. By the end of Invincible, Omni-Man went completely mask off about his motives. That's something that'll never happen with Homelander, so long as he cares about the opinions others hold of him. While he can still kill anyone in the world, the only real thing Homelander values is other people's perception of him. But obviously, the opinions of some people are more important than the opinions of others. That brings us to Mr. Stanford Edgar. Mr. Edgar is the CEO of Vought International, and he's one of the very few people, like Billy Butcher, to show no sense of fear towards Homelander, even being able to intimidate him at times. Because, again, he shows absolutely no fear towards the imposing presence this superhuman with godlike abilities possesses. His heart rate doesn't even have the slightest increase. In a world full of superheroes, you might start to wonder why there aren't any supervillains. Well, since Vought uses Compound V to get the heroes themselves, there isn't any other way to get superpowers. That was, until now. It turns out that, one way or another, Compound V ended up in the hands of those armed protesters. This is awfully convenient for Vought, as this just so happened to be the time when they really needed a reason for suits in the military. And with this new rise in villains making nuclear combat irrelevant, there doesn't seem to be another option. After it's discovered that these guys have a stash of Compound V for themselves, Homelander goes to Syria to deal with them. But here's the thing, Homelander was actually the one responsible for giving them the V. He tells this to his higher-up, Madeline Stillwell, and she's impressed. But then later that night, she has a special guest show up at her house, Billy Butcher. But why does Billy hate Homelander so much? Well, he did something bad with Billy's wife without consent, and then she disappeared. Billy breaks into Madeline's home and ties her up, placing 30 pounds of C4 all around her. Homelander arrives at her house, and they start talking. Billy didn't really have a well-thought-out plan for killing Homelander, and he really just wanted to hurt Homelander the way he did to Billy. Homelander responds by asking Billy if he has any actual proof that he killed his wife, to which Billy doesn't say anything. Homelander reveals that he knows
Welcome to my channel.
That Stillwell lied to him about some of the finer details. So he uses his heat vision to laser right through her eyes and head. This is the first of many turning points in this roller coaster of a character. He kills her off knowing that he cares for her. That way, he doesn't have to worry about Stillwell being used to force him into submission. Not to mention, she also lied to him. And as you'll soon come to see, there's nothing Homelander hates more than liars. With his leverage being turned into a victim of the world's most dangerous staring contest, Billy detonates the explosives. Then he wakes up at the home of his wife and her kid. Yeah, so it turns out that the woman Homelander did stuff to gave him a child, and Homelander brought Butcher to see his wife still alive, alongside the son she had with Homelander. Homelander could have just killed Billy, but instead, he gave him a new source of motivation for his undying hatred towards Homelander. The next time we see him, Homelander is the head of Translucent's funeral. He makes the excuse that Translucent was killed by one of those foreign supervillains, and right after he's done, Ashley, Stillwell's replacement, found a new hero to replace Translucent. His name is Blind Spot. While he may lack the gift of sight, he actually has super hearing. And when paired with his existing gift of acrobatics, he's really a force to be reckoned with. Oh god damn it, Homelander, now he's blind and deaf. But someone actually was able to join the Seven. She was invited straight from Mr. Edgar himself. Her name is Stormfront. Homelander isn't exactly happy about the new addition joining the group without warning him ahead of time, so he meets up with Mr. Edgar. He starts smugly considering his options when Edgar changes the subject to Vought's founder. He explains the story of Vought's founding to Homelander, then points out something pretty important.
You are under a misconception that we are a superhero company. We are not. What we are, really, is a pharmaceutical company, and you are not our most valuable asset.
Then he goes on to point out that the little stunt Homelander pulled has the risk of jeopardizing the entire company. With one short monologue, Edgar was able to give a lecture straight to Homelander, showing no fear all the while, and even intimidating Homelander himself. He retreats from the conversation and goes to his son's house to get his mind off things. So the very next day, Homelander is ready to show Ryan that he has powers. He pushes him off the roof for him to take flight. Oh, that's not good. So that doesn't work. But after getting into an altercation with the boy's mother, he uses his newly found laser eyes to protect her. Heading back to Vought headquarters, Compound V just got exposed to the public. Uh-oh. Well, at least Homelander's back at the base. He gets payback on Edgar for his lecture, with Edgar now being the one chewed out in front of the Seven. Homelander says that Vought doesn't matter because the talent could just go to a different company or be on their own. While this is all happening, the boys are investigating the newly established supervillain. This comes to a head when the Seven confront the boys in a storm drain. After trying and failing to get Starlight to kill Huey, the two superpowered T-Words escape to the surface, where Stormfront beats and kills one of them, while also making sure to kill as many people of color as possible, because Stormfront is actually a Nazi. Like, no joke, she was actually the wife of Frederick Vought himself. And she's also the recipient of the very first successful dosage of Compound V. And she carried all of those 1930s ideals into the modern day. Mr. Edgar holds a press conference about the Compound V League, as well as the attack that was protected by Stormfront. And he even gets her to give one of Homelander's classic, "You're the real heroes" speeches. Homelander feels like he's losing power within the Seven. He threatens Starlight, kicks A-Train out of the group, and he takes advantage of Queen Maeve by corporatizing the fact that she's bisexual, marketing it as just her being gay. But his efforts still end up going to waste, as a video surfaces showing Homelander fighting one of the supervillains overseas. He used his laser to kill the man, then fly away. But what he didn't realize is that he had accidentally killed an innocent teenage bystander who was hiding behind a tarp. This video angers the masses, and a large protest ensues to fight against Homelander's right to remain in the military after his war crime. He shows up to the protest himself, ignoring Ashley's wishes, and he gives another one of his classic speeches to the public. But this time, it doesn't work out like you'd expect. After he tries to calm down the crowd and he talks about his experience in the military, a soldier begins the chant, "You don't speak for us," and the whole crowd joins in. After imagining himself burning that crowd to bits, he retreats by flying away. So after that whole catastrophe, Homelander meets up with Stormfront in an attempt to rebuild his reputation. She shows off some of the memes they made to artificially sway the public opinion back in Homelander's favor, and he appreciates that, and the two start dating. After a while, they eventually get to the point where he feels comfortable enough to show Stormfront his son. While they're over there, they try to get Ryan away from his mother. He convinces Ryan to leave with him, despite his mother's wishes, by showing Ryan that his surroundings are actually not real, and there's more to the world than his mom had led him to believe. At Vought Tower, Ryan quickly begins to miss his mother. Homelander and Stormfront take him out and try to get him to practice using his powers. They try to get him to think about someone he hates, but he doesn't actually hate anyone, because he doesn't know anyone to hate. Then Stormfront starts trying to red pill him with racist ideals, but it's quickly interrupted when she starts getting notification after notification. The boys, now with Starlight on their side, leaked a whole ton of dirt on her, mainly about her being a 100-year-old Nazi and the former wife of Frederick Vought. A ton of Vought-branded speakers then start to make an awful ear-piercing noise, which lures Homelander and his super hearing away. The boys are here to take back Ryan, but as they're driving away, Stormfront comes back and fighting ensues. We have Stormfront fighting against Starlight and Kimiko, a woman the boys found in a Compound V testing facility, and someone who isn't exactly fond of Stormfront after she killed her brother. And with a little help from Queen Maeve, who shows up completely unexpectedly, they're able to force Stormfront into retreating. She heads to a fleeing Butcher, Rebecca, and Ryan, and she almost kills Becca, until Becca's son lasers Stormfront into a melted mass. He also accidentally kills his mom too, whoops. So then Homelander finally shows up. Homelander's about to absolutely decimate Butcher and Ryan, but Queen Maeve once again saves the day by threatening to release the video of the plane going down from all that time ago. She uses Homelander's wish to be loved by everyone against him. which forces him to let them go. And after Stormfront's little expose, Homelander's reputation is worse than ever. He goes on a ton of news shows, always giving the exact same speech, saying that he happened to fall in love with the wrong woman. And because of this, Edgar gets the idea to take some power away from Homelander, and make Starlight the co-captain of the team, with Edgar even giving her permission to choose who fills in the 2 empty seats at the 7. Homelander is pretty upset at that, but there's nothing he could do, since Mr. Edgar holds so much power over the company, and by extension, him. Then he visits Stormfront. They have a nice conversation that quickly gets ruined after she starts talking about the master race and speaking German, weirding out Homelander and getting him to leave. Later that night, Homelander goes to the place Billy's staying at, making an agreement that someday, the two of them will fight to the death. Then, he disappears into the night, without making a sound. The next day is Homelander's birthday, and he goes back to Stormfront to get her to wish him a happy birthday, but she doesn't even respond to him. Later on, he tries to stop a girl named Chelsea from jumping off a building. He explains that her jumping wouldn't really matter because he could always just catch her anyways. But then he sees on a nearby building a news clip saying that Stormfront took her own life on his birthday. He rants to Chelsea, comparing himself to Jesus and saying that he's a god. Chelsea has a change of heart, deciding that she no longer wants to jump, but Homelander has a change of heart for himself. He forces her to jump off the building and to her death. That night, the people at Vought started the Homelander's birthday extravaganza, until a man in the audience starts to point out how his Nazi girlfriend died, obviously relating to Stormfront's death earlier that day. Starlight quickly covers for him, pointing out that everybody makes mistakes. But then Homelander interrupts her, and he gives a speech. But this isn't his usual type of speech, where he apologizes and goes, "You're the real heroes." No. This speech is about his superiority over everybody else. He allows his ego and narcissism to finally, publicly, come to the surface. And he reminds everyone about how powerful he really is. This marks yet another important turning point in Homelander's character. He's no longer pretending to be someone he isn't. He's telling the truth to the whole world, though in a twisted way. Starlight wants to include a Muslim woman into the 7, but Homelander can't have that. Once again, a video of the Flight 37 incident is used to threaten him, but he doesn't care. It no longer matters if he gets exposed for the airplane incident, because once he loses everything, he has nothing to lose. This makes Homelander an even more terrifying antagonist than ever, because, in his own words,
well, then I would have to say that you have absolutely no leverage, because I am the Homelander.
Victoria Newman, director of the Federal Bureau of Superhuman Affairs and the adopted daughter of Mr. Stan Edgar, gets contacted by Mr. Edgar, and he tells her to do a press conference about Homelander's crimes. But things don't turn out quite as expected. Instead of forcing Homelander to abide by the law and answer for his crimes, she instead praises him as a hero for whistleblowing on Edgar's misdeeds. And with Mr. Edgar out of the picture, Homelander now has the means to run Vought for himself. And everyone who used Edgar for protection is no longer protected. But also, Homelander now has no one to cover for him when he makes any more mistakes. With Vought now under Homelander's command, he fires any employees that have ever said anything negative about him, claiming that he only wants team players. And because of this constant longing to be number one, he decided that he'd be the head of the company instead of getting other, more experienced people to do the business stuff for him. A few days later, footage of a man unleashing a giant laser beam from his chest shocks the public. The man on the TV is none other than Soldier Boy. Not Soulja Boy. Soldier Boy, who's often regarded as the greatest hero who's ever lived. He was locked in a Russian testing facility for the past 45 years, and had just recently been freed by the boys. But because Homelander's too busy with company work, he sends out Starlight to go look for him instead. Then he holds a private meeting with Queen Maeve. He asks her if she had ever actually cared for him during their relationship, and she responds with,
"From the start, I hated you."
Black Noir then comes from behind and takes her to an unknown location. Soldier Boy then has a similar conversation at his ex-lover, Crimson Countess's house. He asks her how much money the Russians had paid for him to be turned in and experimented on. And it turns out that they weren't paid at all. He tells Crimson that he loved her, to which she replied,
I didn't love you. I hated you.
A neat parallel between the stories of Soldier Boy and the man who was created as a clone of him. The Crime Analysis Department, which is run by the Deep and him alone, because he fired everyone else, tracks down the perpetrator of the laser blast. And once he's in costume and shaved, Homelander immediately recognizes him as Soldier Boy. The next day, the Deep informs Homelander that Black Noir ran off. That shakes Homelander to his core, and results in some serious self-doubt. Throughout the series, Black Noir has shown zero emotion towards anything outside of one time. So if Soldier Boy just reappearing got him scared enough to run away, then that says a whole lot about who Homelander's about to be dealing with. They meet up at the inside of the now destroyed house of the TNT twins, two former members of Payback, the team Soldier Boy used to operate, and they have a showdown. They exchange some tough blows, but it looks like Homelander's gonna take it here. But in the nick of time, Butcher shows up with his temporary Compound V drugs, and he and Soldier Boy work together to fight against Homelander. But sadly, he escapes at the last second. But even though he's not dead, he still got bruised. This is the first time in the entire series where Homelander's had any form of physical damage after a fight. And now, he still has to deal with the revelation that he can still die. One night, Homelander receives a call from Soldier Boy. He says that he's found out Homelander is his son, made in a lab from his own DNA. He says that, had he known that sooner, he'd have wanted his own son to have the spotlight more than anything else. The next morning, Black Noir comes back to the base. While Black Noir sharpens his sword, Homelander comes up and asks what his father was like leading his old team. Noir doesn't exactly give all too positive of an answer, insisting that Soldier Boy must be killed. And it's revealed that Noir knew that Homelander had a father throughout all this time, and purposely kept the truth from him. Homelander responds by punching a hole straight through Black Noir's chest. After all this time, Soldier Boy makes it to Vought Tower. They're about to fight when Homelander shows Soldier Boy his grandson, showing that Homelander isn't Soldier Boy's only living family member. While he seems to be responding positively to it at first, we quickly find out that he really thinks Homelander's weak and pathetic. It's a full brawl at this point. Butcher versus Soldier Boy, and Homelander versus Queen Maeve. Soldier Boy almost kills Butcher, only to be saved by Starlight, who, with the help of Huey lighting up the entire room, is able to harness that energy to blast Soldier Boy with enough power to knock him to his knees. And the rest of the boys get him to breathe in the most powerful nerve agent the Russians had ever concocted. With no other options, Soldier Boy's final plan is to send out the most damaging laser of them all, with the intentions of taking everyone else out with him. But with one final sacrifice from Queen Maeve, losing her powers as a side effect of getting hit by the blast, she tackles him through a window, and he self-destructs outside the tower, saving everyone inside. Ryan leaves with Homelander, Butcher becomes terminally ill because of the drugs, Maeve can finally spend the rest of her days powerless and happy, Starlight finally joins the boys for good this time, Homelander reveals Ryan to the world, and Soldier Boy is put back into cryogenic sleep, as humanity continues to wait for the day that a method of actually killing Supes of his power somehow arises. Homelander is the superhero equivalent of a soulless corporation, even becoming the CEO of Vought himself. While he had started out with some semblance of compassion or humility, he quickly became the emotionless machine that the doctors in the lab wanted him to be. Since the beginning, every time he causes something bad to happen, he speaks like a lawyer or a politician, or at least he did. Regardless of what Mr. Edgar thought before, Homelander is the face of the company. Homelander is Vought. With Compound V being public knowledge, Homelander is the product. Ironically enough, all of the full-on criminal murderers known as the Boys are still morally in the right when opposed to most of the heroes at Vought. If anything, the Supes have killed more innocent people than anyone else. They've killed so many criminals that it doesn't even faze them when they kill someone who isn't one. Homelander embodies everything wrong with the corporate superheroes depicted in this series. He's the exact antithesis of Omni-Man. While the characters are similar at first glance, Nolan's motives are at least for the greater goals that his species are striving for. Each and every one of Homelander's actions are to benefit one person, himself. Anything he does that seemingly benefits someone else always has some sort of ulterior motive to benefit him. His reputation, his position in the Seven, his wins. Everything that happens has to revolve around him. I guess that's what happens when you're born with so much power no one can oppose you.
I am curious. What did you give her?
A little respect, Stan.
Now you respect me, because I'm a threat. I don't need you.
Now, there's actually a pretty good reason I'll be covering both of these villains at the same time. These are two different movies, released by two different studios, published in two different decades. But they both share similarities with their most villainous characters. They both start one way, then change into another as the story progresses. Megamind is a bad guy gone good, and Syndrome is a good guy gone bad. Let's start with Syndrome. Buddy Pine started out as a brilliant young mind, and a super fan of Mr. Incredible, being his #1 fan and the head of his fan club. Even though he never had any powers of his own, he wanted to join his favorite super in keeping the city safe. But Mr. Incredible, being a rational thinker, didn't want some kid with no powers putting his life at risk, rejecting Buddy from becoming his sidekick. In a typical story, Buddy would be the protagonist. He's an underdog who just can't seem to get his way, no matter how hard he tries to overcome the hurdle of him not having any powers. But instead, things go in a completely different direction. Even early on, Incrediboy had a high enough intellect and a knowledge of mechanical engineering to build rocket boots and other gadgets when he showed up to fight Bon Voyage with Mr. Incredible, demonstrating that, despite him having a lack of powers, he could create gadgets to substitute that. But Mr. Incredible wasn't having any of it. He actually had to let Bon Voyage go in order to ensure the safety of Buddy, turning him into the police and telling the officers to take him to his mother. With that, Buddy's perception of Mr. Incredible had been shattered beyond repair. All of his idolizing and worshipping has all turned into hatred. 15 years go by, and Buddy's doing pretty well for himself. Despite being rejected by Mr. Incredible, he's able to use his gifts to make some good money as a weapon designer. But that hatred for Mr. Incredible never faded away. Buddy wanted revenge, so he constructs a series of robots called the Omnidroids, a robot spider thing that uses AI to learn and overcome any obstacle it faces. He uses his agent, Mirage, to send several supers to fight the robot, lying to them, saying that it got out of hand in order to make the heroes fight it. Any heroes that fought the Omnidroid would end up dead, and those that lived wouldn't by the next iteration of the robot. After killing enough supers, Buddy thinks it's ready to take on Mr. Incredible. But to Syndrome's surprise, he's actually able to destroy the robot by outsmarting it, using the robot's powerful arms to damage what was thought to be its impenetrable skin. Buddy gets back to work, making some adjustments and improvements for it to completely cover Mr. Incredible's options the next time they fight. And it does exactly that. The Omnidroid 9.0 wipes the floor with Mr. Incredible, and Buddy comes out and starts monologuing. Then he shows off his 0-point energy Gmod gravity gun laser thing, and this shows that Syndrome saves the best gadgets for himself. Because of his own incompetence, Mr. Incredible is able to escape, hiding behind the skeletal remains of one of his old hero friends, Gazer Beam. The last thing that Gazer did before dying was using his laser eyes to write Kronos into the cave. which turns out to be the password for Syndrome's computer, as well as the name of the operation he's running. Mr. Incredible gets captured after his suit sends out a homing signal after Elastigirl remotely activates it, suspecting him of cheating on her. The rest of his family is presumed dead after their jet gets blown up with Syndrome's rocket, and Mr. Incredible is at his lowest point. But Syndrome, still being a toxic fanboy at heart, criticizes his old idol for being lame and sending out a homing signal asking for help, then rubbing in the fact that Mr. Incredible claimed he worked better alone, further aggravating him. But as it turns out, Mr. Incredible's family survived, making their way to the island, and even managing to help the man himself escape from his imprisonment, with some help from Mirage. But after yet another battle against Syndrome's forces, they all end up with Syndrome's BS gravity gun pause button. So now he's got the whole family captured, and he explains his plan. He's gonna save the city from a robot he has complete control over, tricking everyone into praising him as a real superhero. And he'll give everyone the most spectacular heroics anyone's ever seen. Once the Omnidroid makes it to the city, it's time for Buddy to make his grand reveal as a super. And while things start out pretty good, it's only a matter of time until the Omnidroid starts to realize what's going on, and it shoots a laser at the remote Syndrome was using to control it, making the robot go out of Syndrome's control. Syndrome's entire image as a super was built on top of a lie, and he has nothing to fall back on in terms of actual heroics or morals. He was more concerned with propping himself up as a hero, rather than having the abilities to back it up. As soon as the robot was out of Syndrome's control, he flew away and knocked himself out, leaving the Incredibles and Frozone to swoop in and do the dirty work, saving the day by, once again, using the Omnidroid's own unstoppable power against it. But Syndrome isn't done yet. His final act of evil is to go to the Parr residence and try to take Mr. Incredible's child, Jack-Jack, away from him and the rest of the family. But luckily for everyone, Jack-Jack actually ends up having every power in the book, so he ends up beating up Syndrome himself. His journey ends with his cape getting stuck in a jet turbine, pulling him in and killing him. No capes. The lesson learned from Syndrome's story is to never meet your heroes. When you put anyone on such a high pedestal, it's only a matter of time until that perception breaks. Buddy started out as Mr. Incredible's #1 fan, but over time, he became his greatest nemesis. The Incredibles isn't a movie made for little kids. It has themes about the morals of saving people from themselves, living past your prime, love affairs, and a ton of other mature themes. But it can also function as a silly little superhero movie for 6-year-old me.
No! No! Stop, please! Don't leave me here!
Mr. While he doesn't have superpowers, Syndrome is here because of his sheer malignancy and drive to see horrible things happen to the man he hates the most. The man he used to idolize, Mr. Incredible. And in some ways, that even makes him more deserving. Megamind is a very similar character. His story starts with the typical Superman backstory of his planet being destroyed, and he was placed in a pod that safely took him to Earth. He landed in a prison where he was raised, taught to believe that crime is good and the law is bad. While he's good-natured, he was always shunned by the society around him, leaving him isolated. While he tries to help his situation by using machines he builds all on his own, those often backfire, alienating him from his peers even more. And at the same time he was being shunned, his soon-to-be arch-nemesis, Metro Man, continued to gain the undying support of those around him. Cut to present day, and Metro Man is the hero of Metrocity, Metro City. He fights with Megamind regularly, and they have a pretty typical hero-villain dynamic. Megamind does something evil, and Metro Man stops him. All the while, they partake in a playful banter. That is, until the day Megamind finally wins. Metro Man gets hit with a solar-powered Mega Death Ray, and he's declared dead. Megamind then gets free reign to do whatever he wants. He robs banks, overtakes Town Hall, and just has a roaring time doing so. But after a while, everything seems to get stale. After achieving his lifelong dream, there are no more dreams to be achieved. He falls into a depressive state, but while attempting to create a new hero he can fight against, he accidentally creates a bigger threat than himself, someone we'll go into detail about later. Through the events of the rest of the movie, Megamind is able to take on this greater threat, and he even finds a new sense of purpose as Metro City's new defender. He's the bad guy gone good. He even meets Metro Man later on. Yeah, it turns out that he's still alive, he just wanted to quit being the defender of Metro City, as it was a role he never asked to carry. It was just the one that was given to him by the people around him. But Megamind actually wanted it, so achieving that goal actually gave Megamind some long-lasting fulfillment. Megamind shares a lot of his abilities with Syndrome. They're both basically powerless, but have been blessed with the intelligence to create weapons to destroy their nemesis. Syndrome has Mirage, Megamind has Minion. Syndrome has an island base, Megamind has the fake observatory. They're pretty much identical, aside from one major difference: where they come from and where they end up. Syndrome started out as an enthusiastic but naive hero, only to turn into a villain. And Megamind starts out by being raised by the inmates in a prison to be a villain, but he ends up becoming a hero at the end of things regardless. So why am I going about both of these characters instead of just one? Well, I absolutely love both of these movies, but more specifically, I don't just want to talk about Megamind, as there's someone in this movie who fits the role as an evil Superman even better. Titan is everything that a hero shouldn't be. He's a selfish, creepy incel, only motivated by the idea of him getting the girl. And when that doesn't happen, he immediately switches sides. This guy sucks. But before we get into detail about Titan, we first have to talk about where he came from. On the same night Megamind's planet was going to be destroyed, so was another planet close by. And it looks like the other planet had an escape pod of their own. Metro Man also landed on Earth, but instead of landing in a prison like Megamind, he instead landed in a rich household, with parents that were financially wealthy enough to let him do whatever he wanted. This, obviously, made him pretty spoiled, and gave him a massive ego. So later on, after Megamind killed him, and he felt sad about not having a purpose, he decided to create a successor using Metro Man's DNA. Through an unfortunate coincidence, he accidentally gives this power to Hal Stewart, someone who doesn't deserve this power, to say the least. Regardless, Megamind decides to train him to be a hero anyways, using a disguise pretending to be his space dad. After some training, Megamind finally gives him his suit, and his superhero name, Titan. But after he fails to make a good impression by saving her from falling, Roxanne actually ends up more scared of him than anything else. Instead of fighting Megamind, Titan insists on the two teaming up, new costume designs and all. Megamind reveals that he was actually the one pretending to be Hal's space dad, and further antagonizes him. This starts a battle, and much like the fight between Invincible and Omni-Man, you could really see Megamind's experience with fighting Metro Man. But Titan's rage and superpowers gets the best of him, and Megamind has to flee in order to not get lasered to death. Titan takes advantage of his absence by taking over the city, even using his laser eyes to rename the city Titanville, named after himself, of course. But the word Titan is spelled differently now. Titan, T-I-T-A-N, represents the ideal superhero Megamind wanted him to be, but Titan, T-I-G-H-T-E-N, represents the villain he ended up becoming. But all the flaws in his character were always present. The powers didn't corrupt him or turn him into this. No, he was always like that. The powers are just the tool that gave him the leverage to act the way he was always wanting to. Titan is a full-on tyrant, taking over Metro City and completely destroying it in the process. He only became a hero because he was promised to get the girl. Much like Syndrome, he doesn't have any actual care for the heroics. Megamind goes back to his jail cell after giving up, but Titan feels that they had some unfinished business. He kidnaps Roxanne, planning to take her life while destroying the city. But Megamind shows up in the nick of time, using his brain bots and dehydration ray to make up for his lack of powers. But it isn't enough. and he ends up injured. Titan attempts to finally kill Roxanne, but then Metro Man returns, and Titan gets scared off and never shows his face again. Until he does less than a minute later. During their little flying chase, Metro Man calls Metro City Metrocity, and the only person who pronounces it like that is Megamind. This little blunder jeopardizes his entire plan. Then it's revealed that Metro Man actually never left hiding, and the guy we thought was Megamind was actually Minion. Titan throws Megamind into the air, and he falls. But after some quick thinking, he's able to outsmart Hal and turn him back into his fat loser self. Titan is a good example of what happens when you give an unideal host superpowers. The superpowers just amplify your negative traits, and with a character like Hal, the negative traits are all that shine through. Each and every one of the characters in this video have a unique and distinct way of making an evil version of Superman. And I threw in some other characters too. Villainy can be portrayed in a wide variety of different forms. Whether it's taken more seriously or used as a joke, how threatening the characters become over the course of the story, and most importantly, above all other factors, how do they contrast with our protagonists and expand on the world of the media we're viewing? Powers versus tools, strength versus emotion, ego versus vengeance, fanboy versus idol, and incel versus evil. Each and every one of these matchups portray a unique dynamic. While some of them have similarities, there are no direct evil counterparts to be found. I hope that someday, villains of this level will be the standard. But until then, we just have to keep praising the villains that do it right. Injustice Superman and his global takeover, using other people's fear of him to his advantage. Omni-Man, and a global takeover of his own, using his brute force to either scare people into joining his empire, or to destroy anyone who opposes him. But those principles are subject to change over time. Homelander, using his own intimidation in order to keep people in line to satisfy his grandiose sense of self, and Syndrome and Megamind, once again showing us how people can change their own beliefs over time, as people grow and mature, or if those grow to harbor resentment towards their heroes. These are truly some evil Supermen.
Damn.
Be projecting here to hide herself from these memories. The manga is doing a good job of showing us what's actually the truth, despite our characters telling us something else. Well, the memories all get a bit much for her, so Dieter convinces her to return back to Germany. So the pair head back and go to Munich. They stay with Dr. Reichwin, and Nina says she's ready to remember everything, regardless of the consequences. They get Dr. Gillen to put her under hypnosis in an attempt to remember. Hypnotherapy like this is a real thing, but not really best practice. There's a real risk of false memories coming up that the patient will vehemently believe after hypnosis, despite never actually happening. For the purposes of the story, however, I think all of these memories are legit. Nina starts remembering things from her childhood. It's all a bit fragmented. And then comes one of the most key moments of understanding Nina and what Bonaparte sowed into these kids. Under hypnosis, something changes in her. She says she's not Nina. She doesn't want to say who she is. She reaches over and starts strangling Dr. Gillen, so he has to rush and pull her out of the trance. 2 days later, Nina runs away from the house. She leaves a letter saying that she understands everything now. She needs to go and find Dr. Tenma. Tenma is following his new clues from Verdeman's father's notes and Martin's account. For now, he's looking into Peter Chapek and what he's up to. After falling afoul of a speeding car in a poor twist of fate, he's taken care of by our final character in the side character special, Milan Kolis. What's cool is that Tenma has ended up back in the Turkish quarter in Frankfurt. Since he left here a few arcs ago, the residents pushed back against the neo-Nazis in the area. However, the leaders of the local resistance were all killed off, which led to most of the Turkish residents moving. Now the organization is buying up all that land. Despite landing a win in the Frankfurt arc, they won the battle but lost the war. Milan has heard of a Japanese doctor helping the community back then and has taken Tenma in after he saw him tailing Chapek. See, Milan actually wants to be the one to kill Peter Chapek. Milan was old friends with Chapek and invited him in after the fall of the communist power in Czechoslovakia. Chapek got up to a lot of dastardly stuff alongside Bonaparte with the communist government's blessing. Once that government fell, Chapek fled to Germany to escape justice for his own crimes. Once Milan took him in, Chapek decided to start doing his own Bonaparte-style experiment with the local kids, to much the same effect as all of the other ones. The children started getting violent and dying. One of those kids was Milan's son. After those incidents, Chapek left and linked up with the ultra-right-wing groups alongside the baby, and then presumably established the organization. For such a big player, Chapek doesn't get a lot of development in the story. He's Bonaparte's right-hand man, the most prominent leader of the organization, and the connective tissue between the Frankfurt plots and Johann. Another monster does flesh him out a bit more and kind of retcons him a bit with the plot about Hermann Furr and turning 42 into 46. As Monster portrays it, he fled communist Czechoslovakia before the communist regime fell to save himself. All those evil experiments to keep the communists in power were not going to go over well with those new democratic governments. Then he reunites with Milan and starts his reading circle. Things go bad, the kids start dying, and the parents eventually start blaming Chapek, so he runs again. This time setting himself up alongside the baby and the local neo-Nazis, and subsequently joining/creating the organization. In Another Monster, the story changes somewhat that Chapek originally fled to Germany with intentions to install Hermann Furr, the other monster, as their leader before Johann came apparent. So he originally set up this organization earlier in order to find and install Furr as Germany's leader. It also gives him this great moment with 4246, which gives his character some of the depth it is really missing in Monster. So after looking into the Red Rose Mansion, we learn that besides Bonaparte, there were 42 people who would comprise all key peoples. When the mansion burns down and the bodies are found, they find 46 bodies. If Bonaparte just killed off the researchers who knew about the twins, why are there 4 more bodies? Well, Bonaparte's plan was to give the twins and their mother a fresh start, a clean break. At the same time, he might as well do the same for himself. So he got Peter Chapek to go and kill 4 people of corresponding proportions so they could add them to the mass grave. Reminder, that is an older man, a young to middle-aged woman, and 2 children. And Chapek does it. That's why 46 bodies are found. He goes and kills 4 people, including 2 kids. And that could have been the end of it, but we learn Chapek is actually haunted by those killings. This wasn't part of some experiment. This was not in some twisted pursuit of making people stronger. This was just the murder of 4 innocent people to give his boss an out. It was after this that Bonaparte fled and Chapek changed his tune about him. Originally, he idolized Bonaparte for what he did, saying that Bonaparte changed his entire outlook on life. But after the Red Rose mass murder, now all that's left is resentment. He explicitly refers to Bonaparte as a monster. Again, this is just extra flavor that Another Monster provides, so we don't see any of this in the original story. So the Chapek we meet in Monster is honestly pretty flat, someone who's built up a little bit and then just crumbles. It would have been great to have some allusions to something deeper in Chapek, but it is what it is. Tenma and Milan talk about their pursuits of Chapek. Tenma tries to talk Milan out of his revenge, but Milan counters that Tenma really can't talk. They're the same. Chapek is Milan's Johann. Tenma has no right to stop him, and, well, he's right. So, Tenma doesn't stop him. Milan attempts his assassination, and he fails, being shot dead in the process. The next couple of chapters look into a couple of different murders. A banker killed by Reinhard Dinger, We name this guy because 1, he was pushed into becoming a serial killer directly by Johann, and 2, he's the one who took in the twins after they fled Iceland Memorial at the start of the manga. The other murders are of a good-looking young woman and a man once involved in trafficking children out of East Germany to rich Westerners, seemingly unconnected victims of unconnected serial killers. However, each murder didn't match the MO of their corresponding killer, very similar to what happened with Jürgens. Dr. Gillen is looking into these murders as well. Upon interviewing each of the killers, we learn that they did them at the behest of a, quote, real monster. And it's the Dinger murder that is the biggest loose thread here. The banker he killed was working up a corruption case against a large unnamed conglomerate. Dr. Gillen puts it together that this must have been Johann's doing. But why? Back with the baby and Chapek, they fill us in on the nature of the murders. The first 2 were set up by Johann to take care of Christoph's mistakes. But let's make that a bit clearer. Christoph is a part of the organization, and his father, while he was alive, was the 4th leader. So it was Gedrick, Wolf, Chapek, and Christoph's father, Ernest, that ran the organization. Reminder that the baby is affiliated and holds a lot of sway over the more fascist parts of the organization, but he's not technically a leader. Christoph's role in the organization is the same as his father's was, to bankroll everything. The Zevanishes are a financially powerful family, and it's with that backing that the organization gained commercial power. Now, while not implied directly in Monster, another monster suggests that Christoph killed off his own father to claim his inheritance and role in the organization. Considering Johann and him have a long-term plan, it could definitely be true. But Christoph's made a few mistakes along the way, so Johann organized 2 killings to cover things up. The first was the banker, who was threatening Zevanish's dealings and bringing a corruption case against them. The second was the young girl, heavily suggested to have carried Christoph's child. The nature of the child and where it is now, we don't know. The third murder, the ex-trafficker, Christoph organized himself. It's assumed this ex-trafficker was the one who trafficked Christoph as a child, cleaning up his own past just like his buddy Johann has done. Then, a bit drunk on power and feeling like Johann will cover up his mistakes anyway, Christoph goes on to kill the baby. Whether or not this was part of the plan between him and Johann, or just Christoph being drunk on power, we don't really know. After hearing about the baby's death, Chapek calls in his bodyguards and wonders what Johann is really up to. Could he have been the one to kill the baby? After this death, the organization could fall into chaos, much like what happened with Johann's underground bank. To protect himself, Chapek finds Nina's location and plans to kidnap her to use as a hostage. As Chapek heads out, his paranoia just grows and grows, wondering if Johann has already got to his bodyguards. He ends up shooting his driver, fearing the worst, while the guy's just reaching for his lighter. Chapek leaves him there and hoofs it home, only to find Johann already there waiting for him. Johann still questions who he is. "What am I?" he says. "The monster inside of me wasn't inside of me. It was outside. Franz Bonaparte is alive, isn't he?" Johann has traced his roots down to their starting point to find the true culprit, Bonaparte, the man who set up and influenced all of the major tragedy that befell his childhood. From the eugenics experiment that birthed him, to being torn from his mother, to the Red Rose Mansion, to the methodologies of Kinderheim 511, it's Bonaparte all the way down. Meanwhile, Nina gets picked up by Chapek's other guards and heads back to Chapek. When she arrives, she finds Johann already gone and Chapek a broken man. He says Johann left him alive so Nina could kill him. Well, Nina, of course, doesn't and asks to be taken to wherever Johann went. Well, Johann actually asked Chapek to do just that, so they head out. On the way, Chapek finally gives us the actual history of how the twins came to be. The unnamed father was a German Czech from a family who stuck around in the Czechoslovakian Sudetenland after World War II. Remember, there was that massive 3 million person expulsion of Germans at the time. He was a soldier. The mother, Viera, was a bright and beautiful woman studying genetics. The father was recruited into this eugenics experiment run by Bonaparte to have a child with Viera. However, his feelings ended up too strong, and he confessed all he knew to Viera. They made a plan to run away together, but even that was accounted for by the experiment. She was already pregnant. Viera was captured and kept isolated through her pregnancy. The father, most likely already killed off, had done his job. Bonaparte would often visit and draw Vieira, and Vieira vowed her children would take revenge on him. When the birth drew near, she made a daring escape, only to collapse not a dozen meters from her prison. She was brought back and the children delivered. She thought of names for them, but Bonaparte refused her. They don't need names. Okay, so that's the story as far as Monster goes, but this is probably the only chance we'll have to talk about the extra details from another monster, the extra layer of insidiousness that's here. And for that, we need to go back in time to before Bonaparte became this manipulative monster. Back in the day, Bonaparte's dad, Turner Pope, had the hots for this young girl in town. The trouble was, she was young enough to be his daughter, and Bonaparte himself was also into the girl. Turner Pope was a very strange kettle of fish. There was a rumor going around that he and this young girl had something going on, and specifically that he wanted to impregnate her. Well, she ended up moving to another town and shacking up with a different guy, and they have a son together. That son would grow up to be Johann's father. Now, the parentage of this son is a bit nebulous because of the timelines. While it was most likely the girl's husband, the timeline works so that she could have got pregnant off Turner and left to marry this other guy. In other words, Johann's dad could be Bonaparte's bastard half-brother. Anyways, Turner's affair and the fact that it was Bonaparte's crush made Bonaparte especially bitter at his old man. Eventually, he finds upon his method of brainwashing people. With all that resentment and bitterness, he decides to first test it on his own father, turning him from subtle communist activist into an amnesiatic mess. Later on, Bonaparte is picked up by the communist Czechoslovakian government. They want him to use that brainwashing ability to keep them in power. In return, Bonaparte got essentially a blank check to experiment however he wanted. We don't know if it was a personal project, privately funded, or a national project, but he starts the eugenics experiment to make that ideal Aryan race. At the same time, his old crush comes back to him and says her son, Bonaparte's potential half-brother, wants to join the military, but seeing as he's a German Czech, that's gonna be real hard. Could you maybe help him out, please, Bonaparte, for old time's sake? There's a lot of animosity towards ethnic Germans at this time. This young man will have a very hard time achieving any sort of high rank without connections. Bonaparte, with an evil glint in his eyes, says sure, he can help. A chance to crush the girl who spurned him, the father who abandoned him, and kill off the symbol of that whole affair, his potential half-brother. Once the experiment begins, Bonaparte calls him in, and Johann's dad is used as a literal stud to be killed off once he's passed on his good genes. As the experiment continues, Bonaparte falls in love with Johann's mother Vieira, and falls into exactly the same failings as his father did. He loved a girl much too young for him, ruining his current marriage and family, and sowing resentment into the next generation. So yes, as it works out, Johann and Nina could be Bonaparte's half-nephew and niece. Meanwhile, Tenma starts trailing Christoph. Christoph is heading off to Johann's apartment only to find Eva lying in wait. Here we learn the rest about Christoph. He's the heir to a lot of financial power in Frankfurt. He's also the only other child to make it out of Kinderheim 511 the day it burned down. He made a deal with Johann that day to reconnect years later and take over the world. Christoph's role seemingly to be a politician, and Johann's role unknown. He and Eva get into a scuffle and Tenma runs in to break it up, shooting Christoph in the leg. Tenma starts taking him to the hospital and manages to get Johann's location out of him as well. Apparently, Johann wants to see him, so Tenma ditches Eva yet again with an apology, but hope that she actually stays out of it this time. Nina and Chapek arrive at Johann's location, this big old abandoned building. Inside, Nina sees Johann. Reminder, the last time she saw him was before Prague and getting her memories back. Johann greets her and has obviously taken on Nina's memories as his own, thinking he was the one taken away from the three frogs that day. Or at least, that's what he says. He says he's seen the end over and over again. His mother, the Red Rose Mansion, Kinderheim. But what is the end, truly? Nina says he's seen nothing. Johann asks if she means what he told her about what he saw at the Red Rose Mansion, so perhaps it really was him who went. Then he begins to finally talk about what really happened at the Red Rose Mansion. He was put inside a pitch-dark room, only periodic meals and distant screams to keep him company. A suggested week passes before he's pulled out by Bonaparte. he's pushed forward into a room full of people celebrating him. And then, after drinking, they all fall to the ground dead, one by one, all apart from Franz Bonaparte. He ran from the mansion back to the Three Frogs and recounted all of the events to Nina again and again and again. Tenma finally gets to the building sometime later. Inside, Johann is gone, but Nina is there, with a gun to her head. Nina finally comes to terms with the fact that she was the one who went to the mansion, not Johann. I genuinely don't know if this is supposed to be a twist or not, because, well, I mean, it's not. It's so obvious Nina was the one who went, but it's still kind of set up like a twist with this big reveal at the end. I think it works on a more character level than a storytelling level. Reading the story, it's quite clear, but for Nina, it's a shock, and we're just waiting for her penny to drop and how she'll react. Well, she does exactly what was set up. The peaceful god, after discovering they're a monster, she laments that in telling that story to Johann so many times, he came to believe he was the one it happened to. As a result, that made him what he is now. Apparently, after hearing the truth, Johann smiled and cried before heading off to what Nina suspects is his own self-destruction. Tenma just gives her a big ol' hug and tells her to live. As the two get to their feet and leave, Chapek leaves too, only to be killed by his own henchman, recompense for the man he shot earlier. Johann heads to one of his sleeper agent serial killers and lets him know the plans have changed. Johann has had a bit of a second awakening after his encounter with Nina. There was the first one where he gets a version of his memories back in the Munich library, and now he truly does have all his memories. The plan now is a true end. He kills off the serial killer and heads off to Ruinheim, the place he'll end it all. Meanwhile, Lunga has been doing things. He's still been investigating Bonaparte this whole time. He skipped over the whole Peter Chapek business that was the last arc. Lunga's investigations have led him to Ruinheim, the place Bonaparte is supposedly living and the location for our finale. We get to see a bit around this town, the two hotels, some locals, and a nice old couple staying in the same hotel as Lunga. Grimmer shows up too. His journey has led him here as well. Then a gunshot is heard in town, and now it's too late to stop what's going to happen. Ruinheim and the staging ground of the finale. Nearly all of the major moments going forward are going to be in this fictional town of Ruinheim. Mainly its descent into chaos and infighting as Johann turns it into another Kinderheim to stage his supposed perfect suicide. A time where the entire population of this town self-destructs around Johann's death. A grand exit for a monster. But Ruinheim, the place, has one big technical problem that blunts the impact of this plan. The problem is, we never gain an understanding of the scope of this town. And this is mainly an art issue. Urasawa never quite gets across the scale of this town. We get a shot showing it's at least this big, which, you know, is quite small. No one mentions a population count. We never see a large crowd. People run through empty streets with maybe 1 or 2 cars parked up. All in all, we're led to believe this is a pretty small place. And this is compounded by how the manga uses a few characters in the town to explore what's going on. We follow a few townspeople, like the girl who works in the butchery, or Wim, or the couple that win the lottery. The manga will get them all interacting, and we don't get to see many other people in the town. It makes this town feel really small and empty. Apparently, there will be a lot of people dying as the town goes crazy, but it all happens just off-panel to a nebulous amount of people. It's not that the town isn't big enough, not that this isn't a grand enough exit for the monsters of Monster. The problem is the undefined scope of the town makes it difficult to understand what's really going on. Characters walk around going, everyone is dead! And yeah, that should be shocking on its own, but how much is everyone? Those 5 guys from the pub or hundreds just off screen? The town feels like it has maybe 100 people in it, tops, and it's hard to get invested in the action in the town when half our brain is scanning environments trying to figure out what's actually happening. Which is frustrating because the quiet build of tension in this town is great. It's Monster's sinister edge in full effect. If we look at the town's real-world inspiration, we would expect a population of around 40,000, which is way, way more than the manga is going for. Actually, bless this fanbase, because I would not be able to, but someone actually went and found the town Ruinheim is based on. It's never explicitly mentioned which real-world place it parallels, but Urasawa definitely took some inspiration. The town is Kaufbeuren in southern Germany. I don't know how to pronounce it. Though I don't think beyond a place to base the art off of, it has any importance to the manga, thus why Urasawa doesn't reference it at all in the text. Tension starts building in town as a local couple win the lottery. They get guns to protect themselves and their winnings. A dog goes missing. A cat is found full of submachine gun rounds. Something is about to happen. Then someone is shot on the outskirts of town. Lunga notes a similar situation happening back in the 50s, where a town went crazy after one man shot another on accident. Another monster actually retcons this a bit and tells us the one that set that whole thing in motion was the other monster. Right now though, Johann is going to recreate those ending scenes his life has been full of. The Czech border, the Red Rose Mansion, Kinderheim, it's that on a slightly grander scale. Everyone is going to go crazy and kill each other. Back in town, we see the old couple are in cahoots with Johann and handing out guns to the townspeople. There really is no stopping things now. Tenma is still a few steps behind. He finally learns that Bonaparte has a son and tracks him down with Nina's help. Lipsky is honestly not much help, so Tenma starts following Bonaparte's children's books again to find someone who knew the man himself. While pretty unsuccessful, he does find another book that's suggested to be by Bonaparte too, A Peaceful Home. We don't get to read this one, and it's about a thief who plans to rob a village, but as he spends time there, he forgets how to steal and settles down. I think we can all guess which character this book's about. So Tenma thinks maybe he settled down in his hometown, and magically that's Ruinheim, roughly translated to a restful home. Which is a nice, if probably unintentional juxtaposition to what it sounds like in English. Home of Ruin. Back in Ruinheim, rain has hit, flooding the roads and bridges. The phones go down, the town is now fully isolated. Things start moving quicker now. People start dying all over the place. Grimmer and Lunga confront the elderly couple. They've been supplying information to Johann this whole time. Finally, the kindly old man running the hotel is revealed to be Franz Bonaparte. Again, if you've been reading even reasonably closely, not too much of a surprise. He did settle down just like the thief in his book. A while ago, Nina got an email from Johann telling her to come meet him in Ruinheim. So despite it being called isolated and blocked off earlier, Nina and Dr. Gillen are gonna go there anyway. Before she goes, she asks Dr. Reichwin to make sure everyone who knows of Johann goes into hiding. She says Johann wants to erase any memory of his existence. Again, I think Nina is just wrong here. We got a line earlier about how unsuspected murderers are being killed off. So yes, Johann was cleaning house, but the operative word is was. The man has gone to Ruinheim and even emailed Nina that fact. The folks still alive are safe, they've made it. Unless Johann has conditioned killers to go after them after his death and then kill themselves, but let's not make this convoluted. The people are safe. We don't even hear if Christoph was killed off, the literal devil's apprentice. Seems like he should be on, the top of the list, and we should hear about it. There's also a case to be made that the perfect suicide isn't about Johann killing off everyone who knew him at all. It's meant to isolate Bonaparte, not Johann. Everyone left who knew Bonaparte is in Ruinheim or is coming to Ruinheim for the finale. So the landscape of the end, just like with General Wolf, is meant for Bonaparte. To watch everyone left who knows him kill each other in this town and to foist the blame onto Bonaparte. If he wasn't here, this wouldn't have happened. Your peaceful home turned to a ruin. So anyway, Nina heads out, only to have her deepest memory very conveniently suddenly start to resurface. Though it's only when she gets to town that it will fully come through. In Ruinheim, Tenma finally arrives to see the bloodbath in the town. Apparently, a number of armed men attacked the town too. It's not purely a village cannibalizing
Welcome to my channel.
We already know Roberto has arrived. Looks like he's not alone. Meanwhile, Lunga and Grimmer are spelling out the themes in the plot in case you weren't paying attention. How does a real person become a fictional character? Just like the nameless monster, everyone who knows the person must be erased. Do you know what it means to destroy a human being's basic sense of right and wrong? What happens when you wake up the monster within a human heart? The couple who won the lottery show up, and now the gang has some guns. Lunga heads out to 1v1 Roberto, while Grimmer holds the fort. Lunga runs into Tenma on the way and tells him where Bonaparte is. For now, Lunga's got his own job to do. Meanwhile, Roberto's goons start attacking Bonaparte's hotel, killing the elderly couple. So Grimmer heads out as well to clear out those aggressors. He tries to appeal to them one final time, only to see the girl from the butchery get shot right in front of him. Yelling, he charges into battle. Tenma eventually makes his way to the hotel, only to find Grimmer there bleeding out. It turns out the magnificent Steiner didn't come out this time. It was Grimmer and Grimmer alone that managed to fight back all the attackers. A note people often miss is that we don't see Steiner emerge again after Grimmer's scene with Milos earlier. His emotions coming back unbidden like that probably resolved some things that Steiner was born from. Just before he dies, Grimmer starts to flood with emotion, finally understanding what he should have felt when his son died. Is this
Urzul_Rules.
Is this happiness?
Welcome to my
and
channel.
Then he dies.
Still the
Lunga
same game.
I mean, they didn't update it, if that's what you're asking. There is like a developer stream, like that should be out in like 24 hours from now.
Isn't this Blood Hunt?
No. I mean, good joke, but no, it's not that game. It's 7 Days to Die. It's survival, tower defense, RPG that's in a fashion of Fallout 3, Fallout 4 maybe, but it doesn't have that, you know, like...
I see.
It's more like on a budget. Bethesda paid a lot of money, you know, so we
When are you going to play a good game?
Never. Thank you. Never.
https://www.twitch.tv/videos/179234750 collection =Taiwo LJMVRNXA Twitch.
I mean...
Kappa.
I mean... I had good games and I played them, but I like ran out of content. You know? Like, I played Death Stranding, but traveling and like taking quests is like confusing. So I'm just like, no. God of War, I'm not really playing it. I'm just like watching my brother play it, and I take like enjoyment of just like doing nothing and just like watching him trying to overcome the combat. I'm just like enjoying the story. And he played for
You ever tried Soul Reaver?
I know what it is. I played the old games. I didn't play the new one. I played the old ones. I finished this. And I kind of, I paid $60 to play it. But it's good. It's good. If you play this game, the original one, this one, it's not better, but it's good. If you look at it as a separate Resident Evil game, it's pretty good. It's reimagining of an old game. It's not remake. It's remade. This is like...
I like Resident Evil 7, the rest are Oklahoma.
Oh, well, you know. This is pretty good. This is like an action RPG like Diablo. But it needs to be worked out a bit. It needs more quests and more endgame content. The basic game loop is good. I have games, but, you know, I don't have that much time, you know, to play them. I stopped playing this piece of shit, like, because they need to fix their client-sided registry hit. If somebody, like, with a high latency manages to take a shot on you, and you like went to cover like 2 seconds ago, he's still gonna
I haven't seen you in Lost Channel anymore.
Oh well, I don't know. I'm kind of let me share it. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to like be on a I guess I'm a loner type. See, I have a channel, but I don't like actively like, you know, chat like how they this is old snake in social. Yeah. And there you go. And that's me. I'm more of a like chatting type. I would get like into a voice room and just like randomly chat with people while playing some game. That's like my thing. And if like everything else fails, if I'm like at home and I'm not reading manga or watching some good anime, I would just like play something on YouTube on my secondary display and just like watch it with my peripheral vision and just listen it to the content while I'm just like playing some.
Can you program any language?
I started with the basic while I was in elementary school as a child. I did some C++,
I am making a game in GZ Doom.
Oh,
you know
nice. I can play test it for you. I know what the GZ Doom is. It's like a source engine port of an old Doom where you can play.
It's a game engine.
Yeah, exactly. You can play all old Doom VADs and new. And it has a lot of potential. Can be like heavily modded to support like multi-core and like modern graphics and
yes,
effects.
look at Salico.
Yeah. I saw like a couple of like high Salico PC game. Let me see. Yeah, that one. That's the first one that like comes to my mind because
those fake ads really drive you mad. The game looks so fun in the ads, but when you download it, it's
get lost.
What's up, everybody? Idiot.
Like, yeah, it looks like simpler.
Yeah, this is allegedly what they are using to make this game. Be paying attention to this game either, but it looks like a really cool game.
Like, you don't need much for like a game, like in terms of graphics. You just need good like an art style and like good light and dark balance. Like a dark scene
or also
yes,
total chaos.
What's a total chaos? For God's sake.
That game is unbelievable.
Total chaos. Sorry for the Twitch commercials. Yeah, it's. I would like
it's
to.
Also
turn
on
them
Steam.
Off. Maybe I've seen it. Wait. Yeah. Yeah, I know this one. It has a very advanced cloth physics where you see like these plastic bags or like pieces of cloth like being animated.
This YouTube channel is really cool.
This one, Alpha Beta Gamer.
I follow it.
Yeah. I think sometimes he does like voiceovers over the gameplay.
Yeah, him.
I kind of a dislike. I think he has a motion blur, like movement motion blur turned on. It kind of boggles me, but you know, fine, whatever. Yeah. It looks very darkish and strobing light effect and like monsters creeping out in the dark. Also, for a good game you need, in terms of game, you know, except story, you need like
But yeah, I'm making a mod for Heretic. You know it?
Heretic, the old game. Yeah, I know it. It's like a sword and sorcery type of game, right? Okay, where the hell am I here?
It's a boomer shooter like Doom.
Yeah, I know. Have you ever... Well, okay, I'm gonna just let you talk. I'm not gonna interrupt you. Oh fuck, everything is fucked up here. Oh. Interesting. If you ever played, I don't know how old are you, but there is this like old game called Chrono Trigger.
I'm 33.
Yeah, maybe you played it.
I know CT.
Oh, you do know. Well, you know that Chrono Trigger world map changes changes depending on which age you are. Like, where is the example of that? Yeah, that's just a piece of it. So this game has very similar concept, and it's like very, very interesting stuff, let's say like that. So you have like a prehistoric era with like a dino creatures and pterodactyls, and they didn't introduce the ancient civilization, you know, the people or like, you know, savage tribes. I think you start the game either at Divine Era, or I think it's Divine Era that you start playing. And then you go to Imperial, where the undead necromancer proclaimed himself as the emperor of like a world or something. And even the necromancers couldn't stop the coming of the age of a void or like a darkness. And in the ruined era you actually find the last necromancer, and he begs you to kill him, to destroy the source of his power, so he can just like die, because all of his like undead like you know, subjects, yes, you know, like all of his army is dead, only the last emperor is alive, you know, undead. And he begs of you to kill him so he can also like perish. And like there is like a big depression in this ruin era, everything is fucked up. And there is also the hub world, like in a Chrono Trigger, the end of time, which, you know, is like a place where you start and end up all of your adventures eventually. And the game recently got like a multiplayer update. And if they, you know, kind of expand this time travel aspect in like a story wise, this could be like a hit. And I'm not like watching graphics, I'm just like watching it like in terms of like fun and like engaging story and stuff. You already have like a couple of characters, but that's not like long. There is like a maybe like a 10 or 15 like
anyway, if you want to test the game, there is a demo out now. But
Okay.
the game is very different now. I will need 1 more month probably to finish it.
If you were to give me a link to it, I can try it. Can I stream it? I'm already at the games and demos category on Twitch.
Heretic Darkness.
Okay, let's see.
On ModDB.
Yeah, it's a VOD, right? ModDB.
It's a rare you need the original Heretic WAD.
Oh, fuck.
Easy to find.
Okay, let's see. I have somewhere a GZ Doom, which I'm using to run a couple of like brutal Doom modes or something like that, I think. Well, you know, they're just like a brutal shooter stuff.
Doom is in the download already. You only need the WAD.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, it says 1 hour. Yeah, because the bandwidth they give you on ModDB is kind of a shit. Yeah.
But again, this is only a demo.
It's fine. I'll just try it.
Many things have changed.
Am I allowed to stream it? You know, from, you know, your...
Lurks. Welcome to my channel. Of course, if you like it.
Okay, thank you. I just need, I guess, at least verbal permission. So I Google for a VOD or a VOD GZ Doom or VOD 1.3.
Heretic WAD.
Okay. Yeah, I know that they're like small sized because of the way like the game was made, like sprites and things, and it's like a low res originally.
It's like 20 MB.
Yeah, I know. Ridiculously small. Okay.
I had Heretic on 5 floppy.
I had Baldur's Gate on my old hard drive, on my old like Pentium 1 PC. Baldur's Gate was like Baldur's Gate 2 was I think 1.2 gigabytes.
LOL.
And my hard drive
BG was 6 discs when it came out.
Yeah, but you know
7 with the expansion.
Yeah, but like installation size, you know, like I didn't install the whole thing. It was just like a bigger. It had like a different sizes of installation that day. Not sure. Yeah, it had like a lot of discs, you know, because most of the graphics were like highly detailed, like images or stuff. I guess the games had sold then. So what the fuck changed here?
Yeah, I remember. Games used to do that. Diablo 2 did that too. You would read cinematics from the disk to save space.
Sorry, I'm waiting for the stuff to download, so I'm kind of watching other stuff on ModDB. I have an issue with this game. Like, I like it and I hate it at the same time. Like, oh, last updated, well, 2015, right? Goodbye. It doesn't. It doesn't support. It doesn't support the fucking. Sorry. Multicore. At the time the game came out, like the AMD Barton CPUs were like a big thing then, like a really beefy AMD.
What game, sorry?
The Command and Conquer Generals. Let me show you. Oh, this is Uber Danger. Oh, yeah.
Defeat the enemies of freedom with chemical warfare, suicide bombers, and slave labor. Arm an angry mob with AK-47s. Employ propaganda centers, exercise utter military superiority, and employ weapons of mass destruction. And enjoy the wonders of a great game from a simpler time, where game devs could throw pretty much anything in a video game without worry of absolute financial ruin.
If you have trouble starting a game, there's usually a patch made by fan, if not usually a workaround. If it's a multi-thread issue, try to launch Task Manager and assign the Affinity OT a single CPU for that specific exe.
It's not that.
https://udo.be/fool68jzeu.
It's not that. The problem is that the game was never coded to work on like a multi-core, you know? So it would happen, sometimes it would happen that it will overload your like a core because it works on only one thread. And it doesn't work
I'm
good.
sure someone fixed it.
That is a doubt.
It's a famous game.
It is.
Tensions are high.
It's very politically incorrect. And that's why I like it.
American aggression once more fills
Our
the sky.
premier again denied involvement.
The military had the fragmented Global Liberation Army on the
Splinter
run.
groups humiliating America by penetrating its own borders and raiding its weapons of mass destruction.
Can you not program the bit so that it would not read links?
Maybe. I can just ban them, I guess.
This is Command and
I guess I
General
can.
0 Hour. Experience butter-smooth, hard-locked 30 FPS gameplay in sweltering 800 by 600 resolution on EA's highly regarded Origin platform with 2000
You can't ban yourself.
and dreadful graphics by modern standards.
Probably.
I tried messing with the game files to make it run in 1080p 60 FPS, but the game
Yeah, also the resolution.
game mechanics are locked to the frame rate and it really messes
I have 4040p display and this guy's having an issue with 1080p.
the game up. The resolution doesn't actually change, it just stretches the game to your whole screen to achieve a widescreen resolution, in which case I personally prefer these black bars. 0 Hour was my childhood and definitely my most formative RTS game, but you can definitely tell it's a 15-year-old game. The first thing I noticed is how the graphics look like complete doo-doo, but what about the gameplay? Does it hold up?
We will cleanse them from our land.
Sort of. For this video, I also tried installing the community mod, Rise of the Reds, which provides a whopping 2 additional factions, the tank-heavy Russian Federation and the defense-oriented European Continental Alliance. it greatly expands and redesigns the game in a variety of ways, as Russia deploys
This game kind of a predicted future.
Mel troopers, Tesla coils, and the one-man army known as Boris.
My name is Boris Bykov. I'm so drunk right now.
When the capitalist pigs are hurting for a squirtin', activate the glorious Tremor AGAS. Which in my humble opinion, is easily the coolest super weapon in the game. The European Continental Alliance is unplayable, both because if you play an RTS game defensively, you're actually a stage 4 bibliotech cretin who needs to stop coping and start roping. But more so because you'd have to listen to your god-awful culturally diverse troops throughout the whole process.
Come on, I'm not paid by the hour.
Where's the party?
Einfach, get us over there.
We will, General. They're
Proceed.
shooting at us.
You just love cracking that whip, don't ya?
Who's signing these contracts? Everything's ready for you, senor.
Infantry, here.
We'll stop them dead in the track, sir. Don't worry, we got this.
Where's a panda when you need one?
Yeah, there's plenty of cool ways you could have implemented Europe into an RTS game. That's not one of them. As for 0 Hour without the mod, play as the US.
I'll build anywhere. Get into work. Make my own road. I'll build anywhere. Sorry, I can't build there. Ooh, can't do that.
Speccing into either weapons of mass destruction, laser technology, or aerial superiority. Alternatively, play as China. Further
This
specializing
game
in tanks,
kind of
nuclear
didn't
weapons,
stood to the test of time.
or infantry divisions, or walk the path of liberty and justice. Play as the Global Liberation Army, specializing in either camouflage, toxic weaponry, or bombs and explosives.
GLA Postal Service. Nothing stops the mail.
There's some funny ass shit in this game. Shit they wouldn't dare put in a game nowadays.
Yep.
For example, when you play as China or the US, you have these big powerful machines making all your structures for you. But when you play as the GLA, it's just this one little guy without shoes, who doesn't exactly give me the impression that this work is voluntary.
This is hard work. Can I have some shoes? This may be painful. Do not hurt me. I will obey. I'm just a peasant. I'm hungry. Oh, okay, I will work. If I really have to. Okay, here I go.
You'll push this impoverished poor little guy to build an entire missile silo all by himself. If he serves you well, you can even buy him the shoes he keeps asking for on the black market, which will in turn make him work even harder.
I like my new shoes. These shoes fit nicely.
But there are no
Thank
shoes.
you for the new shoes.
It's actually one of the best upgrades in the game. All of your legally employed workers work twice as fast for only $1,000. You make off like a bandit. There are, however, laborers that don't accept their lot in life, and as such, they're entirely unfit to fight for our cause.
Will I be treated with dignity? Cannot we live in peace? It is better to surrender than stay here.
Don't get me wrong. As a fellow servant of peace, I'm no fan of Dr. Thrax, iron-fisted ruler of the GLA Toxin Division, our holy prophet resting upon his golden throne. Praise be his soul. But when someone says something heretical, like sacrifice 1,000 soldiers a day to clear the enemy landmines, the correct response is, where do I find these landmines? Not to assume the worst and shriek. That's how civil discourse dies.
Ah! It burns! It burns!
By the way, this game is entirely banned in China, which is
I wonder
completely
why.
justified. That is my own opinion, and I wish prosperity upon the motherland. Please don't blacklist me from China. More interestingly, this game was outright banned in Germany due to the then imminent Iraq war. The Bundessportfälle for Jugendfahrtende Medien put the game onto the list of media harmful to young people.
Also the Overdanger and Set and PewDiePie. Wow.
Get around the ban. In 2003, EA released a localized German version specifically for the German market called Command and Conquer Generale. Every unit in the game is now a robot, and the suicide bomber was replaced with this vehicle. To really sell the robot units, they put this reverb effect over all the voices. Luckily, I live right next to Germany, in a third world country known as Denmark, so I can be a full-time employee of the GLA Postal Service. Just in general, the voice lines in this game are borderline fucking comedy.
They cannot destroy China!
My hands have splinters.
I'll disguise myself as a vehicle. We're going down! We will turn them into soup!
I love this new technology.
I am alone.
Hold on, everybody!
I need protection. I cannot guarantee their safety.
Dive! Bow to China!
Turn them into mud.
Will you not let me die honorably?
This was not the plan.
I just wanted to borrow a car.
Minigana reporting for duty.
They are disabled.
You, out of my bus!
Nowhere to hide. I'm unarmed. Leave me alone, you bully!
Please, please, no!
Yeah, I manually extracted and went through 1900 sound files for the units in this game, just for that. And I don't regret the way I spent my time. I think it's quite fulfilling, to be honest. I'd say the meat of the gameplay is either playing skirmishes against CPUs or other people. As with most RTS games, that's the structural foundation of what makes the game. The skirmishes hold up even 15 years after the game's release. On hard, this game is a serious challenge, and with Rise of the Reds you can beat the game on brutal, which... yeah. CPUs in RTSs have always been very janky, and this game is no exception. Here, I've disguised a dozen bomb trucks as American bulldozers. Don't mind the fact that you guys have literally one bulldozer, and that I'm running over all your soldiers. It's probably just an accident. Then one of these 15 bulldozers turned out to be a hidden bomb truck that devastated your base. The other 14 are still nothing to worry about. One lesson I learned the hard way is that if you're gonna spend every last hard-earned dinar of your war funds on one final assault, it's a fatal error to have all the bomb trucks next to each other.
A warrior has fallen.
That was the day the mail didn't arrive. Same goes for the suicide bombers. Don't do what I did. Understanding some of the units can give you a pretty insane advantage. Against infantry, the sniper is extremely overpowered. They can easily take out 20 men in 10 seconds, then go back to being stealthed. With a sniper in a Humvee, and you can actually take them to fucking Sprinkle Town. Every faction suits a different playstyle. My favorite is the GLA, as they're optimal for rush, where you try to run down your enemies as fast as possible. The GLA structures don't require power, and your holy empire operates on cheap labor. Suicide bombers and bomb trucks are unironically phenomenal at fucking people up early game. Add in promotion abilities that give you cash equivalent to a percentage of every unit or building you destroy, a map-wide sneak attack, and the most overpowered super weapon in the game, now we're talking. For a game that's 15 years old, it's extremely aware both culturally and politically. The overarching themes of the campaign are still very relevant to this day. It's set in the near future. The United States and People's Republic of China are the world's two superpowers, and they're the targets of the Global Liberation Army, an omnipresent, borderless terrorist organization fighting as a fanatical, irregular force.
Freedom fighters!
Whether that's securing your borders and building a glorious empire for China, or acquiring cash by raiding United Nations convoys, as well as causing mass riots.
It's gonna take some
or
time.
Deploying the US military in Iraq, Yemen, and
sorry, this
eventually
is kind of a
Kazakhstan
slow.
to liberate the countries from GLA control. The base game actually ends with the GLA succeeding, and the expansion ends with China liberating Europe from the incursion. I'm surprised at how the actual storyline of this 15-year-old game is politically relevant today. I'm not even trying to make some edgy joke or whatever. Seriously, this game is very relevant in the modern day political climate. But let's talk a bit more about the gameplay. This is 0 Hour at its best. Once you familiarize yourself with the majority of the mechanics in play, and you're no longer painstakingly waiting for one unit to finish its actions. Nah. You're building your base whilst moving your armies. You're also doing everything you can to secure war funds and oil derricks, whilst simultaneously launching an aerial assault to take out the enemy super weapons. Then suddenly...
Warning, sneak attack detected.
Our base is hacking our base. They built a tunnel network inside our base without us knowing it.
No shit.
Oh shit. I'll admit it. I'm having a good time here. This is fucking gameplay. I played the expansion campaigns for all three factions, and completing them took me roughly 15 hours. Once you actually understand the game, I'd estimate 3 to 4 hours per campaign. The missions are nothing exceptional, and I think it's a better tool to get into the game than anything else. Going back to this game over 10 years after I played it originally kinda killed some of the nostalgia I had for it. It's very dated. There's no way to skip cutscenes, so remember to save all the time. This game runs in full screen, and if you tab out, it's very likely to crash. You will accidentally tab out of it if you use your mouse to move the camera. Even in the unlikely event that it doesn't crash, it often just opens up with no audio, which will require a restart anyways. There's plenty of community mods to fix a lot of these problems. Unfortunately, none of them work with the way EA and Origin reorganized the in-game files. In the campaign, many of the levels are extremely linear, and I don't like that. There's one certain way of completing the mission. You can choose to do it in a different way, which just means doing it slower. In general, a lot of the missions play super slow. There's this one mission where every enemy base is stealthed, and you just gotta scour the whole map with radar vans. Perhaps you'd like to defend against waves of enemies coming in. 80% of the mission is just waiting. It isn't challenging on any level, and level design has come a long way in 15 years. Here, they just give you half an hour to disable these 2 missile silos and put a bunch of annoying shit in the way. I forgot to save throughout the mission and captured the last silo literally a second too late, so I had to do that over.
Building capture complete. This was not the plan.
The point I'm trying to make is that by no means is this intuitive game design. To stretch the game out, they made these missions that just take way too long. I don't like when game developers confuse a game taking long with actual content. Like in this mission, you just gotta wait for these trucks to very slowly carry 20 shipments of toxins and explosives onto this American plane you're hijacking. Wait.
We will get our revenge, you filthy Americans.
Yeah, you wouldn't get away with that in 2019. To sum it up, the campaign is pretty underwhelming, and the game certainly isn't pretty. But you gotta remember that this is a 15-year-old game. If you compare Generals to other RTS games released in 2003, like Warcraft 3 Frozen Throne, it actually looks quite polished. In fact, it looks better than the vast majority of games released that year. Visually speaking, this game doesn't look terrible. It just looks old. Skirmishes against other people or CPUs is the real content of the game though. And if you can look past some of the flaws, there's a pretty rewarding and unique RTS experience underneath. Whether you want to globalize marketing, listen to terrible impressions of European accents, propagate aggressive capitalism, defend the values of the motherland, or liberate the West, this game certainly has a playstyle that you'd enjoy. After over 30 hours on this game, I then found out you can spin the camera. That would have been fucking good to know. I rate Command & Conquer General 0 Hour, don't out of play it, with an added footnote. If you actually want to bother experiencing this game the way you're meant to, download and install Rise of the Reds up to patch 1.86. It works with the game on Origin and the other version, which I trust you definitely installed from the game CD you had laying around. I included a link to an install guide which includes the download links for everything you'll need in the description. If you manage to play it without any major performance issues, I suggest you buy a lottery ticket. If you can't be bothered with all that shit just to experience a 15-year-old game, but you still want an old-school RTS experience, I point you towards Tiberian Sun and Red Alert 2. Those are both fantastic games. If you want a more modern Command & Conquer experience, check out Red Alert 3. More videos to come soon. And remember, it's not about whether or not it would be optimal for your war funds. It's about whether or not he's earned those fucking shoes.
Very underrated YouTuber.
The weapons-grade uranium shells would destroy the enemy.
Can I have some shoes?
China will not forget me!
China! Oh god. It's just a joke. Well, here is me being annoying for like 30 minutes. And talking to myself, cause I can't forget. Back and forth to my mind behind that cigarette. And a message coming from my... I guess I could play Hunt Showdown again, but no. Nope. That game needs a fucking heavy fixing. Now what is Crytek doing? I wonder. to. Snake out. Yep. I guess. Eh? Oh. Oh no.
Znači, popizdeo sam ja.
U vezi čega?
Da, došao ti je tvoj prijatelj koga zoveš na kafu, a on te ne jebe 5%.
Pa nisam homoseksualac da imam odnose sa muškarcima. Ako si to mislio podjebem.
Ne, nego zove te na kafu.
Misliš ne Fermang, ali to?
Na kafu i da ti pokaže da se pohvali da časti za neko
ne
plaćanje.
treba. Bolje da se pohvali da je kupio naočare. Inače... Da, ali nije kupio naočare.
Što ne odeš ima pregled za oči? Jel, što ne odeš na pregled za oči? Jel, ne?
Izgubio se, ovo su teme koje...
Znaš šta bi trebao prvo da proveriš pre pregleda za oči? Proveri krvni pritisak. Evo, vid oči da brljavi od krvnog pritiska.
Misliš manje jaja i slanine?
Aha.
Teško.
That's absolutely marvelous. Ne znam, moraš mu poslati SMS.
Nešto mi u životu treba da odem kod nekog polisavca da mu titram jajce.
Who dares intrude upon my research? No matter. They cannot reach me.
Kad krećeš na posao?
Ko, Milan? Kad Milan radi popodne? Kad dođe vreme za to.
Radi čisto drugo.
Da, tako nekako. Radije ne bi o tome dok je Milan ovdje.
Otište da je jedno.
Kao što rekao. Ne mogu ga ubediti da ode da uzme sebi naočare ili kontakt na sočiva. Možda mogu da ga ubedim da uzme da igra s Bomblansom.
O, Terminator vlada!
Gdje si vlada, što ima?
Tak si krenuo u Ukrajinu na strani...
Sprema se za Ukrajinu.
Tak je rešio konačno da prihvati činjenicu da su Rusi u pravu.
Pa to je lepo sa njegove strane.
Tak si prelomio. Tak je rešio, idemo da pomožemo Rusi. Tak je rekao. Ali je tako. Vidiš, evo nema ga još.
No. Attacks the other hotel. He makes it up to Roberto's room, but he was expected. The two trade shots, and Roberto gets to play the psychological villain again, finally revealing that he was Grimmer's forgotten friend from Kinderheim all those years ago. The two keep fighting, and Lunga eventually wins out, demanding to know where Johan is. Twists! A lot of fun. This is one of those oh snap moments. Now we can look at Roberto in a whole new light. He's not just some purely villainous person, he's just like Grimmer, but if Grimmer had met Johan, what a parallel to make! And yeah, I sound sarcastic because I am sarcastic. This would be an awesome twist if it had any sort of significance narratively. This comes across as a twist for the sake of having a twist. The one thing to take out of this, I guess, is to parallel Grimmer, but to what end, I don't really get. What's the point? Oh, Roberto used to be a nice kid before Kinderheim and Johan. Two things we know pretty conclusively take people and twist them into something monstrous. So the point is to reinforce that? Do we really need that? Especially now at the final hour? What does this twist add to the story? Just a weird connection that serves no point. Grimmer is dead. Roberto and him will never meet. There's no deep memories pulled out of Roberto about his old friend. No second guessing of his actions. No grand and heartbreaking confrontation between him and Grimmer as they both remember their childhood friend and realize they have to fight as a...
How is this possible? Only I
Nije
should
dobro,
be
nije
able to command
Ma
time.
ne, kad nešto dođe, nešto sam kupao preko AliExpress i potrošim pogrešno, ja ću traži da mi vrati novac, a prodavac je...
Physical representation of their metaphorical fight of ideals. Nah, it's just a twist to be a twist, and that's so disappointing. You could take it out of the story and nothing would change. Back with Tenma, he recites
Kupio nešto preko Alibabe, ne sviđa mu se.
Bonaparte admits that he fell in love with the twins'
A to
mother.
su razbojnici,
He
Vlado,
kills
kako
everyone
srađuješ
to
sa
do the
razbojnicima?
experiment, everyone who knew her. The two hit the road.
I? Šta je prodavac složio?
Beladed one. Welcome to my channel.
Ali ja neću, ja hoću da mi vrati sve ukupno oko 5 evra.
Čekaj, nisam se razumeo, predložio da ti vrati nulu.
Da.
Kako nulu da ti vrati?
Ništa.
A on misli da mi ne čitamo, nego klikćeš samo i tako to. I sada napravimo to namjerno malo konfuzno da nešto vidi šta trebam ja da radim.
Čekaj, samo malo. To je sve zbog 5 evra, jel?
Ne, nije.
Dobro, nije ni bitno koliko, bitan je princip.
Ja sam na tom mjestu, ja bi uzeo...
Kupio ugradu USB 3.0 kakva, poslije ću mu sva karta.
Ja bi sad uzeo od Takimira pancir. Platio kartu u 800 evra. I otišao i rešio to lično.
A onda ti ne treba karta za nazad, pošto se vratit nećeš.
Vlada Terminator osvaja Kinu.
Ljudi, možete
da
napravimo neki pogovor. Sad je Fire Team na popustu, to Borisu košta oko 6 evra, a da svi kupimo pa da kupimo neki to.
Koji Fire Team?
Alien Fire Team, jel tako?
Alien Fire, pa imam ja to na Xboxu.
Pa dobro, to je na Steamu, a?
Nije, na Xboxu ja. Na Xbox Passu ja.
To su posebni serveri, ne. Ne, mi smo igrali onaj Dark Tide, Warhammer Dark Tide, a Nenad je morao da kupi Steam verziju jer ne može da igra na ovim serverima.
Bolje ti je da kupiš za 110 dinara Xbox Pass, jebi ga i lepo imaš sve igre i to. A? Kako ja ti uzem, meni je već neki kolan.
Ne znam.
Idi na Microsoft Store. Idi na Microsoft Store i kupi jebote.
Znam, ali ne kaže to Vlada. Vlada može da uzme igru. Ne žele Vlada da je kupi pa da igra sam. A igrat ćemo i ja i ti. To ću ti ja reći. Koju god igru smo se ovdje dogovorili iz kanala da kao uzemo i da igramo. Igrao sam i na kraju samo ja. Znaš, samo to da ti kažem.
A na čemu je imaš ti ili ja?
Nema mi ni na čemu, kažem ako je kupim igrat ću je sam. Znajući kako stvari idu. Koju god igru da sam instalirao i...
Ja sam pustio u
Nemaš potrebe, sve je u redu, nemaš ti potrebe.
Znam ja šta je to, gledao sam ja na YouTube-u i prevodio sam se, samo mi malo taj co-op deo nervira.
Pa ja bi ga zbog njega baš i...
A ja bi to malo da bude co protiv opa, jebi ga, znaš.
Pa i bit će to, ja mislim da to tako, brate, mi igramo protiv...
Ja bi da taj op bude živ, recimo da ti budeš.
Evo bi da bude živo.
Ja imam onaj Predator Hunting Ground, koji imaš dva tima po 4 čoveka i imaš jednog koji je Predator. I sad ova dva se međusobno kolju, a svi jure Predatora, a Predator svi njih juri. Znači Predator je toliko moćan da je to strašno, ja to probao i igram. Predator Hunting Grounds je vrlo dobro. A i to je nešto polu džabe.
Snik.
Da.
Da pitamo, brate, ako hoće Neša, ja ti i ona.
Pitaj.
Dobro, kad dođe večeras.
Pitaj samo što ja...
Da istraži, jel može
Vlado,
to da se umeša sa...
ja radim po smenama, znaš, ja ne znam kad mogu naći slobodno vremena da igram s vama, tako da...
Ćemo nekad i to, brate, nije. Molim,
pitaj Tartine da istraži, jel može...
Who to find Johan, Bonaparte feeling responsible for having created him, and Tenma feeling responsible for having saved him. It's now that Nina and Dr. Gillen finally make it into town. They're directed up to the house on the hill where Bonaparte...
Slušaj, kako god, u redu. Pitaj Nenada ako bude te u redu.
Miratik, znaš ko je Miratik? Miratik je taki mir. Mir.
Čekaj za čas da vidim bre koji su ovo hardverski zahtjevi da ne bude posle džabe ste kračili.
Ne znam, pogledaj.
Vi možete, boli vas kurac jebi.
Šta ću ti ja?
Ovako Windows 10.
Tako je.
Ryzen 5600 ili Intel i 5400. Dobro, 16 GB RAM.
Rekao je da ne želi seksualne odnose sa muškarcima, ja to mi je rekao.
Treba ti GTX 1060, 60 GB ili RX 480.
Dobar.
Ti si gledao recommended ili minimum? Šta si gledao?
Ja sam gledao recommended.
Dobro,
okej. Ja imam sve to.
Znaš kako bi ti to mogu jednostavnije da uradiš? Nađu ti momci dobru ponudu i kupe ti taj Hunt Shodan, pa da se malo s njima nerviraš, znaš?
Pa ne mogu bre da igram Hunt Shodan.
Kako ne možeš?
2 godine vas slušam kako vrište i sad trebam da vrištim.
Pa treba i ti da vrištiš malo, i ti treba da se ubaciš u tu akciju. Ne samo oni da vrište.
Moja žena je počela da trenira boks jer ovdje treba da me bije po stare dane, brate.
Vidiš kako moj kum, njega fata histerija. Žena kaže, jel te kolju to?
Oho, daj džape.
A šta i on kaže?
Nema šta da kaže, ili prihvati to kako jeste, kao kritiku, ili...
R-A-D-R-A-D. Jedino da zovem Jovana ovog, samo pazi, čovjek nije igrao 10 mjeseci, igrao malo je otupeo. Znate on. Tu je. Ilane! Jedino da zovem Jovana, zna on tebi
ako se... Nisam fan toga ni kad sam vidio to u onome...
Čuješ? Jedino da zovem Jovana, on zna, tebi igrao je s tobom i Drakulom pre godinu nešto dana. Ako znaš ko je, eksperiment mu je tu na...
Ima čovjek 2500 sati, bolje tako reci.
Da, samo je malo otupeo, nije igrao godinu dana, pa je juče počeo posle godinu dana.
Bolje da nije počinje. Kada staviš alkohol ili kokain, ne želiš da počinješ opet.
Molim! A rekao sam mu 5 puta.
Nema potrebe da se ponavljaš.
Kit his drawings. They make it up just as Nina finally gets her last memory back. What happened when she was taken away for the Red Rose Mansion. She remembers what Bonaparte said to her after the deaths inside. Run far, far away as you can. Human beings can become anything. You mustn't become monsters. Nina reckons that Johann would have taken a very different path in his life if she had just forgiven him that day with the Liebets. He wouldn't have become a monster. Back in town, little Wim, a local boy, has come to tell Tenma that Nina arrived. As he does so, Johann finally shows. Tenma immediately rises to shoot him, but Bonaparte knocks him down. He raises his own gun before he's shot by Roberto, who I guess won that fight we saw Lunga winning. Roberto then dies from his own wounds, so it's just Tenma, Johann, and little Wim left. Johann says that once Tenma said all lives are equal, but surely now you understand, don't you? We're all only really equal in death. He raises his finger and Tenma sees a vision of the end. We'll come back to this, don't worry. Then Nina and Gillen run up on the scene. Nina tells Tenma to stop. She forgives Johann. She will always forgive him. But Johann says it's too late. Some things can't be taken back. I can't go back now. Dr. Tenma has to shoot me. So he grabs Wim and points his gun at him. Then a gunshot, and Johann falls. But it's not Tenma that shoots. It's Wim's father, armed by Johann's own goons, stumbling into the scene that kills the monster, pointing a gun at his son. The cops and news arrive and lock down the scene. Lunga and some others get carted off to hospitals. Lunga himself says that if Johann is still breathing, they should get Tenma to save him. Nina tells Tenma he didn't do anything wrong. Not then, and not with whatever happens next. With Wim yelling that his dad is no murderer, Tenma gets up to go and make that true. For the second time, Johann is brought in for a gunshot wound to the head, and Dr. Tenma will save his life. In the final chapters, we get to see where all our characters went. Reichman is back at his practice, Eva is still attending, she's got a job now, just trying to find some happiness, finally leaving Tenma behind and looking forward. Nina has gone back to Heidelberg University, absolutely nailing her law classes. Suk, Verdeman, and Lunga visit the grave of Grimmer to remember him. Lunga ended up reconnecting with his daughter. He also testified in the trials that followed, proving Johann the culprit in all of those crimes. Tenma, forgiven judicially and publicly, joined Doctors Without Borders. With the help of Otto's underground connections, he manages to track down the last person he needs to talk to, the twins' mother, Vieira, still alive out in southern France. He's been visiting her a lot, and here in the final chapter, she tells him what he wants to know. She wonders who the real monster is. Bonaparte for the situation that put them there, Johann for all his crimes, or her for sowing resentment into her children for the death of her partner and for what she did. She remembers their names if they're still needed. Tenma heads to Johann's hospital room. He's been in a coma ever since being shot. Tenma talks to him regardless. He says he met with Vieira, that Johann's mother loved him. You had a name. Johann sits up straight. Dr. Tenma, there's something I want only you to know. That night, when the monster came to us, Bonaparte said they'd only take one child. This is an experiment. Both children pleaded to not be chosen, and Vieira chooses one of her children before changing her mind and releasing the other. With both of them dressed the same, did she know which one she was sending? Which one of us didn't she need? Tenma jolts up, suggesting that whole sequence was just a dream, a memory of the tragedy Vieira must have told him. With Johann appearing quietly asleep, it's time to go. Tenma gets up and he leaves. The final shot, not of Tenma walking away, but of Johann's empty bed.
I've seen the end. Over and over.
This is it. This is your moment to cast judgment on Johann. You've got all the clues Monster will give you. In fact, you probably already had a natural reaction to the empty bed. Sinister, hopeful, frustrating. So here's your chance to reflect. Why did you have that reaction? Do you agree with Johann's ending? What does he deserve after everything he's done? I know this ending gets flack, but I consider this maybe the most powerful moment of the whole series. A very clear moment to consolidate your thoughts on the Johann case and make an assessment. If you've been actually engaging in the different ideas and points of view in the manga, then there should be some conflict in that assessment as well. There's a few things to talk about on the ending, so we're going to work backwards here, and we'll start with the empty bed. So, where did Johann go? Let's lay out the major options. Metaphorical. The bed is empty because the character of Johann no longer exists. His journey, ending with the gift of his original name, has removed Johann from the earth. The body remains in the bed comatose, but in the manga it's presented as empty to convey that Johann as Johann is gone. Really great idea, but a strange one when Urasawa doesn't use this art trick anywhere else in the manga. Redemption. Johann left to go and live a better life. I've seen it styled quite often as the first time Tenma saved Johann's life, the second time he saved Johann's soul. The bed is empty because Johann escaped to go start anew. Redeemed by the forgiveness of Nina and the knowledge of his true name, he took the opportunity to go and live a better life. A true monster. Johann left to go and kill his mother. Tenma just told him that his mother is still alive, and maybe even her location, so Johann has gone to kill her. He recognizes her as one of the root causes of trauma to both him and Nina, and therefore she deserves to die. Another part of his past removed. After that, going on to either another suicide or the gather the children conspiracy from another monster. The monster awakened in Johann, getting hungry once again. Those are the main interpretations of this scene, and again, your interpretation will guide you here. Over the years, I've been a pretty staunch believer in one, only to reread the manga a year later and change to another completely. Currently, I find the first one the most plausible and in line with the manga, despite the strange artistic choice. However, there are very good cases for all of them, so just roll with what you believe. It really comes down to how you view and how you assess Johann. Moving back, was Johann's little wake-up here a dream? Unclear, but most likely, yes. Johann tells Tenma a number of things that presumably Tenma had just learned from the mother. All of it comes through to Tenma in this little fever dream about his image of Johann telling him one of the deepest causes of his trauma. How the mother's choice right from the start taught him that all lives aren't equal. Hold that thought. Tenma must have nodded off during his talk at Johann and envisioned that conversation, proving that while Johann might have tried to erase himself, he lives on in the lives of those close to him. Again, going with that metaphor look at the ending, Johann as a person has gone, but the idea of him lives on in people like Tenma or Nina, reinforcing that yes, this is probably just a dream. Then of course, we could just simply say if Johann did wake up here and have a little chat with Tenma, why did Dr. Tenma not tell any of the hospital staff? You'd think he'd be on the phone to Nina immediately to get those two reconnected. So yeah, most likely just a dream. Viera's choice. Reminder that we don't know what went on with her at the Three Frogs. Some say she was living free of Bonaparte, others say she was manipulated all the time. Personally, I fall in the latter camp, but what's important here is how this Johann interprets the issue. Who was unwanted, him or his sister? Really, Viera did this in the worst way possible. She could have just thrown one of the kids. She could have gone against the experiment and thrown both. She could, and we would expect a loving mother to, fight tooth and nail to not let either child be taken. But then we come to what she actually did. She started to send one before changing her mind and sending the other, proving that she did in fact have a preference in child. If she couldn't tell them apart, she had no reason to change them. If she loved them equally, sending one is just as devastating as the other, so she would have no reason to change her mind. But she did. She almost sends Johann before changing and sending Nina. All lives must not be equal. One child was of greater value to Viera than the other. That's the message that young Johann learns. There's a strong case to be made that Johann, especially young Johann, views Nina as himself. The two of them are one person in two bodies. You are me, and I am you. The East and West monster are one. But what he learns in this scene is that Viera holds one of them as more important. There is a difference between them, something intrinsically better about one of the kids. All lives aren't equal. Saving Johann for the second time. Tenma, the absolute madman after this massive chase, ends up saving Johann again. I think Tenma's journey is best described as him tackling the idea of lives being equal while trying to find the justification to execute Johann. If all lives are truly equal, killing Johann would be the same as killing some random person. Obviously, there's got to be some more nuance than that, so Tenma goes on this grand journey where this conviction and his ideology is tested and developed. Moments such as running into characters who idolize Johann as an inherently better human, a future ruler, or racial prejudice that value is skin deep as examples. These push Tenma to gain a broader perspective. The actual things he's doing, the plot that facilitates that, being this grand chase to not only find Johann, but also to understand him. Once he gets to Ruinheim, he understands all of the big points of Johann, or at least he thinks he does. And still, Tenma chooses to save Johann's life once again. Now, I think this is actually a pretty easy one to justify in the story. Tenma is making Wim's father not a killer, spelled out pretty clearly here. But also, Tenma could trust Lunga to lock Johann down after a successful surgery. Tenma can give Johann his life back, but not his freedom. Saving his life allows him to be brought to justice for his actions, exonerating Tenma for the mid-couple murders and Grimmer's memory for the Prague police murders. The more difficult moment to pass is Tenma's hesitation to kill Johann. After all of Johann's dirty deeds, including now Grimmer and Tenma would assume Lunga's death, Tenma still can't kill him. It's a moment where all of Tenma's convictions come clashing together. There's a contention between believing all lives are equal and that one should be killed to save others. A contention between Johann is a monster that kills and manipulates others, and Johann the tortured and groomed experiment that never got a chance to be human. A contention between the identity of saving others and the identity of being a murderer, however justified. A contention between General Wolf's request that Johann be killed and Nina's desire for Johann to be saved. This cascade of contentions opposing Atlok's disparate desires culminates in Tenma's hesitation to kill Johann. And yes, it makes sense. Yes, Tenma is our virtuous hero, but he's also human like the rest of us. He is struggling with this decision. I describe Tenma's journey through the manga as him looking for the justification to kill Johann. At the end of it all, what he's found isn't enough for him to immediately pull the trigger. Tenma describes it well himself after he treats the terrorist in the Frankfurt arc. Why would you save someone who killed an innocent bystander? Because I got the sense that you were human after all. It's in this moment that Johann shows Tenma the landscape of the end, or scenery of a doomsday in the anime. And for you anime-only folks, I want to show you the contrast to the manga. The anime is this, loud, rushing wind, coats and hairs billowing, and then the manga is this. Quiet. A full 2-page spread. These pages are silent to me every time I see them. Like Tenma and Johann are in one of those moments where the world falls away, and there's nothing besides the moment itself. And then it goes into the whole whooshing tension as we expect Tenma to shoot before Nina interrupts. So what the heck is this landscape of the end? It's not overly clear in the manga, primarily because the circumstances General Wolf experiences it are much different to Johann and Tenma at the end. So yeah, there's no really easy answers here. The only hard answer we have is that when General Wolf sees it before he dies, he says, "This is what Johann saw, a world with no names." We can make some easy parallels here to the end of the Nameless Monster book, or the area most visually similar in the manga, what Wolf is specifically referencing here, the area where Johann and Nina were picked up on the German border. Besides that, there's not a particularly clear meaning to this image. Both of the parallels we see in the manga are of ending moments. For Nameless Monster, it's the end of the book, end of the story, the time where the monster inside the prince named Johann consumes himself, the monster who went west, leaving him truly alone with no one to call him by his name, a world with no names. The German border, on the other hand, is a more literal ending point in Johann's life, where the young twins fled from the monster Bonaparte to the point of exhaustion, where Nina...
Ne, nego T400. Ne, T101. Izvinjavam se, Vlad. T101. Ne T1, već T101.
T101, evo na Wikipediji.
Da. Nije da hoćete, ali nije to naša greška kao gledalaca, to su sami tvorci serijala sebe prepravili.
Najbolji, brate, znači imaš ti od njega mnogo bolje. Da, da. Pa čekaj ovako. Znam. Čekaj za čas, sad ću da ti kažem.
More rats come to gnaw at the edges of my sanctum.
Da idemo ovako. Aha, ja mislim da je ona bila te 8.
Šta ona manekenka što je glumila u kasnijem?
Asks Johan to just say her name, affirm her identity, and Johan doesn't. We are nameless monsters, a world with no names. Out of all of the moments Johan comes close to death in the manga, besides the time he actually, gets shot in the head, this is the closest to death he gets. It's also important to point out that this is the earliest moment Johan gets this close to death. So, if there was any image to portray death to Johan, it is this landscape. So, we could say the landscape of the end is symbolic of Johan's perception of death. Or, to put that more succinctly, landscape equals death's door, the great ending where your mortal coil is cut and the individual known as you ceases to be, a world without names. This is the world that Johan lives in, so to speak. A barren land where nothing of value is to be found. An existence without life. A place he is truly alone. A place where death could cut him down at any moment and it wouldn't mean a thing. Once he walked somewhere similar with his twin, but now it's too late. That connection is shattered, and some things can't be undone.
Ti ovdje baš link po
Nemoj tako, Vlada. Moj drugi Milan ne vidi dobro, ne može on to da čita, sad ću mu ja to naći da Vladan je tu.
Bravo, Snegu, bravo. Piše ovdje, brate, sve lepo. Piše ovdje sve lepo.
It reminded us.
But how do I know that? I'm John. I didn't want to believe it.
The next Terminator model seen in the film series is the T101, also known as the T800. To eliminate, along with these significant, much more dangerous than the previous models that could only fight hand-to-hand and with 20th century weapons. This new model is
Terminator is a well-known sci-fi action-adventure franchise that has been around
Evo,
since 1980.
nemoj to, Vlada, to deo mora da čita. Evo ga. Evo ti. Ne moraš ništa da čitaš, Milan, evo. Samo pusti gledaj.
Može da gledaš.
Ovo je da napreže oči.
While many of them often look human, all the models have various...
All right. So, the character creator, I think, is pretty good.
For females, yeah, obviously, very, very high quality content. Just great. Amazing. We're not gonna be a girl, though. We're gonna be a dude. Bro, put his clothes on. What's wrong with you? The fuck?
I guess to make a point about actual children.
Deliberately showing porn.
But when his best friend Cutie does an OnlyFans ad.
On top of that, sign in using your Twitch account and see which of your favorite streamers are already creating adult content on Fansly.
After a Mario Kart ad for kids, not a single word is spoken.
I think that she's right about this. I think that both of them are advertising pornography and explicit content for kids. I think that she is right. I think that there is a spectrum, and showing the porn directly is worse. But you cannot tell me that advertising Fansly and then giving examples of streamers that produce explicit content on Fansly. I know that they produce explicit content on Fansly. They are the ones that are up on the screen. How are you not going to say that's not promoting it? How does Twitch allow Fansly ads? I don't know. I find this to be a question. I don't think Fansly's a big deal. I don't give a fuck about it. But the truth is that how are you going to disallow certain streamers to promote?
This party's getting crazy. Let's rock.
What the hell is this?
I was going to be the king of this world!
Okay, that's fine. Last time he talked to Nina, she revealed that she thought he wanted to kill her all this time. So this landscape of the end is the world he lives in, truly alone. Johan shows Tenma this vision of the end. He raises his finger to his head once again, welcoming death. And Tenma, with a decent understanding of Johan, sees what Johan sees. Johan is ready to die. This callous world is the one he lives in. There is no great tragedy if he dies. Just be done with it. We should also note that Johan specifically tells Roberto that it's not for him to see. Johan really doesn't give a damn about Roberto. He's just been a tool that Johan was wielding. He's also been someone who doesn't understand Johan. Roberto takes Johan as a mentor and a leader, someone who must be protected and upheld to do great things. Flashback to when he tries to kill Nina despite knowing that Johan wouldn't want that. Roberto has been building Johan up as a figure, not a human, whereas Tenma has been doing the opposite. He's been trying to understand the human veiled beneath that figure that powerful people keep pushing. Last part to talk about here, Nina and forgiveness. Nina rolls up right at the end to forgive Johan for all his deeds. That whatever happens, she will always forgive him. If you've never come across the all for Nina argument, then this moment will probably drive you crazy. This moment is your chance to consider the option that Johan just needed forgiving all along. It sounds pretty far-fetched, so what is all for Nina? Well, simply put, the idea is that everything Johan did, he did for Nina. After the mother throws Nina to the experiment, Johan spends the rest of his life trying to protect her from their past. The longer version is, Johan loves Nina more than anything else in the world. His long-term plan for her is to protect her from ever being on the radar of the evil people of their past. When that happens anyway, he becomes the monster to hide the fact that Nina was the one taken to the mansion. So, after the Red Rose Mansion, he kills foster parents who could turn them over to the police and in turn Bonaparte. He takes on her memories of the Red Rose Mansion and convinces her that her memories were his own. She was the one spared by their mother and she didn't witness such tragedy. He takes her out of Prague into Germany to escape Bonaparte. He pulls her out of the orphanage when Kinderheim burns down and takes her west with a new foster family. And that's where we get the line that this theory is based on. Johan holds out his hands and both have gifts in it for her. Everything is for you. But when Bonaparte checks in on them at the Liebets, he kills the parents and prepares to run again. But Nina, this time, catches him. Understanding the pain he's putting her through, he tells her the monster came for them today, that she can kill him and run away now. Run so the monster doesn't catch her too. She shoots him. When he wakes up again unexpectedly, he holds out his arm to her, reaching for the one person he cares for most. But she screams and faints, and Johann cries in response. After hearing about the directors making the twins a media spectacle, he kills off the directors to hide their tracks. He runs with Nina, putting her in a new family with a chance to forget about him and live a peaceful life. Though she's still the most important person in the world to him, so he plans to reconnect with her when they're older. However, by the time they're older, powerful people like the organization are interested in them. One of the leaders of that organization being Bonaparte's right-hand man. Knowing this, he sets himself up as the one true monster that their experiments created, hoping they wouldn't go after the real monster they made, Nina. However, they do, so Johann goes back and destroys everyone chasing them, including the organization, hoping at the end of it all, Nina will not get her memories back, that she will live a happy life free of the monsters that broke their childhood, including the very memory of them. Even if that means he needs to play the villain that dies at her hands. If it means she ends up happy, he will do it. Reminder that Nina does have an actual monster inside her too. We see this in the hypnotherapy scene with Dr. Gillen. The experiments in her past did birth a monster, one which Johann in this theory knows well, a monster he hopes will never consume the one person that he loves most. There's a lot more to this theory, and it's actually far more convincing than you'd think. I'll just link out to this video if you want to dive further down the all for Nina rabbit hole. Anyways, it's this moment with Nina that should get you thinking along these lines, because this is what Nina's thinking at the moment, that Johann would not have gone on to be the monster if Nina had forgiven him that day at
Nema la kokica. Gdje kokica? Ma kokica? Iskreno? Znaš kome dočekao sad? Kokica.
Dede mraz.
Bela kokica mala. Vidovši bela i kokica. Ma šapa je kokica bre, bela kokica. Ma bela kokica je, bela, vrlo bela. I mala. Pa ni bolje. Zato sam se svađao sa jednim predavačem na programu za odvikavanje. Pošto je on mene ubeđivao zašto su narkomani to što jesu. I kao, znaš, 80 puta veća količina dopamina ili ti je hormona sreće se stvara. I onda oni imaju utisak kao da su imali neki vrhunski seks, znaš. I ja kažem, vrlo ste svi retardi koji tako razmišljate. Kažem, hoćete li nam objasniti zašto? Pred 2000 ljudi na predavanju. Ja kažem, pa eto, na primjer, prosječan narkoman ušvrka dnevno, što na iglu, što na nos, 2000 dinara ili ti dva paketića, da bi bio prividno zadovoljan posle nekog izmišljenog seksa koji nije ni imao. Pozovem neku kučku iz kraja, jebi ga, odem, pojedemo neku pljeskavicu, popijemo par pića, potrošim 2.500 dinara, imam pravi seks za te pare. I sad ti meni objasni... I sad ja kažem, ti sad meni objasni sad ko je tu lud, jer... Ljudi počeli da tapšu okolo na predavanju kad sam to rekao,
Jel to reklamiraš lokalnu javnu kuću?
Ne, ovdje nikakve javne.
Rekao sam lokalno, nisam neko...
Salon za masažicu koji nije baš masaža.
Pa to je masaža sam u penis.
Imam komšiju koji nešto lakira dole, limar, i sad mi tako sve ulazi u stan da ću ga udariti.
At the Liebits. Yes, he did something horrible, but he had the best intentions. Nina's response to Johan's supposed protection was to kill him. Perhaps if she had chosen Johan over her pain in that moment, none of this would have happened. And that's why she wants to forgive Johan. That's why she'll always forgive Johan. Now, again, you don't need to subscribe to the all for Nina argument for this scene, but we need to acknowledge that that is what Nina believes in this scene. It's such a good moment to make you think that maybe Johan did have some actually benevolent intentions this whole time. So there's a lot going on in this ending, and I can really only see this as falling flat if you haven't been paying attention to the rest of the manga. Johan getting shot again, revived, and disappearing gives you so much to chew on in regards to what's correct. What does this show for our characters? Why do I so strongly disagree with something? Why do I think that Johan deserved a certain ending, but I don't necessarily think that's where he ended up? Speaking of Johan, let's finally tackle the man himself.
Ahead of me, I beheld a darkness even greater still.
If there is one thing to start the Johan discussion with, it's this. Johan is a human being. Like all of the characters in this manga, he's a human being. A complex bag of meat and synapses, motivations and drives, loves and fears. To write him off as simply a monster is to do such a disservice to the ideas of the manga. Now, I've gone through a lot of looks at Johan, and there are some great ones out there. The problem is, he just does so much random stuff that it's hard to make a cohesive understanding across all his actions. So a lot of discussions will pick out the major scenes and draw their conclusions, but then there's all these other moments that seem to disagree with that. One of the more common ones are talks about how Johan is a true nihilist, valuing nothing, but omit his very clear affection for Nina and his explicit desire to see her again. Then the counter-modern argument is the all-for-Nina argument, where Johan's only goal was to protect Nina, and we kind of just gloss over things like him making plans with Kristoff, or the DID discussion, or, you know, killing her parents. I think there are certainly cases for both sides. Johan is complex enough to have facets of both. Like we saw with Tenma and his competing contentions, Johan is much the same. A layered and sometimes contradictory set of beliefs that make trying to figure him out, well, a bit of a mess. But I mean, that's humanity, right? The human brain is one of the most complex things in the universe, and that comes through with Johan. I wonder if you find him much the same as I do. He's bloody hard to explain, but we still kind of get him. There's that sad darkness in Johan that we intuit more than anything. We can understand him more intuitively than by listing off a bunch of character traits and ticking boxes. That being said, characters should still be understandable, even complex beasts like Johan. To bring back a point mentioned well a while ago now, when Urasawa got Johan to encounter the Nameless Monster book, I do think that was taken as a chance to clarify Johan. That Urasawa threw out some of the old motivations and characterizations that didn't agree with his more new refined Johan understanding. That is to say, it feels like Johan was too broad a character at the start, and Urasawa really nailed him down from Munich arc onwards. That's the difference between a manga where new chapters are coming out consistently versus a novel where it's all dropped at once. Things change as a manga continues and alterations can get made. The problem is those alterations can only be made going forward. The old volumes are already published. In a novel, the ending is released at the same time as the beginning, so there tends to be a lot more consistency. Now, that may sound like a criticism to Monster, and well, yeah, I guess it is, but the course correction in Munich arc onwards certainly makes up for it. It's like eggs were going to break, but Urasawa managed to make a pretty phenomenal omelette anyway. So, what I've tried to do is make sense of every single clue Monster gives us to make a cohesive understanding of Johan, from chapter 1 through 162, one that tries to pair up why he taught the kids the rooftop game, to why he sent the Frau Kampfletters, to why at the end of it all he looks so defeated that he won't even turn to look at Nina before he's shot. Is there going to be some holes to poke? Absolutely. I think the day someone creates an immutable, all-encompassing understanding of Johan is the day the world ends. So we'll be making note of some of the more significant alternate interpretations as they come up, because, well, they're certainly valid to mention. But after going through the manga so many times, trying to record all the clues, we'll focus on what I consider the most cohesive way I can understand Johan. Monster leaves quite a bit up for us to figure out. The only kind of key information to know in advance are the parts where Johan's personality seems to take a big change. There's the library, obviously, but also when Nina shoots him at the start of the story, and a smaller but still important change when he finally meets Nina again. So 4 stages of Johan if you would, but that's enough of a foreword. Let's try and piece together Johan, and let's start from the start. Johan was born a twin as part of the eugenics experiment. Genetically, a combination of his father's good looks, toughness, and perhaps some inherited Bonaparte darkness through that mess of a family tree. From his mother, likewise her good looks, her smarts, and perhaps her complicated disposition to siblings as well. Excerpt from Another Monster shows that the mother had a similarly complicated my sister is myself kind of deal going on. And let's not overlook the circumstances of the birth either. While this is something literal we can throw aside because pretty sure this thing has been well debunked, as far as story intention goes, it's important. The mother, Vieira, sows resentment into her children while she's pregnant with them. The pregnancy is not a good thing. It's not her bringing in new life as a celebration of the love she has for her partner. Perhaps at one point they were, but once she's captured and monitored by Bonaparte, things have changed. She wants her children to grow up to be the petard that Bonaparte will blow himself up with. She wants them to eventually be his destruction. Even from his earliest moments, before he was even born, Johan is being pushed and set up for actions by powerful external forces. This is exactly what happens in the story. Johan grows up and kills Bonaparte. Once Johan and Nina are born, they're ripped from their mother before getting names. The eugenics experiment is heavily implied to be a government or privately funded initiative. So, from day one, the kids were being put aside for a purpose. They're already chosen for some disgusting racial superiority scheme. You can see how the children's childhoods match up so neatly with the actual monster plot. And now is our first real schism point in Johan's story. Whether or not you think the Three Frogs experiment is real. Did Vieira escape Bonaparte's control with her kids, or was the Three Frogs an experiment in itself? For us, we're going to continue assuming that the Three Frogs experiment is true, because of the two, it's more consistent with the rest of the story. Basically, to get the escape story working, we need to make a lot more ungrounded assumptions, as opposed to the TFE, which just lines things up a lot better as we go. Bonaparte, already infatuated with the mother and with a strange appreciation for the twins, sets them up into a higher level experiment. They're placed in the Three Frogs building to live out the first 5 years of their life. During this time, part of the experiment was raising the two children as one. They dressed the same, rarely if ever left the house, and were raised by a mother already somewhat defeated by Franz Bonaparte. Then, after a time, a child would be collected, one discarded by its mother, and both ready to be reshaped into some communist or Czechoslovakian or Aryan superhumans. During these 5 years at the Three Frogs, Johann's sense of identity doesn't develop normally. From the isolation, the enforcing of a shared identity, and...
Ako meni pričaš nešto?
Da, tebi nego sam teo da se pitam.
Za Kjera kako reži, šta?
Šta si rekao, koju smenu radiš danas?
Da ima da li je Milan tu?
Nije.
Te informacije mu ne trebaju meni. Da, tu je.
Evo ga, pojavio se, molim.
Da, tu je.
Pobre, ma ne javlja se, jeboge, ja. Pa tu je, ne znam. Što? Siguran. Kako si? Pitao sam ga, ne odgovara.
Izignoris me, tako da ne znam.
Ko zna? Odgovor je ko to zna?
Tak me nekak izignorirao. Stari. Ajde Milane da čujem sad tvoju reč čuvenu. Pa zanima kako će da izgleda Atomic Heart na OBS-u.
Je li neko probao novi enkoder?
Njet.
Niko nije željen da eksperimentiše, jedino Nenad da ubedim. Mene iskreno mrzi da instaliram OBS i da ga opet namešta.
Ako te...
A ti pogledam YouTube stream, šta?
Ako te ne mrzi, baci pogled na YouTube-etu. Startirao sam igru.
Ja vas... reknem svaki put.
Što?
Pa kad god uzem nekoga da specam, taj stream traje jako kratko. Ako uzem da gledam Milana, taj stream traje 15 do 30 minuta. Ako gledam Nenada isto tako brzo rage quita.
Jesi uspeo da uđeš?
Da vidim.
Iđo,
Da.
jel tebi radi pećka?
Evo baš radi sad, evo.
A nema
Grejem, razvaljujem, što ako je toplo. Znači sedim u maj skratku kao.
A nema pita, mi jedem u mater.
Koliko je vruće, ja sam otvorio ovaj prozor tamo. Ja sam ozbiljno. Koliko je vruće?
A nema upaljene, a oni ti si isključio.
Užasno je vruće, užasno je vruće.
Pa ne ložimo ni mi, sve ne širimo, nema priča.
O, neki klikeri. Jesi uspeo doći?
Kad treba da nađeš 4 izvora napajanja da bi pokrenuo lift, jel tako?
Ебучие пироги. Дичи тут становится еще больше.
Da.
Čuo sam dobro pitanje, kaže, jel to, kaže, normalna stvar, kaže, u SSR-u, ako hoćeš pokrenuti lift, prvo možeš da pošalješ čovjeka svaki dan donese baterije da bi lift krenuo. U SSR-u, ako hoćeš... Gluposti.
Uzeo sam nešto, sam se upgradeovao da mogu da prođem kroz lasere, da me malo samo zaboli, ne znam da ću moći da prođem ovdje. Aha. Sad ću probam. Ne može. Ipak je mnogo zabolelo. Ha 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 ha.
Hi, what's up? In this video I'm gonna show you the power of the ISO. Probably something y'all already know, but this build is insane. It's the Unchained Fury with a little twist, and I called it the Fury Unchained. It absolutely slaps, it dominates. Especially when you bring a secondary weapon that you can bring with you next to your sniper. So if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to my channel for more DMZ content, maybe even leave a comment down below, and of course, snipe that motherfucking like button. Oh yeah, and of course also turn on.
Bijeli ili na što ličio?
Dosta je mračno, iskreno. Tu nema pomoći. Zbog takvih stvari ja obično napravim filter grafički. Ne, nije to s tvoje strane, igra je mračno, razumiješ.
Evo te neće još telekinezu da mi je otključa.
Moja pretpostavka da moraš dostići određeni stadijum igre da bi mogu da otključaš takve stvari. To je moja pretpostavka.
Probably some other things we don't see, Johan begins to see Nina as an extension of himself. I will live on in you. A complicated outlook where Johan understands Nina to be as much him as he is himself. You are me, and I am you. I'd say it's quite clear through Monster that Johan has affection for Nina, and I'd posit that part of that stems from this troubled understanding of identity. It's not purely a selfless affection for his sister, it's tangled in layers of complex issues of selfhood. Then the time comes. Bonaparte arrives and Johan is almost thrown away. But he's not. He sees his mother pull him back and throw Nina to the wolves. In short order, his mother is taken away as well, and Johan is left, for the first time in his life, alone. Left with the time for his young brain to interpret what just happened. It's suggested Nina spends just over a week in the Red Rose Mansion before she makes it back. So Johan waits and thinks. Mother threw one of us aside before changing her mind. We were dressed the same. We are the same. Could she tell us apart? Is there an apart to tell between us? If she couldn't tell, she wouldn't have changed her mind. So who was unwanted? Me or my sister? Why is one of us more valuable than the other? We are the same. Just imagine that for a moment. You're 5 years old, maybe 6. You watch your mother throw your sister, who you love, away like she's nothing. You watch your mother leave afterwards. You're left alone for the first time, feeling everything you understand about life, your home, your safety, your very identity broken apart. And you have to interpret that as a 5-year-old. This is an experiment. As part of dealing with this, Johan turns to a book for comfort, something to pull him out of issues much too grand for an isolated child to comprehend. He turns to a book named The Nameless Monster. And this is what stops him from falling apart as he waits for someone, anyone, to come back home. For the rough week he waits, The Nameless Monster is what gets him through. Something already in the house alongside some of Bonaparte's other books. As Johan pulls himself together trying to understand his identity again after this big shift, The Nameless Monster is what he builds his identity around. He and Nina must be this nameless monster. A week later, Nina finally returns. Welcome home. Johan gets Nina to talk about what happened to her. Again and again they talk about it. Blurry identities taking and shifting the story between them, creating a confusion of who really went. By the end, Johan believing that he was the one who went. However, deep down, Johan knows that it really was Nina. But for now, he's convinced himself that it was him. And it's these experiences, alongside his upbringing in the Three Frogs experiment, that makes the monster inside him. A dark personality that remains a part of Johan hereafter. Quick pause here. How do we know it's now that Johan takes on these memories of the Red Rose Mansion? What if he knows the truth but is just hiding it from Nina, stopping her from becoming a monster? Well, shortly he's going to get to Kinderheim, and by that point he's already considered a monstrous masterpiece. The events of the Red Rose Mansion heavily implied to be the reason why, or at least the trigger on the gun TFE loaded. See what happens to Nina when she recounts the Red Rose Mansion. So this is our most likely point where Johan grows or is given the monster, especially considering the extreme actions he goes on to do. During their discussion in the Three Frogs, Nina doesn't remember or has already started repressing what Bonaparte actually said to her at the very end. So the pair believe the monster is still after them. Their mother still hasn't returned home. The monster probably got her. They need to run. So after a time, the twins burn down the Three Frogs building. They do a sloppy job and at least one of them needs to be rescued from the fire, but they do both get out. Next stop, as far away as they can get. They start heading towards the border but encounter a nice couple on the way. The couple start talking about adopting the kids, but reckon they should at least call the police in case someone is searching for them. Police means powerful people. Powerful people means the monster will find them. Also mixed into that is something that will become increasingly apparent in Johan, a deep distrust of parental figures. Parents should care for their kids, but they don't. They will feed you to monsters. They won't return for you. They will abandon you. These people will get me killed. These people will get my sister killed. The monster inside Johan knows how to solve this problem. So Johan distracts Nina and kills the couple, much to the satisfaction of the monster inside him. The two continue on. They need to get away. There's the old proverb about the two dogs fighting over a person's soul. The dog that wins is the one you feed. That's probably the most apt way to describe Johan before the library. But not that the two dogs are something separate. The two dogs are Johan. One side, Ernest desires to escape the monster and protect himself and his sister. The other side is the monster, the broad term for whatever darkness Bonaparte managed to sow into him. Reminder that some things in the monster universe are much darker than they appear when we read them. The children's books are a clear example. The Red Rose Mansion Massacre is another. Now there is this monster inside Johan, a darkness in him that wants to watch the world burn and dance among the flames. something that will continue to push him to take grim actions to solve his problems.
Ja, hakovanje. To sam gledao već ranije.
Da, ali ne znam kako da ga...
Ozbiljno.
Aha. Samo što mi ga okreće za 2 mesta i jebem u materiju.
Vjerojatno moraš da napraviš par punih krugova da bi se okrenulo kako treba.
A?
Vjerojatno moraš da okreneš par punih krugova da bi ti ga okrenulo kako treba.
Neće, ne mogu da ga uskladim. Čekaj, znam.
Plave treba da idu levo, crvene desno. Jel' tako? Vidim po tim lampicama. Prošao jesi?
Не оказалось.
Выражаю полное согласие с вашей позицией.
Ладно, пошли искать колбу. Хоть двери в цех теперь искать не придется. Можно сразу через окно пролезть.
Sahranjenje data, snimanje pozicije, šta? Sahranjenje data, snimanje pozicije, šta?
Da je,
I gdje ona može biti?
Ovdje da uletim u ovaj polimer, ali...
To ti kao cev za teleportaciju, šta je to? Znatio sam da ima mnogo tih brkatih robota.
U ovaj polimer možda uđeš kao...
Da, cev za teleportaciju, znam. Transport tube. Gledao sam. Ništa, što već nisam vidio drugim igrama. Kao plivaš tu?
Da, u tom polimeru plivaš. Ja. A da li je moguće da me sjebuje?
Regularni protivnik.
Ajde, šapol. Jebo mater, ako ja znam šta sam ja sad kupio, je.
Kako misliš šta si kupio? Mhm.
Molim. Ključi YouTube da vidiš šta se igra.
To ti je kao bio šok, Milane, samo ala Russian. Muzika je dobra. Kad ima muzike, koliko Boris nije.
Šta hoće, baš je odlična. Aha.
Muzika je dobra.
Odlična je igra, može kažemo šta hoće. Baš je odlična. Aha.
Такая колба подойдет?
Судя по форме диаметра, да.
The future cannot be denied. Escape is impossible. Escape is impossible. Still so much to learn.
Marš. Kurac.
I've finally done it. The epoch is fated to enter my sanctum in this approximate timeline. I must only wait for it to fall into my grasp. Then I can't seem to recall. No matter.
During this time, they stay with a few couples before finally getting to the border. Joseph and Clara, Beidegger and Schlegel, each one ending the same way as the first. Parents can't be trusted. They will feed you to monsters. They will abandon you. So again, Johann kills them, feeds the monster inside him, and keeps running with his sister, all the while hiding it from Nina. Their flight leads them to the German-Czechoslovakian border, where they finally drop from exhaustion. Nina asks Johann to affirm her identity, to say her name, but he responds with what he believes to be true. We don't have names. We are nameless monsters. The two fall and are picked up by General Wolf. Wolf, reading the Nameless Monster book that Johann had with him, decides to name the boy Johann, and he refers to it as awakening something within him. Up till now, Johann's identity was being built up again. After its first destruction when Bonaparte came and took his mother and sister, he's been building up his identity again using the Nameless Monster as his framework. Now, Wolf gives Johann the name Johann and affirms him as being the Nameless Monster. It did awaken something inside Johann. It confirmed an identity that Johann had been seeking. The monster that he believes Bonaparte put inside him in the Red Rose Mansion isn't just inside him. It is him. He is the monster. But this also throws a wrench into some deeply held beliefs. Is he more than this? If he is the nameless monster Johann, what is Nina? Will he eventually consume her, like the story says? Eventually, Johann wakes up again and is separated from Nina. Nina is sent to one orphanage, Johann to Kinderheim 511. The person responsible for this is General Wolf. So Johann plans to show Wolf exactly what he's feeling, push him to extreme isolation so he understands what he has done. It's a punishment for separating him from Nina. Look what happened last time they were separated. Locking them into separate orphanages is effectively isolating Johann. He's losing a part of himself and the person he's closest to in the world. But also it's somewhat a twisted affection. Wolf did save their lives after all. These push Johann to give Wolf such a cruel blessing, to show him the world as Johann sees it. So he's shuffled off to Kinderheim 511, where he stays for 3 years. He's trained here in all of the skills the monster would need. How to kill others with words, how to fight and handle weapons, how to manipulate and control. He's also drugged heavily while inside the facility. And we see the story he clings to as the researchers try to pull out his deepest truths is the nameless monster. They also broach on the other deep drives of young Johann, his sister, and how he knows deep down that he was the one who waited for her when she went to the Red Rose Mansion. all of this is another layer in the complex destruction of Johann's young mind. Kinderheim actively tried to get its students to lose their identity, to become a pawn of the state. However, Johann managed to get through this with at least his core thoughts intact. I love my sister. There is a monster coming, I am a monster too. There's also the case that unlike the other children sent there, Johann already had a broken identity. There wasn't a strong locus to discard, and Kinderheim wasn't able to dislodge how deep the monster runs in Johann's psyche. After 3 years, Johann manages to finally get Kinderheim to self-destruct. He manages to successfully get a rumor circulated around the facility, which drove the children crazy. Then the kids rallied to take down the staff, and in the end, it all fell apart as the inhabitants killed each other. Johann watching the carnage with genuine interest. This time, it's not someone subjecting him to the horrors. He's in control this time. He's feeding the monster. Before he leaves Kinderheim, Johann meets with Christoph, and the two of them make a plan. They'll take what they've learned here and make themselves untouchable. Well, what do they need? Money and political power. Each one will take an avenue, and then they can combine forces when they're older. Christoph takes political power as his objective, so Johann takes monetary power. Could this be the way to never be put into another situation like this? With enough power, he can keep himself, keep his sister, safe. So, the two split. Johann manages to find the East German trade advisor and his wife, the Liebets, and convinces them he's such a dashing young man, they should adopt him. But if you're adopting me, I have a sister too, you'll need to get her as well. So, Johann now Liebet reunites with his sister, and in short order defect to the West alongside their parents. Even better for Johann to focus on the plans he just made with Christoph. Then things change once they arrive in West Germany when Bonaparte comes to visit. Bonaparte came to visit the kids while they were asleep, but Johann noticed. And this brings those memories Kinderheim had tried to bury right back to mind. The monster, the real monster, found them. His new parents let the monster in. They're going to feed them to this monster once again. It affirms everything Johann has believed about his foster parents the whole time. They are not safe here. It doesn't seem like Bonaparte is going to take anyone tonight, so Johann pretends to stay asleep. As soon as he's gone, Johann gets up. Nina is still asleep. Perfect. He finds a gun and kills the Liebets. Now he needs a new plan. They ran, and the monster still found them. As he's thinking though, Nina wakes up and finds him gun still in hand. And she's scared and upset. She pieces together that Johann killed all their other foster parents. Johann wonders, why doesn't she understand? The monster came to take us away. This is what parents do. But Nina isn't thankful. She's scared of Johann. She sees him as the monster here. And maybe he is, he thinks. He's the dark half of the two of them. Maybe in destroying him, he'll take this darkness to the grave with him. After killing the Johann monster, Nina will be prepared to kill the Bonaparte monster if he ever comes back. Besides, Johann still has some confusing co-identity issues with his sister. They are the nameless monster. It's okay if I die. You are me and I am you. Johann thinking maybe if he dies, he will get to live on in Nina without this monster inside him. He raises his finger to his head, accepting death, the best solution his young mind can come up with. And Nina shoots him. Next thing he knows, Johann is waking up in a hospital bed. But why is he still alive? He took a gunshot to the head. He should be dead. But he's not. What does that mean? What it means is that he's chosen by fate. He faced certain death and lived. And now he has a whole new outlook on life. Death is no longer something to run from. It's something to straddle the line of. A game of fate where if you win, you live. Death is no big deal anyway. Death is far more common than life. That's just Johann thinking through what's just happened. More physically, what's happened is the trauma of being shot has pushed the darkest parts of his history deep down, causing him to forget the Red Rose Mansion, though memories of Kinderheim and what he promised to do to General Wolf still remain, a deeper darkness being locked away. Johann plays the role of being in a coma until he can make his escape. He overhears Dr. Tenma discussing the circumstances of why he saved Johann's life, also his grievances at the hospital administration. To thank Tenma, to thank fate for choosing him, Johann goes and miraculously kills those 3 doctors with the poisoned candies. Before the doctors steal that candy, however, Johan sees his sister again. Hearing her come in causes him to drop the coma act and reach out for her, tears in his eyes. She really did shoot him. Why did she look so scared looking at him just now? And maybe more importantly, she didn't get away. Why didn't she run away? This is the split point for Johan's outlook on Nina. Up until now, it's been the two of them. Even separated and stuck in Kinderheim, the memory of Nina is what he's most scared of losing. But after what happened with the Liebits, he understands she'd do better without him. So now, mission get the hell out of the hospital needs to happen even sooner. Well, the doctors are already poisoned, so in the commotion that follows the announcement of their death, Johan finds Nina, grabs her, and flees. He runs into Reinhard Dinger on the way and convinces him to shelter these runaway kids. Here, his Kinderheim skills kick in. Johan turns Dinger into a serial killer. 1, to make sure Dinger won't run to the police, and 2, to test his manipulation skills. He's going to need them. He's probably going to need to make use of Dinger at some point. And 3, to feed the monster. Johan takes Nina and runs again. They still need to get out of the city that Bonaparte found them in. So he heads south, about 300k south to Heidelberg. Here, he sets Nina up for her new life with the Fortners, a family that he stayed with for a time before leaving Nina there. Note that with his memories pushed further down, Johan is a lot more lenient with parental figures at this time. Using his own manipulation skills to pile on to her current trauma, Johan gets Nina to forget her past. Forget the Liebits, forget Prague and the Three Frogs, forget him. And this is an incredibly crushing moment for him. He has to erase his memory from the person most important to him. His only consolation is a deal he makes with himself. He'll return to her on her 20th birthday to tell her everything. This isn't goodbye forever. So Johan goes out and lives and learns. He bounces around the place from foster family to foster family, taking advantage of childless couples' desire for children, or people who were simply lonely. Johan's desires around this time are based off what he was thinking pre-gunshot, a cold mix of what Johan felt he needed to do to escape the monster, and what Kinderheim programmed him to do. Learn to withstand fear, become the future Supermen to lead the country, accrue financial power. And this is what he does. With the blind man, he learns about fear and how people respond to it. In the underground bank, he accrues financial power and throws it away to see what it can do, what its true value is. He's developing to make himself untouchable. While those are the more perhaps admirable ideas, there is still the monster inside Johan that enjoys watching the chaos unfold. The one born out of the Red Rose Mansion and developed inside Kinderheim. The one that wants to stand alone at the end of the world. The monster is amused by the stories of terror. It enjoys watching the chaos in the wake of the underground bank's collapse. It enjoys manipulating couples to let him into their life. Besides the penultimate couple he gets to, the most important person he stays with is Frau Kempf, a widower. Kempf is the only solo parent that Johan is suggested to have stayed with. She's also the first person in the monster timeline to hear the "Help, the monster inside me is about to explode" message. Johan sends her a number of letters with the message in it. And this is where the DID idea actually gains some credence. I mean, he ticks a lot of boxes. The message is part a cry for help from a woman who symbolically represents Johan's mother. There is still this unsure child in Johan's psyche deep down that is waiting for his mother to return to him at the Three Frogs. It's also the monster acting out of that resentment. It's a taunt. This is how all the monster messages work. They're both on one level a cry for help. Nina is correct in her assessment here. But they're also a challenge for someone to step up to the monster to be crushed. During this time, he also looks into his own history at Kinderheim. In doing so, he finds a few alumni as he goes, picking up Roberto as a trusted pawn for him to use. Another monster also suggests Johan was looking into Stefan Joss before Richard shot him, that Johan was the one to vilify Richard for that killing in the media. Also during this time, around when Johan was 15, he set up the underground bank, something he would only abandon around the time he went to go see Nina. At age 17, Johan becomes the adopted son of another family by the name Liebit, his so-called ideal family. In a few years, Johan is going to reunite with Nina, and he's setting the groundwork for that now. Here is a second chance for us to be a happy home. The last time we were truly together was with the Liebits. Let's go back and do things right this time. I'm strong enough now to protect us from the monsters. I may be a monster, but I'm the monster on your side. Johann even goes back to his original name, Johann. He also manipulates these Liebits into being overly accommodating to him. However, it doesn't take too long for the monster to get hungry again, so he goes to live with the Springers and works on taking out people close to General Wolf. Here, he also organizes the death of all his previous foster parents, recruiting Junker's crew to help with those killings. He's erasing his history. He also begins to make long-term plans to take over the empire of one of the strongest economic players in Germany, Hans Schuwald. His long-term plan has always been to gain legitimate financial power, and this is his avenue to do so. To begin with, he starts killing off those closest to Schuwald, and this included a time of living with Schuwald's former lover, Margot Langer, before he kills her as well. After the mid-couple murders start coming to light, Johann decides he needs to kill off Junker's crew to stop them connecting things back to him. He takes care of Fritz and Boris, but Junkers gets away. Johann ends up chasing down Junkers to his hospital room, kills a guard, and then chasing him further to the under-construction building. And here he meets a face he hasn't seen in a long time, Dr. Tenma, who's come in pursuit of his patient. Here, the monster enjoys this conversation, enjoys executing Junkers in front of Tenma and starting Tenma on this big revenge quest. Much like the monster messages, Johann is partly wanting to be stopped, but this is also partly a taunt. From a more tactical point of view, Johann has created himself a fall guy in Dr. Tenma. Chase me, follow my crimes, be at all the crime scenes, let my legacy be yours kind of deal. And then he calmly walks away, knowing Paragon Tenma won't be able to stop him. And then we finally come to Johann's 20th birthday, the time he's set to go and reunite with Nina. He finds her at Heidelberg University and watches her, gaining her email address and sending her the message, "I was born to smother you in flowers." This makes a lot more sense if we follow the TFE, and that Bonaparte had more than just the Nameless Monster book there. He also put Big Eyes, Big Mouth in the Three Frogs. In that book, the devil, the monster, makes a deal with Big Mouth to make his garden full of flowers, much to Big Eyes' joy. Johann, having read that book and believing himself the monster, interprets his role as smothering Nina with flowers, making her the happier Big Mouth, not Big Eyes. From his time in the underground bank, Johann knows about 2 local cops who sell confiscated drugs back to the gangs. Using this information, he blackmails those 2 cops, Messner and Mueller, to go and kill the Fortners. Johann sends an email to get Nina to meet him at Heidelberg Castle so he can remind her of their past. He pays someone to pose as a gardener to keep Nina there at the castle. He doesn't want her returning home to find her parents dead before he can talk to her. Surely, once he's reminded her of everything that's happened, she'll be happy to leave those people behind. Yes. She might even be happy that they're dead. Then they can go and live together as the Liebits again, this time safe under Johann's protection. Before he gets there, however, Tenma arrives and takes her away. So Johann arrives to see the gardener tied up and kills him, removing another loose end, another crime to be laid on Tenma instead. He even hides the tie to further implicate Tenma. Afterwards, he learns what's happened, that Nina went back and witnessed her parents dead. This was what Johann was trying to avoid. Without the context of their shared history, she must hate him. Johann flashes back to what happened at the previous Liebits and how Nina responded to him in the hospital. There's no coming back from this now. She'll hate me. This was my shot to bring her back, and I blew it. Well, what's left for him? What's left for him is what the monster wants him to do. So with the more admirable goals of Johann crushed, the monster's goals are the only ones left. Johann starts manipulating people to kill off all his remaining foster parents. Jürgens kills Kemp, Sunflower kills the Springers. Johann leaves a message with Sunflower, as that's the most recent murder to occur. If a Dr. Tenma finds you, tell him his fate has already been decided. Egging Tenma on further, Johann is committed to letting Tenma take the fall for him. Johann goes back to the Liebits and works on the Schuwald plan some more. Johann already knows Schuwald had a son via Margot Langer, something he learned during the brief time he spent living with her. So he sets up another student, Edmund Farron, to be this estranged son. Likewise, he's still working on General Wolf, although that plan is nearly complete. Wolf will be meeting with another head of this organization he's a part of, so Johann heads over to kill that person. As he does so, he learns about what the organization is up to, how they've kidnapped Nina and want to install him as some supreme chancellor. Johann finds this person Wolf came to meet, this Professor Gedrick. He kills him, kills his men, and leaves Nina the opportunity to leave peacefully. He doesn't think that he should face her anymore. He also leaves a message for General Wolf, who he knows will come soon, to see the message on the water tower, to remind him who did this. Reminder that Wolf named Johann based off the nameless monster. This is a pointed taunt, and it's pointed at Wolf. Johann goes back to Munich and continues with the Schuwald plan, getting hired on as one of his readers. Now he has his foot in the door. He also heads out with Edmund Farron to investigate Red Sophie and why Schuwald keeps visiting her. Johann at this time is solely focused on the Schuwald plan. Nina was rescued, she'd do better without him. The monster side of Johann is at the wheel. He calls in Roberto and gets him set up with Red Sophie to learn any extra information she may have been hiding at this time. Then Carl and Lottie hit the scene, and Johann learns that Carl is Schuwald's real son. He pushes Edmund Farron into killing himself, and now Johann can get close to Schuwald's real son instead. He gets close to Carl, connecting with him over his mother, and then leverages that friendship to eventually get father and son reunited, cementing himself as someone trustworthy at Schuwald's side. Johann ends up taking over certain aspects of Schuwald's business, which go exceptionally well. Johann putting his skills from the underground bank into practice once again. During this time, Johann kills Richard Brown for getting too close to the truth. The monster is in perfect form, manipulating and breaking down Richard's rickety sense of hope. He sends out Roberto to take care of Reichwin as well, but this gets stopped by...
Teško me pratim šta radiš kad si u zatvornom prostoru. Uvijek sam igra izgleda mnogo svetlije kad si napolju.
Ko znam, meni nije nešto pretjerano mračno.
Tebi možda nije, ali... Što si tako sebi podesio monitor?
Ja ušao uopšte ovdje. A pogledaj ovi crtani filmovi kao ludilo. Vrte, nupa gađi. Ti gledao nekad to?
Da, vidim, kao...
A to je onaj ruski crtani film Nu Pagađi, onaj Vuk i Zec, ta stoji.
Da. A šteta. To piše po šteta svega.
Da, po šteta. Što sam serioza? Sad uspio da se vratim, svi bio je. Ha ha ha.
Tenma. Good. Tenma is here to take the fall for what comes next. It's also during this time that Johan teaches the neighborhood kids the rooftop game to teach a reflection of the worldview he received after being shot by his sister. I don't think to Johan he sees this as anything bad. Death is just as natural as life. Children dying is no big deal to him. With the monster in the pilot seat now, dying was just about the best thing that could have happened to him. Almost dying helped the monster to gain more control over Johan. But now it's time to advance the Schuwald plan. Tenma is here now. Schuwald is planning a book donation, which would be the perfect place for Tenma to assassinate Johan. Johan gets Roberto primed to take Tenma's gun on that day and kill Schuwald instead. Yet another crime laid at Tenma's feet. But we come to the moment we've all been waiting for. Johan, while scoping out the library, encounters the Nameless Monster book by pure chance, and suddenly, the identity changes. This is the moment where Johan gets all his memories back. Encountering the book that he built his young identity around rips open all those memories and has them flooding back. That it was Nina who went to the Red Rose Mansion, Bonaparte and what he did to Johan's family, his mother's choice. The monster and his childhood come into alignment, an integration of the monster inside him and the identity Johan built for himself. He finally has full understanding of who he is. Or rather, that the person he thought he was false. There was a deeper darkness that he locked away that he now remembers. Johan throws aside all his plans of becoming financially powerful, of being the last one standing at the end of the world. Whatever darker, even further reaching plans that he was hatching in the back of his mind. Now, all that malice and planning is taking a more personal turn. It's all directed into understanding his past, understanding himself, and following that trail. After he's released from the hospital, he gets a message from Red Sophie, basically extorting him, so he kills her. And then it's time for the book donation ceremony. Johan manipulates a librarian into dousing the area in gasoline so the whole thing can be set ablaze. As Schuwald gives his speech, Johan gives the signal. The library bursts into flames. In the chaos that follows, Johan takes his moment with Schuwald. He gives Schuwald the message that he's got his memories back, instilling a deep and great fear of him into Schuwald. Now anyone who comes following after him and finds Schuwald will get this message. I understand my past. Do not pursue.
Šta radiš? S tom kuglom? Vratno te ubaciš tu mašinu, eto šta. To me je pretpostavka.
Ne znam, kako da ga ohladim jebote, čime da ga ohladim u pičku materiju?
Ima li nešto u okolini što proizvodi hladnoću?
Sue. Slightly surprisingly, Tenma overcame Roberto and runs down to confront him. If Tenma is down here, then he must have killed Roberto. And if he killed Roberto, he'll kill me too. Johan raises his finger to his head. He's on the precipice of death once again. And just like in the rooftop game, he walks forward. If he survives, he continues to be chosen by fate. And it works. Tenma doesn't shoot him. Nina even runs in and tells Tenma not to shoot. So Johan keeps walking, only giving himself a brief turn to see Nina again. She's pointing a gun at him. He turns back and leaves, only to hear the sound of Nina shooting at him as he goes. Looks like she really does want to kill him. It's time to get out of Munich. Next stop is tracing the clues of his history. He needs to go to Prague, the place where the monster had him right at the beginning. At this point, Johan knows it was Nina that was taken to the mansion. If the monster is still lurking about, it'll be looking for Nina more than him. So Johan dresses up as his sister and takes on the earliest name he remembers her by, Anna. While he's here, Johan also looks into one of the few remaining Kinderheim staff, Reinhard Biermann. Johan kills Biermann, but later learns that Biermann kept materials from Kinderheim. Materials including a tape with a recording of him on it as a child. Something which secret police are currently looking for. Best way to learn about the secret police is to start with the regular police. Johan seduces rookie detective Jan Suk and gets some information out of him. Also dropping Suk a few clues for him to follow on his own, the 3 frogs and Grimmer. Now, if Suk finds anything, he'll tell Johan, a trusted confidant. Johan ends up taking out a few key secret police as well, including Patira and, indirectly, Zeman. While in Prague, he also has a little unexpected therapy session with Milos, where Johan lays out how he's feeling right now. Who wanted you? There's more death than life in the world. What is your reason for living? Clearly talking about himself and coming to terms with some things. Yes, this is showing how little Johan cares for the lives of others as well, willing to break a young child the way that he was broken. It's also him coming to terms with the memory of what his mother did to him in his own twisted way. Through the Suk connection, Johan eventually gets his hands on the Kinderheim tape, recording over his past self with a message for the incoming Tenma. I know where I must go. I finally figured it out, Dr. Tenma. The tape having a pretty clear moment of Johan describing the Red Rose Mansion, Johan's next destination, where he must go. But also, why is Johan still egging on Tenma? Well, now the script has changed. Instead of leaving Tenma out to dry for all his crimes, Johan is essentially committing death by doctor, pulling Tenma along until Johan has achieved all he needs to and can be killed. The Red Rose Mansion is not his only destination. Johan also comes to the realization he should die, a final destination. His last lifeline, so to speak, was Nina, but she openly shot at him in the library. He has nothing left now besides tracking down the original monster and killing him. When Tenma eventually kills him, Johan will be lost to history, his past erased, only to be forgotten by the world. In the middle of this, Tenma gets himself arrested, so Johan has to detour back to Dusseldorf. He gets Roberto set up as Tenma's lawyer to make sure Tenma gets out, one way or another. It's through this time in Dusseldorf that he becomes aware that the organization is still looking for him. The organization apparently including his old buddy Christoph. After hearing about Tenma's jailbreak, Johan leaves a note for him at Verdeman's. Save me, Kenzo! He's egging Tenma on further, knowing full well Eva is safe with Chapek and Christoph. While at Verdeman's, he also looks for any information he can find on Franz Bonaparte, including the location of the Red Rose Mansion. Johan heads back to Prague and burns down said mansion. I understand everything now, where we've been, where we're going. There's 2 people left that Johan needs to take care of, Peter Chapek and Franz Bonaparte. Neither of these men will be granted a quick death. Both will lose everything they have left before Johan lets them die. Thankfully, Johan already knows where one of these men are. Johan heads back to Germany once again and reconnects with Christoph and Chapek. Here, Johan has to cover up a few of Christoph's mistakes as he starts to break apart the organization. He's already killed Gedrick and Wolf, Christoph is secretly already on his side. Besides Chapek himself, the baby is the last influential person in the group. So, Johan gets Christoph to kill the baby. This all drives Chapek crazy, realizing Johan was in control the whole time. Johan goes to Chapek and gets a clue to the location of Bonaparte out of him. He leaves Chapek behind, to be killed by Nina, who was being brought in. Since Nina wanted to kill Johan, surely she would kill Chapek too. They're both monsters. But Nina doesn't, and she heads with Chapek to where Johan summoned her. Johan is ready to say his final goodbye to Nina before he goes and kills Bonaparte. Finally, he can speak with his sister. But she shows up with an alive Chapek, so Nina must not kill monsters, she just wants to kill him. She must perceive him as something worse than the monsters they're running from all those years ago. Johan, to an extent, is still doing these things for Nina. It's through the destruction of these monsters from their past that they'll be safe. And now, Johan confirms that he too is one of the monsters in Nina's past. And assumedly, from her perspective, he must be the most monstrous one of all. As they talk, Nina shares that she knows that it was her that went to the Red Rose Mansion back at the start. Finally, she must understand him then. Understand why he did all the things he did. She'll fathom the monster inside her as well, and it will explain everything to her. But that's not what happens. Upon finally confronting that truth, she puts the gun to her own head. To Johan, she's basically saying to him, this is what you should have done. You should be dead. If I was in your shoes, brother, this is how I would respond. Hearing Tenma on the way, Johan leaves, knowing Tenma will pull his sister back from the edge. It's after this conversation with Nina that Johan says he awakens from a dream, now seeing the real ending. Nina affirmed his plans. Johan feels he needs to die. The only thing left he can do for his sister is die, hoping all the monsters of their past go with him. So he begins cleaning up all the killers he's manipulated, finding some time to track down Bonaparte off the clues Chapek gave him. He calls in Roberto and heads for Ruinheim to bring it all to an end. Johan knows Tenma won't be far behind, but sends another email to Nina. Come, witness the end of it. See me and Bonaparte dead, so you can move on with your life. Notice that he sends the email after the town starts flooding, knowing Nina will get to Ruinheim too late to be caught up in any carnage. Johan watches the bloodbath start to unfold in Ruinheim, spending some of that time in the house on the hill with all of Bonaparte's sketches in it. Here, Johan weeps for what could have been, the happy life for him and Nina that never and can never happen. One final push towards the ending he's stepping towards. Once Tenma and Bonaparte are together and alone, Johan comes out to meet them. Roberto takes care of Bonaparte, so now it's just what Johan has been building towards. Death by doctor. By this point, surely Tenma knows him well enough. Pass judgment, execute me. Then Nina rolls up and says what he's been wanting to hear for so long. He's forgiven. She understands. She finally understands why he's done all these things. But it's too late now. He can't even turn to look at her. He's done too much. Let him die and be done with this whole thing. Johan grabs nearby Wim to push Tenma to shoot him, but unexpectedly...
Stop! You get away from my son!
And that is the best cohesive understanding of Johan I can give you. I'm on team metaphorical ending where Johan stays in a coma, so Ruinheim is the last of his actions. That little bit with the mother, definitely Tenma's fever dream. So yeah, that's as best as I can put together Johan. One to take into account all the ideas attributed to him through the series. Is there a lot of hoop jumping to make the motivations work? Yeah. Has it got some holes? Yeah. Would Johan's character be a lot stronger and clearer if we just removed a handful of moments? Oh, you betcha. Looking at you, Frau Pamphletters. But as written, this is the best way I can piece him together cohesively.
Your path and mine are almost exactly the same, right, Dr. Tenma?
Let's finally talk about some side characters. Now, the whole reason we split them off to talk about here is because side characters are one of Urasawa's big writing strengths, quickly creating likable people with a self-contained little story that, while satisfying enough on its own, also builds into the larger ideas of the story and the lead's journeys. I know a lot of the praise of Monster goes to Johan, but damn, these side characters pull weight, so let's hit the ones we've put aside. Mora. This is the journalist Tenma meets right at the start. He's dismissive at first of this 10-year-old killer, but after talking to Tenma for a bit, he gets sucked into the story. He ends up bonding with Tenma while they're poring over records to try and find the Fortners. Mora is a big setup for Richard Brown later on. His wife and daughter left him for working too much. Sounds kind of familiar. He lays out some comments about how he would respond to someone who would do such heinous crimes. Kill them without a moment's hesitation. Also, kind of familiar. Despite having a lot of passion behind his career, Mora does want to get his wife back. As he opens up to Tenma, he starts coming around to the idea of going to reunite with his family. The last time we see him, he's fully on board, agreeing to give up smoking once Tenma gets back from Heidelberg Castle safely. But of course, that never happens, and he's killed by Detective Mueller alongside the Fortners, before he can reconnect with his family. Also, sounds kind of familiar. At a basic level, we can say Mora is a big emotional setup. We quickly...
Srpski ti svi razumeju, evo te. Če stari, bum, ispekal neke čevape sad, ne? Jel jesi? Jeli da jesi, ja? neke kevape. Ajde pa se čujemo za pol ure. Skoka.
Get attached to this guy who just wants to go and reconnect with his family, only to have him killed off. Emotional stakes and emotional payoff. It's reinforcing how monstrous Johan is by giving us our first batch of truly likable characters being killed off. So far, it was just the hospital upper staff who we're not supposed to like, and Yonkers who, you know, helped kill all those families in the mid-couple murders. So now we're getting a real emotional hook to despise Johan on a personal level. These are the ways Mora builds Monster's story, but each of our side characters are also instrumental in understanding our lead characters, providing comparisons and challenges for them to grow through. This will typically be for Tenma, though side characters like Rosso and Lipsky, for example, are for Nina. If you wonder why Tenma is so hesitant to bring other people into his chase, why he keeps trying to leave Dita or Eva behind, it comes back to this. Mora is the first person he brings into his chase, and he dies within 2 days. Tenma learns firsthand how dangerous this chase is going to be. If he had decided to stay with the Fortners and Mora went to the castle, Tenma would have died then and there. But that didn't happen, and Tenma has another body added to his conscience. Mora had no connection to this. Tenma brought him in, and he died for it. From here on, Tenma stays pretty adamant about keeping people out of the chase, and Mora is why. Hugo Bernhardt, the man who teaches Tenma how to shoot, an ex-French Foreign Legion and mercenary fighter, did a stint in Afghanistan in a secret campaign and action in Myanmar, now runs a rigorous training program. He lives alongside a young girl, the daughter of a woman he killed in Myanmar. As he tells the story, the mother pointed a gun at him, so he shot first. Then he decided to take the innocent child back with him. That's what happens when you pack a gun. Pretty obvious message here. Guns have consequences. If you're going to kill someone, you need to be prepared for those consequences. Don't carry a gun if you can't hack it. This is the message that Tenma gets, Hugo really emphasizing the weight of the gun Tenma carries. Now the vignette could end there, but the story keeps going. The girl hasn't smiled since the death of her mother. Yeah, you could expand this way out to parallel Johan and include the whole fallen bird mother message, but that might be taking it a bit too far. Anyway, Tenma treats the pair to food, and Hugo can't use chopsticks to save his life. After Tenma leaves, they have some more chopstick food, and the girl laughs at Hugo. The message to the story being that perhaps the things we thought couldn't be fixed, well, perhaps they can after all. A definite point towards the redemption of Johan argument. What should be pointed out though is that that is a story message. Yes. It's something we the reader get to have, putting that idea into the back of our minds. Tenma is already gone and assumedly never learns that Hugo and the girl bonded. So character and reader move on with separate messages. Tenma learning the severity of guns, us having a little more hope at the end of the tale. Dr. Schumann. This is the doctor of the villages Tenma passes through after saving Dieter. Schumann comes across as a real nice guy. He doesn't charge patients who can't pay, he's doing his best despite not being knowledgeable of certain areas, he looks like he genuinely cares. He's set up as a pretty clear parallel to Tenma while he was a doctor. Beloved by his patients, genuinely cares. Even their stories are similar. Schumann went on to advance his position at the hospital, even marrying the director's daughter. Only he did it all for prestige. One day his wife got sick, but by the time Dr. Schumann noticed it, it had already progressed too far. The last thing she said was, "Finally, you noticed me." Because of that, Schumann says he's not fit to love anyone. Now his story goes on, and there's this cute wee romance between him and Petra, and they end up getting married. This time, him noticing his spouse's illness before it's too late, learning from his past mistakes, with the help of Dr. Tenma cutting through both characters' stubbornness. The message of this story is about doctors and their role. Dr. Tenma is defined by his role as a doctor. Many people refer to him as Doctor. After he thinks he's killed Roberto, he asks people not to call him Doctor. It's something woven into Tenma's identity. This story shows a doctor similar to Tenma and gives Tenma an in-world out. A chance to leave the Johan hunt like Nina requested of him, to go back to his primary duty of taking care of others. We leave this story seeing that Tenma puts killing Johan above this chance. He's not looking for a way out, he's looking for a way forward. Forest. When Tenma is looking for places to kill Johan in Munich, he meets a man in the woods. Forrest once worked for the Nazi criminal police and was charged with hunting down a criminal through these very woods. However, when Forrest finally had him cornered, he didn't find a criminal, just a foreigner, unwelcome in the current regime. Despite having done no wrong, Forrest followed orders and killed the foreigner. He remembers when he used to play in the forests as a kid and the birds would come and land on his shoulder. After he shot that person fleeing for their life, the birds haven't been near him since. So now Forrest walks the woods and apologizes, something he's been doing for 60 years since that day. Forrest's story is pretty clearly set up to dissuade Tenma from killing Johan. There are consequences to taking a human life, even ones you might not expect, like the very nature around you rejecting you. Some of those consequences will be very personal. For Forrest, that resulted in him needing to apologize to nature for 60 years. Most of his life was spent in regret and absolution of his past actions. This builds on a similar message to Hugo. A gun should be a heavy thing, the taking of a life incredibly costly. But where Hugo's was much more neutral, that kill if you must, but be prepared for the consequences. whereas Forrest is quite clearly anti-kill, matching where they're placed in the story. Hugo is well before Tenma gets anywhere close to Johan. Forrest is when Tenma has Johan literally in his scope. Doctine, another character from the Munich arc. Doctine is the teenager doing what she can medically for the immigrants in the area. After her parents were killed by neo-Nazis, she ran away from her foster family, picked up her old father's medical books, and became an underground surgeon for illegal immigrants. Despite being officially untrained, she still works herself to the point of exhaustion because for a lot of people, she's all they've got. This is another character meant to parallel Tenma as a doctor and remind him of why he does it. After saving Johan the first time, Tenma has this big epiphany about why he's a doctor, how he can help people and literally save lives. This is a passion for him, an identity, it's not just a career. This also comes right before he shoots Roberto and essentially casts off this title for himself. One of the last times the manga shows us Dr. Tenma in his element as a doctor. Doctine's story also ties back into the ideas of racial injustice from the last half, tying directly in with the neo-Nazis we saw in Frankfurt, keeping those ideas running in the back of our minds when eventually they will resurface again in the Chapek arc. Speaking of the Chapek arc, our last character on the list is Milan. Also, probably one of the most important characters on the list. Milan, a childhood friend of Peter Chapek, invited Chapek into Germany when he was fleeing Czechoslovakia. When Chapek arrived, he set up his reading circle, which killed a number of kids in the Turkish quarter, including Milan's son. We see that incredibly creepy moment of children dying, and all the son wanted was to go back to that reading circle. Milan is a pretty clear parallel to Tenma's revenge quest. Milan wants Chapek like Tenma wants Johan. Milan brought Chapek in and feels responsible in part for all of those kids' deaths. Likewise, Tenma feels responsible for everything Johan has gone on to do. While Tenma tries to talk Milan down at first, Milan points out that their quests are essentially the same, and Tenma can't refute him. He lets Milan go on his revenge, which ultimately fails. Milan's life lost for nothing. The story adds in your classic cycle of revenge story with the kids Milan stays with, but the real message is for Tenma. He talks a big game about how Milan should settle down and take care of who's left, but shuts up real quick when it's pointed out that he's doing the same thing. He had his chance back with Schumann to settle down with what's left, but he pursued killing Johan instead. And now Tenma gets to see the results of someone in the same situation as him. They got nothing. They died, mission unfulfilled, and made their families' lives worse. No participation trophy, no respect for the intention, and Tenma is left wondering if this is ultimately the same fate that he will have too. You can see how Urasawa uses his side characters so well. They each add a little something to the story, another way of looking at things, a different perspective to challenge a character, a reminder of the person they used to be.
Thank you.
Alright, so there ended up being a few segues through the story that ended up being too tangential. So here are the other things kind of worth talking about in the manga, but not really enough to merit being in the main section without being overly distracting. Nina ominously walks around the hospital saying "kill" at the start. Obviously, here to amp up how creepy the whole situation is and how sinister things are. Later on, we can clearly see this as part of the trauma affecting her, but mainly it's here to build tone. There's a lot of moments like this through the manga. Take a look at the Thursday Boy prophecy in the Munich University, or the many times Nina starts freaking out about her memories while in Prague. Nice additions to the story that add some beautiful tone. Sometimes this tips its hand a bit too much, like the aforementioned Thursday Boy prophecy and a doomsday that he'll bring. Similar to the biblical passage at the start, pushing the tone a bit too hard, which might lead people to some incorrect conclusions. Though most of the time, the tone additions are more personal things, like people feeling real malice in a Bonaparte book, or a character catching a glimpse of Johan and freaking out. Just really nice additions all around. When Nina goes to find the baby, she dresses up like a prostitute to try and get his attention. The baby we see with a number of women he pays to be in his company, eventually helping his downfall. Anyways, Nina gets in a hot red dress to get his attention, and we can finally comment on fan service in the manga. There isn't any overt fan service in the manga. I mean, anime manga fan service, you know the stuff I'm talking about. Urasawa doesn't use fan service because, you know, he can actually write a compelling story without having to horny bait readers. Yes, there are characters in some of his other stories who are meant to be overtly attractive and have their alluring moments, but it's for a narrative purpose, not just to draw them in exploitative positions. I mean, Monster even has some scenes with nudity, I think isolated only to the red light district scenes. But they're not there for titillation. They're there to paint a literal picture of the location, and the manga treats you as mature enough to see it. In fact, the whole time with Milosh, it's drawn to be uncomfortable. Contrast that to, say, the baby's time with his assassin, which is showing why the baby got honey-trapped. Or we can contrast again to when Carl and Lottie find Red Sophie, and she's much different to the prostitute they were expecting. These moments have genuine purpose in the story. I do wonder, though, how much nudity plays into how people receive the manga. The whole nudity equals mature smart series idea. This series is mature enough to show a naked lady, so this manga is therefore mature and therefore is good. Then again, it might just be a nice contrast from a lot of other manga out there, which are pretty obviously exploitative of their token busty characters. But going into the whole Jugs lore discussion is a bit too much for Monster. Suffice to say, Monster treats its scant nudity with purpose, much to its credit. A character that didn't make the side character special, Nina's old boss, Rosso. He's an ex-hitman who gave up the assassin lifestyle after he saw his target drinking coffee with 5 sugars, just like he drinks. That small connection made his target real, a tangible human being, and Rosso couldn't kill him. This character is obviously meant to show what it takes to kill someone. As Rosso puts it so elegantly at the end of the chapter, killing people is easy. You just need to forget the taste of sugar. Excellent line, worth talking about for that alone. If this is the path that Nina wants to take, there's going to be a personal cost. And that cost might be the things you love or hold dear or even define you. Much like how a number of the side characters push Tenma away from killing, Rosso does the same for Nina. But let's not overlook that Rosso is all about how he found his target a human and couldn't kill him. That connection over the sugary coffee made the target real. And this is ultimately what happens with Tenma's journey as well. He finds Johan real, a human being, and even at the end of the series, still can't shoot him. Detective Mueller is the one who kills the Fortners. His partner Messner falls to drug addiction afterwards and joins up with the baby. Meanwhile, Mueller is instructed by the crime syndicate to go to a coffee shop every day. Again, not confirmed that the syndicate is the organization, but most likely. It was through this monotony of going to the coffee shop every day that Mueller met and eventually talked to his current wife. Now, that's just a really weird scenario. Why would the syndicate make Mueller just go to a coffee shop every day? What's the point? Well, I think the point was exactly what happened, to eventually get Mueller deeply in love with this woman. We can look to another monster where it says Bonaparte found upon a research method to make 2 people fall in love. I wonder if this coffee shop scenario was constructed to get Mueller personal attachments that the syndicate could threaten if he ever wanted to blab. There's a good chance Chapek learned that skill from Bonaparte. Then again, the syndicate set Mueller up with Roberto, so maybe not. They wouldn't really need to threaten him if they had a gun named Roberto quietly pointed at him. Then again, the syndicate idea is never really developed. It just seems like a smokescreen for Johan, especially considering that Roberto is there. So maybe they really did set him up to fall in love, so then he had people to threaten, and then Johan just sent Roberto along in case Nina showed. Lottie's crush on Carl. This is some nice character stuff. It gets you a bit more invested in the characters, seeing more of their personality, especially that moment when Carl pays one of his friends to go and dance with Lottie. I love these small additions in the manga. Yeah, they're not hugely plot significant, but it breathes so much life into these characters.
Kako posle?
Jesi ti ovam u tortilja počeo jest?
Jes.
E pa dobro je.
Mislim, nije ništa posebno teško, samo ono malo da uđeš u štos.
Pa to, ma dobro, lagano. Reci mi, ono, mene se svaka 2 dana, jel tako fazon menja?
Kako misliš, da, svaka 2 dana menjaš smenu.
Pa to.
I kad završiš treću smenu, može se čuti, kad završiš treću smenu,
onda si 2 slobodan, jel tako?
Da, tek za 2 dana radiš prvu. Ne sutra, nego preksutra. Faktički radiš 6 dana, pa 2 dana ne radiš. Opet ti ispada 3 radne nedelje po mjesecu. Ništa posebno.
Da. Mobilni su bitni. Ima došle maltene oko 1 i koliko je bilo, 1 i 20 možda kad došao.
Characters. They're real people, and we understand them better through moments like this. As far as Another Monster shows us, these two don't have some soppy, happy ending. Oh, I never knew you felt this way. Nah, they just stay friends and go their separate ways. Lottie wanted something more, Carl was too caught up in reconnecting with his dad. And yeah, in all fairness, that takes a lot of focus. So they both move on, and that's life. Carl's mum, Margot Langer or Helenka Novakova. I left out this little subplot because one, not hugely important, and two, it never quite made sense to me. I can pull some thematic significance out of it, and I will in just a second, but I don't think it's intended by the manga. So Carl's mother, Margot Langer, she was a prostitute who also had some big feelings for Hans Schuwald. They had some kind of relationship, implied that he purchased her services, but not confirmed by the way. She got pregnant off him and had Carl. Then she ended up leaving Schuwald for some reason. Clearly, Schuwald had some big feelings for her too and wanted her to stay. But Margot left for some reason. We don't know what Margot and Carl got up to during those years, but when Carl's young, maybe 8 to 10-ish, she sends him off to go into foster care, while she continues to prostitute. Yeah, who cares about raising your own son, remaining a parent, and connecting him with a wealthy dad who loves both you and him? Margot says, screw that. She wants to keep living the high-class call girl life. So she does. Years later, she ends up with a roommate who eventually kills her, a roommate heavily implied to be Johan. Even at that time, she's still thinking of the son she, abandoned. So through the Munich arc, Carl loves his mother, thinks back on her real fondly. Why? She literally abandoned you because she loved the escort life more than you. She was a super high-class call girl. She was making bank. She had powerful friends. The guy who got her pregnant wanted her to stay, but she dropped him and dropped Carl, and for some reason, Carl's always like, yeah, my mum was great. She taught me not to hate my father. Hate his father? Of course not. It's all Margot's fault. What the actual heck? If we want to get crazy, and of course we do, we could say that this is supposed to set up how we perceive mothers in the story. How one character's interpretation may be entirely different to the facts shown. Something we can ultimately apply to Johan's mother and how we interpret her. So we take an entry-level look at Carl's mother through Carl's eyes, and we say, okay, yeah, she was a great woman. Likewise, we take an entry-level look at Johan's mother through Johan's eyes, and we say, yeah, total monster, horrible mother. But if we actually look at the stories presented, the truth seems like just the opposite. Margot ditched her son and bailed on his father for her own self-interest. She isn't what's shown in Carl's rose-tinted memories. Viera was manipulated and crushed by Bonaparte. She isn't the horrible monster shown in Johan's memories. The loose idea of a main character. While Tenma is officially our lead character, I was surprised by how much of the manga is not following him. Yes, we have our other key characters in Lunga, Johann, and Nina, but then we've got even more perspectives when other characters take the spotlight. Suk and Grimmer during the Prague arc, Karl, Lottie, Richard, and Reichwin in Munich, Otto and Gillen in Frankfurt, Verdeman in the Escape arc, Martin and Eva's whole side plot with Chapek, or even Mueller's whole side plot. Tenma, for the lead character, gets sidelined shockingly often. I don't think that's to the series' detriment at all. These are all interesting characters in their own right. Learning Verdeman's backstory and then learning how his father really was a spy, or Suk, the rookie cop, getting put in way over his head, trying to do what's right while getting played by Johann and secret police, or watching Grimmer's panic when he thinks Bierman is restarting the experiment that ruined his life. These are the parts that really elevate Monster above other stories. It's not just a compelling mystery to figure out Johann, it's that there are so many different characters taking the spotlight, each with an interesting story with twists to find and developments to get to. A series of compelling mini-stories and character journeys.
Šta vi sa peđenim kompjuterom ga napravi?
Čeka matično.
A, da mu uvaže ovu garanciju.
that build and flesh out the world of the main plot, all building into this overarching narrative ideas that Monster has. We could even go another layer deep and look at the side characters and how they build things as well. This is such a part of the series' success to me, how quickly Urasawa can get you interested in a character and that they are actually important in both plot and theme. The other thing people get wrong about Johann's past. There was a reading seminar at the Red Rose Mansion. Bonaparte took kids in and taught them his picture books, and this is actually where the other monster came from. Nowhere in Monster or Another Monster does it suggest that Johann went to this reading circle. I've seen a few too many comments which pin the reading sessions as part of what made Johann into what he is. No, that's just wrong, he never went. What they're missing is the whole idea of the Red Rose Mansion massacre. This is what created the monster. We can see that clearly with Nina. It's this moment that triggered the birth of the monster in these kids' lives. Johann and Nina came from the same background. Johann didn't get any extra special treatment until Kinderheim 511. So it leaves us with the question of why did Johann become the monster and not Nina? If you think Johann just had some higher training and that's why, then I think you're missing a much larger idea in Monster, Johann's relationship with Nina. Did he intentionally take on the mansion memories to try and take the monster from his sister? Was it all coincidental, and when Johann learns the truth, he's crushed that the monster he's been living as is his own creation? There's a lot more to think about here than just writing it off as Johann went to the reading circle. The reuniting the children conspiracy. This is mostly an Another Monster idea, but it came up a few times, so you might be wondering what it is. So Another Monster references a couple of times that Johann may have been tracking down the registers of children who went through both Kinderheim and the Red Rose Mansion reading seminars. For Kinderheim, it's suggested to be on the tape and report that Suk and Grimmer tracked down. It's not just his own voice that Johann records over, but also the details of these other children. For the Red Rose Mansion, it's suggested that there was a record maintained inside the mansion, that when Johann was older, he didn't go there just to burn it down. He went there to find the register and then burn it down. The original idea comes from the Prague arc, where Zeman is tracking down the Johann tape. Zeman talks about how whoever hired him, and we assume the organization, they plan to use Johann to unite the products of Kinderheim 511, that only Johann is powerful enough to bring all its graduates together and bend them to his will. Turn them back into Kinderheim's original goal. Turn them into communist leaders ready to revive the Eastern world and break the corrupt West. Only these supposed supermen could possibly be up to the task. Another Monster takes this idea and suggests that Johann may have been doing this on his own. that for whatever reason he also wanted to reunite the children. But not stop at just the Kinderheim kids. He wanted the ones from the Red Rose Mansion reading seminars as well. I call it a conspiracy because of all the far-flung ideas in Monster, this is one of the more unlikely ones to me. Besides that one line from Zayman in Monster, nothing suggests that Johann was doing this. The only other pretty fringe clue is that Johann decides to study children's law at Munich, perhaps suggesting he wanted to restart the experiment. I'd also say it's pretty damn unlikely that Bonaparte, after killing 46 people to hide the Red Rose experiments, just left a register of their work lying around. The man is much too meticulous for that. So as far as Monster goes, I don't think it's legit. But if you have read the sequel and you know how it ends, well... The final bit that's worth a discussion is, who is the monster of Monster? Is it even a person at all? Well, from my reading, it's Franz Bonaparte. I have a very strong conviction that Franz Bonaparte is the titular monster. The monster came for us today. Common interpretations will also give Johann as the monster, obviously, or the mother, based around how the final chapters pan out, or something more esoteric, like nihilism or the darkness in humanity. As far as I can see, all these things in the story all tie back to one man. All the threads converge to one person, a dark mastermind who literally set everything in motion. Franz Bonaparte. The monster inside me wasn't inside me at all. It was outside. Franz Bonaparte is alive, isn't he? An ambitious and curious man looking to test the limits of what a person can become. How to crush someone's identity, how to redesign people into how he wants them. A monster who doesn't kill. He destroys people and reforms them into something else. He fills them with a darkness that can't be removed, just repressed. He unleashes copycats onto the world, either his own acolyte that he's trained, or his methodologies, or even his picture books, which remain in the monster world under his various pen names. Bonaparte is the monster of Monster. After he takes Nina and Vieira, he has his big change of heart, and then he does, let's be honest, the bare minimum for his captives. He sets them free. Then he goes back to his ancestral home to live out a peaceful life to a nice old age. Does he try to right his wrongs? Does he use his genius to make a positive change in the world? Does he attempt to make amends for the many people's lives that he ruined? No, he rests. No judgment, no justice, no public accountability for his many crimes, a decade and a half of peace before his mistakes finally catch up to him. Then, in just a day or two, he watches his new home fall to ruin, and then he dies. The monster dies with alarmingly little fanfare, but the things he did, the monsters he made, so to speak, live on in the story. Nina still has a monster repressed inside her. Johann broken from Bonaparte's experiments. The many, many others that went through Kinderheim or the Red Rose Mansion reading seminars. The eugenics experiment mothers forced to forget their children. Or even poor Vieira, broken and alone at the end of it all. Without Bonaparte, all of these people could have a happy, normal life. But simply, for this man's curiosity, he sacrificed them all. Franz Bonaparte is the monster of Monster.
Wait a second. Come on, think. Think hard, Richard.
So, Monster. This manga still slaps. I had a big concern about doing such a deep dive on a series that I love. This series has meant a lot to me for a long time. There was a genuine worry that going into it so deep would ruin it, that I'd find...
Imaš tamo klip koji sam stavio Kesiću, čovjek je na oko 100 metara ubio ovoga sa bomblensom. Dobro, pretpostavljam da nije očekivao da će da ga pogodi, znaš. Ispalio harpun u njihovom pravcu. Ali, taj lik ima... No dobro, da ne pričam preko Milana.
Pa nema, Bobaš je rekao onda u 15 za 4, a dolje. Pa dobro, 15 za 4, ja se dolje. O, finog li dana, jebote živote.
Maybe they would be too much and spoil the joy I find in reading the series. Thankfully, that is not the case. Monster is still a series that I love. I've even found a lot of new ideas after going through it again. The all for Nina argument, which is still fairly new and 100% not my original idea, by the way, that the DID discussion actually might have some plausibility, even entirely new concepts like Johan is Johan. Actually, I don't think I ever got round to that one. A lot of stuff ended up hitting the cutting room floor in this video. Remember when I complained about how Johan's name better not be Johan? Well, there's a case to be made that the twins got their names, Johan and Anna, while in Prague, and that's why Nina refers to Johan as Johan on the border, or that Johan calls Nina Anna on the Kinderheim tapes. So maybe Johan's actual name is Johan, and he got it from his mother right at the start. Then at the end, when Tenma comes back and affirms his name as Johan again, it just confirms that he is a monster, and so he goes and kills his mother. I mean, I don't like the theory, but it is fun to speculate. So Monster certainly left me with a lot to chew on, even after going through it so many times. That being said, yes, I do notice all the inconsistencies a lot more now. I probably said it like 10 times through this video, but Munich arc is the turning point of Monster for me. The plot gets so much better, the weak Johan ideas are thrown in the bin, Johan himself becomes a lot clearer and focused. He's actually moving towards a clear goal. But yeah, those early arcs are still a bit rough. Originally in the story script, I had a segue to talk about Volume 1, which is the first arc, and how, while it's not necessarily a weak opening, it's just got some bad missteps, things like candy gates, or the spiritual imagery, which remains absent until right at the end, or just how nebulous Johan's Frost appearance years are. There were a lot more complaints, but after going through the story enough, I found that enough of them weren't really there, or not necessarily egregious enough to be worth the...
Šta? Janko, da si legne da ospavaš malo. Ne, možda kasnije poslučam. A ručak je gotov kad možda ne znam vidjet ću. Kad god hoćeš dođi da ručaš. Kad god. Pa jeste vi ručali? No nismo još. Pa onda ću s vama. Oko 5. Ma, s vama. Kasno. Ma što bi mi bilo kasno? Oko čega mi kasno? Ivana me sad zvala, oni idu za Beograd. Nešto sad ja radim. Ništa, nego reče, Nemanja je dobio za 6 dana 16.000 i nešto. A ništa me pita me kao, kako si ono, i reče kao, da ti kaže. Dobro, hvala na svemu.
The segue. The main complaint I had was that Johan's key characteristics, his charisma, his manipulation, his deep connections to ideas of mothers and families and childhood trauma, and even the political background, it's all absent in Volume 1. A hint of it comes through in the Junker's execution, but even that feels somewhat at odds with how Johan will be seen later. It's even already contradicting itself narratively. Overall, Volume 1 provides a level of general intrigue without setting up the specifics that it really should. It definitely leaves it as the weakest arc of the story. But then Volume 2 starts, and it's bang, bang, let's go. We start in a new locale, the mid-couple murders are still going on. Johan's manipulated this guy into murder and then suicide, leaving a message for Tenma about the monster inside him about to explode. And then it's straight into Kinderheim, and we finally start actually pulling the thread of who Johan is. It's fantastic. It's funny though, because as I gained appreciation for Volume 1, it seemingly came at the expense of Volume 2. Despite that strong start in the Frankfurt arc, the manga's not quite ready to run yet, and it takes some rough stumbles. Things like Dr. Gillen having this really interesting introduction with Jurgens, only to introduce the Kempfletters, one of the biggest question marks in understanding Johan, and then Gillen's conclusions just being so wrong for absolutely no reason. But there's still absolute gold in these arcs too. Rosso and Nina's exchange. Killing someone is easy, you just need to forget the taste of sugar. The little vignette with Hugo and the little girl. Adult Johan's introduction. Lunga pushing too hard and getting picked off all cases. Really natural ways of introducing and explaining the historical context needed for the story. And that's really what I found more and more while going through this series. Some moments were a lot deeper and a lot more connected than I remembered. Other moments set up things that never paid out or just muddied the already murky understanding we have of Johan's past. I think enough of it is good and the strengths are strong enough to still label this as a top-tier manga. The big strengths of Monster are the intrigue in uncovering Johann's past. It's a well-paced, slow burn getting closer and closer to the core issues of his life. We start with him killing his foster parents, to learning about Kinderheim, to then learning about the Red Rose Mansion, and then it's Bonaparte, which flows through into Chapek and Johann's mother, before coming around once again on Bonaparte and striking at the core of the issue. The strong and memorable cast of characters that each have their own engaging story. I've seen so many people say Grimmer is one of their favorite people in the manga. How heated I always find myself at Eva for just being the worst, but I can still sympathize with her after Martin dies. Even the side characters like Hugo or Milan or Schumann, all memorable sorts. The excellent integration of its setting, geographically, politically and historically.
Ali ako ćeš da igraš samo sa Bomblansom, čuješ? Nemoj da nosiš shotgun.
Čuo ili?
Nisam čuo ništa, ali...
Ne ti pitam Milana, jel te čuo da nosim Bomblans?
Samo Bomblans. Znači, čovjek koji ima 40.000 kilova, znači nosi samo Bomblans, verujem.
Milane, nema sablje više, Bomblance sad, čuo?
Valjda nećeš promašit metar sa metar širine. Pa znaš li koliko vata Bomblans je, znaš? Vata metar i po dužine i još pola metar širine kad zamaneš. Ne možeš da promašiš, razumeš? Nemaš izgovora si promašio.
Pitate što ne igraš ti sa Bomblansom?
Ja ne igram uopšte, to je razlika.
Milan? Si čuo?
Ne moraš da promisliš. To je pet.
Moram tak nekak prenjet, stari.
Ne moraš.
Moram. Milane. Milane. Tu, Milane.
Ne, ono što sam gledao, što je onoga momka iz Hrvatske, što je 6 puta promašio, treba mu zabraniti da koristi vatrno oružje.
Ovo je stvarno horor, ja, znači kod mi se upro neko na monitoriju. Kada mi se neko usra! Ane bre! Obre Milane. Kad sam ja sad i ja vidio? Ti znaš kad je Hitler rođen, ja?
Kad je bio mali. Je to odgovor?
Elane. Znaš ti kad je Hitler rođen?
Bro.
Historically, so often mangas just use their setting for flavor, but so much of the plot of Monster is tied into its places and its people. Why Chapek had to flee to Germany, why Kinderheim even existed, why secret police are so prevalent in the Prague arc. The use of the Bonaparte storybooks. Not only are they interesting little stories on their own, they are so important to the characters in the story and for us in understanding those characters. These are some of the most memorable things in the manga, and for good reason. Stellar additions all around. And dare I even say it, the ending. The challenging and evocative response we have to that empty bed, forcing us to come to a final judgment ourselves on Johan. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Urasawa endings are divisive, but I think this one works. It's memorable, it's striking, and what it means is entirely up to how you read the preceding chapters. I promised myself I wouldn't go into his other stories here, but I do consider this one of the better endings for sure. Monster's two big weaknesses are an unfocused first third which really hurts the overall intrigue. Things like the Frankfurt plot, mostly ignoring Johan, or Gillen being wrong about everything, or setting up the whole apocalyptic devil ideas, which clash with the more grounded tone of the rest of the series. And Johan as presented being very hard to reconcile. He is incredibly hard to understand, and I think just about everyone will have to discard some facet of his personality or something he does to reach a conclusion. This video almost never happened because I got stuck on the Johan section trying to make it cohesive. Even after diving deep into the series, I still think the best way to understand Johan is by throwing out most of the first half. The Kempf letters were a mistake. Change my mind. I had a couple more things to add there, but mainly they just come back to those two ideas. Johan is left too vague to gain a complete understanding of, and the bulk of that problem comes from the missteps in the early chapters. While some ambiguity is nice, it adds to the mystery and builds into that almost choose-your-own ending, there's too much on Johan that I know for a number of people has left them unsatisfied. I totally get it. There's a lot of hoop jumping to make Johan's timeline and the motivations work. The ideas are interesting, but I don't think Urasawa had his roadmap planned out. Playing it by ear really screwed him when you read closely. So then there's that big cleanup when we get to Munich, bringing the lofty idea of the monster back to the more personal pursuit of Johan's history, and him tracing it all the way back to Bonaparte. I actually love seeing people's takes on Johan. It's so interesting to see how people interpret him, what they focus on, what they overlook. For me, it's like that IQ meme when it comes to people saying that Johan is the real monster. Did they just read the manga at a surface level, or is there some real deep thoughts about the nature of humanity and how we respond to childhood traumas and the ideas of agency and justice? Where did I end on Johan? I can't believe I'm saying this, but I don't have a strong opinion. Or rather, I'm relatively convinced by so many different arguments, I've got no strong conviction to any one side. So whatever conclusion you personally come to, you're probably right. I think there is certainly some culpability to be laid at Johan's feet. That regardless of if you believe he's internally repented and ready to live a good life or not, he should still face some public accountability. The level of that would be a judicial thing, but he should be facing consequences. You don't get to do the things Johan did and just walk away. It's the same thing with Bonaparte too. I have a strong aversion to how he ends up. I think he got off incredibly light for the crimes laid at his feet. He was a horrific monster for decades. He broke assumed hundreds of people, if not thousands, and countless more by disseminating his techniques. However, he figures out he did a bad and lives a quiet, peaceful life free of consequences for 16 years until he hits nearly 70. This man needed to be brought to justice, not to death. I find his death so incredibly frustrating for that fact, that the monster gets away with simply being killed with no accountability for his actions. Bonaparte is removed from history, his crimes truly erased, to the point that I still call him Bonaparte. His name is Klaus Pope. So yes, my personal response to the empty bed was one of frustration. I wanted to see Johan brought to some sort of justice. While we might say he's redeemed, and I'll get to that in a sec, he should still have some public accountability. He orchestrated the destruction of a small town, or what he did to the kids in Munich. These actions should have consequences. Okay, was Johan redeemed by the end of the manga? Does he overcome the monster inside him? Kind of. I think the monster in Johan is too intertwined into him by this point that it's probably going to be there for life. Nina got on top of it while she was young and will live the rest of her life with it well repressed. Repressed is about as good as it will get. Bonaparte put the monster too deep for it to be removed. Johan, on the other hand, it's still a part of him. Being endowed at the end with a new name is the chance for a fresh start for him. a chance to live a life where once again he sets out to kill a monster. Except this time it's not the external monster he's seeking, and it's not the idea that he is nothing but the monster. This time is for killing off the darkness inside him, a bettering of himself, a time to actually build up who he is himself, not what he was created to become. So yes, in a sense he is redeemed, but there is still a monster in Johann. It would be up to his own strength to see if it starts to consume him again. And that's, again, a very human thing, the ongoing journey of trying to self-improve, to overcome our darker desires and live the life we want. And I do think Johann is a strong enough character to do just that. The rub is, Johann is gone. The bed is empty. We don't know who sat in that bed anymore. It could be John, or Franz, or even Hubert. It's up to that person to defeat the monster left inside them. Let's take this opportunity to talk to some of the other monster review comments that we see quite a bit. The ending left me mad. Why would Tenma go through that whole journey just to save him again? Good, that's actually awesome you had that reaction. However, it seems like that's where they've let their thought process stop. Why did Tenma not shoot Johann? Well, now here at the end, we can see his journey, what he learned about Johann, the lessons the supporting cast gave him. And at the end of it, he didn't have enough conviction to immediately pull the trigger. You're welcome to disagree with it personally, but for the character Tenma, this makes a lot of sense. The best thing about Johann is how he explores Nietzschean nihilism. Ideas of nihilism are pretty obvious through the manga, but this is mainly based off Johann's speech with Milos and then the ending quote, that all lives are equal in death. I think certainly it's an idea in the manga, but often people take it as the pure explanation for Johann. He truly does value nothing. But that's just not the case. Why ignore Nina's whole journey and her final lines? There's clearly something there to work out. For a so-called monster, Johann really doesn't do anything too monstrous. Okay, no, I do actually get this one, and this is 100% a tone problem by the manga. The early chapters pretty clearly forecast the larger impact that Johann is supposed to leave. Again, it's Munich which brings in the manga to a more personal journey, but by that point you've probably already gained some strong expectations of how dark Johann will go. And then this ties into why people find the ending an anticlimax, because those expectations that, yes, I would say the manga itself helped build, aren't met. The series is too dragged out. Now, from what I can tell, this criticism is mainly a holdover from the anime watchers. As a manga, it's actually fairly well paced, and I say that as someone who wants a good 20 to 40% trimmed off nearly every manga I read. We're following the mystery of uncovering Johann's past, and each major clue takes up an arc. We have the introduction arc and the race to save Nina, then Frankfurt looking into Kinderheim and the organization that wants Johann too, then we get into Munich and we learn what Johann is planning before changing pace to dive deeper. Prague and the Three Frogs, the escape arc, and okay, I'll give you this one because as a bit slow overarching plot-wise. Then Chapek with the Red Rose Mansion, and finally Ruinheim with taking down Bonaparte. It's not dragged out. Yes, it can be a bit of a slow burn, but such is the style. Tenma is a weak main character. Yeah, I actually kind of agree. He isn't capable of carrying all these chapters on his own, and that's why Urasawa gives us so many other characters to follow. I think this story would lose a lot of interest if it was Tenma that we followed the whole time. One of the best thrillers I have ever read. I couldn't disagree more. While there are certainly some thrilling moments in the manga, I think the genre of thriller hurts this manga more than it helps. Fast-paced, tension, and suspense building some of the core ideas of a thriller. Personally, I think Monster moves too slowly and without enough tension to properly fit this mold. We know Tenma isn't going to die. We know Nina isn't going to die. Honestly, describing Monster as a great thriller just seems off to me. Try something like Part 1 of My Home Hero and you'll get that fast-paced tension that Monster lacks. Focusing on the more mystery side of things is a much better explanation of Monster in my opinion. A compelling and complex story with zero plot holes despite its length. Yes, yes, and oh no, no. What manga did you read? To give benefit of the doubt here, this is probably just a hyperbolic way people who love the manga describe it. Either that or they just, really didn't engage with the manga enough. There's a bunch of plot holes, inconsistencies, ideas never called back to, and perhaps really getting into a series can blind you to that. But, you know, let's not be afraid to call our favorite series imperfect. I want people to love this series as much as I do, but yes, it's got its problems and it's not going to be for everyone.
Mr. Bonaparte used to be in charge of book readings, which were held at the Red Rose Mansion.
So you may remember right from the start of the video, I said I went through some other books to try and get a better understanding of Monster. And then I went and never mentioned them once. Well, to tickle your literary cross-analysis bone, let's take a moment to do so now. The first one I went through was Goethe's Faust, a German play and major piece of art. This was from Eva's comment and the fact that the main character is Johann Georg Faust, and there's that Johann name again. Honestly, I didn't find too much to parallel between them. In Faust, the devil Mephistopheles tries to reignite Faust's love for life so he can claim his soul. However, this doesn't really work, so the devil ends up having to give Faust a love potion. Faust then falls in love with this girl, and that's where the trouble really starts. I find this not a strong comparison to make, because there was certainly some agency in taking the devilish deal from Faust at the start, something never afforded our characters in Monster. And then Faust falls from being tricked into drinking a love potion that really messes him up. The agency was removed. Again, very different tale to the one being told in Monster. The dynamics are just so different. So when Eva says she brought together Faust and Mephistopheles when Johann meets Chapek, it doesn't really work. Johann and Faust are very different characters. Though Faust on its own is still an interesting read in its own right, if you are curious. Then we have Sartre's Nausea and Nietzsche's Thus Spake Zarathustra. These are two psychological-leaning books, can be pretty heavy. I'll be totally honest, Zarathustra is titled A Story for All and None. I fell in the none camp. Similar response to Nausea, these just aren't my kind of books. Really ponderous. Nausea certainly had some more plot than the almost biblical way Zarathustra is written, but overall, not my cup of tea. However, I'll still take a quote out of each of them. From Nausea. In order to tolerate your condition, the human condition, you, as everybody else, need much courage. Monsieur, the next instant may be the moment of your death. You know it, and you can smile. Isn't that admirable? In your most insignificant actions, there is an enormous amount of heroism. Out of Zarathustra, we see another "my reflection is a devil" idea, like the one from The Peaceful God. Why did I startle in my dream so that I awoke? Did not a child come to me carrying a mirror? O Zarathustra, said the child unto me, look at thyself in the mirror. But when I looked into the mirror, I shrieked, and my heart throbbed. For not myself did I see therein, but a devil's grimace and derision. Verily, all too well do I understand the dream's portent and monition. My doctrine is in danger. Tears want to be called wheat. For Zarathustra, this meant people were twisting and misinterpreting his teachings, taking them with intentions he did not have. For Bonaparte, he has a similar but more personal reaction. A child came to him, Nina at the Red Rose Mansion, and held the mirror up to him. Bonaparte realized how twisted his own teachings are, and made the choice to bury them. His wheat were tears all along. There's more sort of conceptual stuff we can pull out of those books, but I think that's a bit much for a video like this. Instead, let's jump into what was my favorite of the books, and probably the best one to parallel. Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment. This is one of those big literature books, one of the real big boys of the writing world, incredibly influential. A lot of authors have read this and derive a number of ideas from it. Despite it being written in 1866, a number of people still consider it as one of the best looks into the mind of someone justifying murder. For our case, it even has some ties into Nietzschean ideas of the Übermensch, these so-called extraordinary men who live by their own rules, as is their right. In short, the book, and spoilers for a century-and-a-half-old book, the book follows Raskolnikov as he plans to kill this old woman, then how he bungles the murder and kills the old woman's sister as well to cover his tracks. Then the majority of the book is how he responds to taking a human life. I think there's a lot we can take out of this book to apply to Monster, particularly to apply to Johann. Let's start with the aforementioned Übermensch ideas. So Kinderheim's purpose was to raise children who would overcome despair, raise them up as future leaders of East Germany to prosper the country. In essence, they were trying to create the Übermensch, young men who would not kowtow to social trends but live by their own code, feeling justified to take extreme action without remorse. In CAP, Raskolnikov talks about his idea about these supermen. I only believe in my leading idea that men are, in general, divided by a law of nature into two categories. Inferior, that is, so to say, material, that serves only to reproduce its kind, and men who have the gift or the talent to utter a new word. The second category all transgress the law. They are destroyers or disposed to destruction according to their capabilities. The crimes of these men are of course relative and varied. For the most part, they seek in very varied ways the destruction of the present for the sake of the better. But if such a one is forced for the sake of his idea to step over a corpse or wade through blood, he can, I maintain, find within himself, in his conscience, a sanction for wading through blood. That depends on the idea and its dimensions, note that. It's only in that sense I speak of their right to crime. There's no need for such anxiety, however. The masses will scarcely ever admit this right. They punish them or hang them, and in doing so fulfill quite justly their conservative vocation. But the same masses set these criminals on a pedestal in the next generation and worship them. The first category is always the man of the present. The second, the man of the future. The first preserve the world and people it. The second move the world and lead it to its goal. Each class has an equal right to exist.
Welcome to my channel.
Raskolnikov is talking about how the second class of man have a role to usher in the future, that they can find within themselves the sanction or permission to wade through as much blood as they need to reach that goal. That while persecuted in this generation, the ones that follow will thank them for their dark deeds. This is what Kinderheim was setting up in their children, a sanction to wade through blood for the prosperity of East Germany. Whatever actions they need to take are justified, because its graduates are this second class of man. And this is a good way for us to understand Johann. This is what Kinderheim...
Yeah, because my Discord is turned on, and my buddy on the other line via Discord is kind of you know, oh boy, this is not gonna be good. It's like listening to radio or something. And also just to chill, blinds, whatever. I will definitely try it. Just a second. And it doesn't look like much. Meh. Okay, let me try it. I did download everything, though I didn't compile it. Bum 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 bum. Oh, what the fuck? One demo. Okay. Sorry. No, heretic. Heretic. I think I need heretic. And so just what?
What is this screen?
Oh, my desktop. Is that what you're asking? Is it like a shortcut?
I mean the black window.
Ah, it's just me. I can do it like this. But then you're gonna watch this until I run something, you know. Then you're gonna watch this every time. So I just do this. I could probably like put a photo like to this side and down, so it looks kind of a nicer. But I'm lazy, so fuck it.
So that's a theme for window.
Oh, this is S.W.F.Rost, like a streaming group or something.
Black background and green text.
Yeah, I guess. I don't have like how could you say, like a style. I'm lazy, so just the red and green, the black and green. Yeah. That's my personal like customization of Total Commander. So we just run GZ Doom. Don't blow my ears.
Click on the bat.
Bet. Okay. So by extension. Mouse, blah, EW, ADS, jump space, blah, shift toggle run. Yeah, it looks fine.
As I said, many things have changed by now, but this is an idea of how the game is.
Oh, this little guy.
Push to change HUD.
No. The HUD is fine. The HUD is fine. It's just like it looks like it uses some kind of texture filtering or something.
To change reshade, push home.
Oh, the home. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, it looks nice.
Try the other HUD.
So what do I push? I have a feeling it
This
uses.
HUD is horrible.
It uses some kind of a motion blur. Am I wrong at this? Is it using it? I'm confused. It's like I usually know. I could be.
Yes.
It uses? Yeah, but where is it?
Quit the game.
Okay. And?
Open the bat with the notepad.
Oh, okay. And? What do I add this?
Or simply delete the blur file.
Is it here? Oh no, I can rename it. It should be fine, right? Motion blur PK3, right?
There is a blur.pk3.
I could rename it as a back, and it probably won't run, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm like being like an asshole, but it kind of distracts me every time from the gameplay. Yeah, much better. I also use like
to each their own.
It's like yeah, let me see. Motion blur explained. It's like Digital Foundry YouTube channel, and they are
https://udo.be/vxirstmgj9s.
Motion blur.
Two types of motion blur.
Motion blur.
Object motion blur.
Camera motion blur.
And camera motion blur.
So the thing that developers are pushing like 99% of the time is what we are seeing, and what annoys me to like a great length is the fucking camera motion blur. No. Yeah, the camera motion blur. It's like when you're doing this like I do, like a rapid movement like this, it kind of you know, like leave traces from what I can explain in a layman term. And object motion blur is when the stuff is moving on your screen, like apple. If this apple is rapidly moving, you're not gonna see. You maybe want to see like traces of its animation, so it kind of like simulates like eye laziness or something like that. I forgot. So that would be your object motion blur, and the example for that would be a game called Lost Planet, old Capcom game. Object motion blur. So object motion blur should work better, you know?
Right click with the staff. You can turn it around and of melee.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So you got your expensive graphics card, your overclocked octa-core CPU, and more memory than a freaking
In the version
elephant.
I have now, you can right and left click to smack enemies.
I see. Interesting. Be gone! Spawn of Satan. Well, it's kind of hard. Well, you know. Gargoyle seems nice, you know.
You can also block and reflect projectiles. It's pretty cool.
Hello. What did you say? I need to push to change the HUD?
Push R.
Oh.
HUD is.
I did. Mm-hmm.
Or the one next to it.
Hmm. You know, no. That would be probably if I didn't brutal heretic controls kick Q. I mean, I don't mind HUD if you're not satisfied with it, you know. Oh, sorry.
You can change it in the HUD settings too.
Eh?
Scaling.
It's scaling. Okay.
HTE last but one.
Hit the last one.
Is it 10?
It's 1.0. 1.0.
Last but one.
Okay.
Put it to 11.
Okay. Put it to 11. Eh.
The last but one means not the lat.
Oh. Well, you know.
Not the last but the one before it.
Sorry. English not being my first language. So what did I get now? calm.
Nah, sorry, I can't see. I'm on my phone under the sun.
Yeah, that's fine, it's fine. So you can destroy the battles, is that it? I mean, it looks nice, but as I said, I don't mind the graphics. It's
But you don't have to go in the menu, just push or equals next to backspace.
Yeah, it's fine. Backspace. Oh yeah, I get it. I remember. I probably rebind that because I'm a retard. Oh, nice.
Your keys are rebound? Why?
You know, because I played it before, and you know, and I don't remember. I remember I tried Hexen and what's it called, the other one, and the Heretic, both of them, and, you know. So what do I get here? Hello. Hello. Oh well, this is good. I mean, the sprites are nice. They don't even look like sprites. They look like a 3D model.
You have to reload the weapon.
I have to
push R.
Yeah, I'm trying. It's not reloading anything.
They are 3D modeler.
I see, I see. Oh. Interesting, interesting.
Do you have ammo?
It looks like I do have ammo.
There you go.
Yep, I just needed to rebind it, you know, to normal. Hello? Oof. I see a lot of work has been put into this.
You haven't seen anything, LOL.
I mean, from what I've seen so far, looks nice.
I'll let you know when it's done.
This thing has an ammo or something?
Thanks for trying it anyway.
I mean...
하얀 이를 드러내며 하라.
Gauntlets are infinite.
Oh, I see, I see. It's like the range. The range isn't like ideal, you know.
Probably the strongest weapon of the game.
Well, as you have said it, it's like unlimited range, so... Magic staff and...
Each weapon has 3 attacks.
How do you change between them?
Standard, level, book.
Okay.
Gauntlets and staff for now only have 2.
Okay, but this is the primary attack on the gauntlets?
You can find the crossbow easily.
I see. I did found it. Come, little fucker.
You need the book for the second attack on the gauntlets.
Oh, the book. Like an upgrade. Okay, this looks nicely textured, I think. Oh no.
Console type give all.
Yeah. Oh, I see.
Use the book.
The book? How do I use the book?
You have items you can use.
I see.
Push Q to kick.
Yeah, I saw that. It actually damages me. Interesting.
Kicking the wall hurts, yes. Try.
I didn't, and well, depending. Is it the padded wall in the like a madhouse?
I mean, try yourself.
Well, I did kick a bit like on a karate lessons, but you know, maybe people, not the walls.
I mean, stand up and kick the wall, lol.
No, thank you.
It hurts, right?
Depending which wall we're talking about. Where is the wall located? Well, fucker, I can't see anything. Is this like a level up? This is a level up. Yeah, I see.
Right-click it, use the second attack.
There's like a level requirement for this.
Yes. Second attacks are based on levels. Then you can use the book to have another attack.
Where is this book? Oh. Okay, this looks rather nice, I guess.
It's an item, it should be bound to the side buttons of the mouse.
Yeah, that's...
Or maybe mouse wheel.
Yeah, the issue is there that I kind of rewinded everything from my mouse, so that is that. Use book. Use book. Use book. Activate item. Enter. Enter. Is it enter?
Item.
Oh.
Yes, activate items.
Whee!
You have to select it first.
Oh, I see. Necronomicon ex mortis. So is this like a stronger version of this?
Now your attack is giving you life too.
Oh. That's nice. Thanks. So
And the range is increased.
Convenient. Well, I basically cheated, you know, so I can try. Wow. So they're consumables, I see.
Try each weapon with the book. Staff doesn't work yet.
Huh? Torch. What the fuck is this? That seems interesting. He's dead now.
Now many things are improved like sounds and sprites.
Let's see. This is like a flamethrower.
Also the way attacks work.
Good, the map looks okay, even though it skipped it.
Yeah, the flamethrower is cool, no? I just need a different death animation.
Over monsters or a main character?
The fact that they blow up is bad.
Oh, you want a dying animation, not like explosions.
Burning death.
Let's see. Quality control indeed.
This one does a ricochet effect with the book.
Let's see.
It's behind the wall.
Behind the wall?
The original game is like that.
Jesus Christ. Oh, it's illusion. Dark Souls? Anyone? So this is like your actual power-up. Tell me the crate destruction. I'm probably guessing that can be done with this engine. It's like a lot of work.
What, sorry?
Environment destruction, you know, like you shoot a crate or a barrel or something, you know, like an object, and it like destroys or drops an item. That could be too much to ask, I know.
Barrels could be destroyed, yes, but that's a lot of work.
I'm guessing for a programming or for an engine. If it's too much for an engine, I can understand, you know. but oh, yeah, looks nice. Okay, I'm gonna stop playing here. It looks good. I hope to see
a lot of animations to do just for a barrel.
I know, but are you the one of the guys from the list? Are you a John Carmack in disguise? I'm sorry, it's a joke. This is original screen.
No LOL.
I know. I'm just joking, you know. Slavic sense of humor.
8 dana se truju, ne trezne se je.
See ya next
To
time.
su popusti u ovim
Thanks,
shopovima,
take care.
znači, ne popusti, nego ludila.
Zašto
Crni
je-
petak je malo dete za to, Black
Zašto
Friday
je
0.
popust kad se ne spušta cena?
Kako se ne spušta, bre, znaš ti kakve popuste daju, brate.
Prvo digneš cenu pa je spustiš.
Ma ne, ovi nisu prenormalni.
Mhm. Mhm.
Ko nam je došao?
A, ja sam penzioner.
To je Čika Ilija, filozof.
Penzioner Hans Showdowna, zdravimo.
Najveći filozof Hans Showdowna, ali je...
Penzioner.
Zna svaku travku u svakoj mapi gde je.
Aj, jaka stvar. Za 5000 sati možeš znati na pamet.
Ne možeš ga zajebati.
Svaki
On
kamen.
prepodne uđe na američki server gde nema nikog.
Da.
Prepegla celu mapu,
Jest.
mapira je,
Jest.
nacrta, nauči
Jest.
sve.
Jest, tačno.
A bre, buba koja gde...
Imam ja i dva lika iz Brazila, razumeš, koji farme lov. To mi je konkurencija. Brazilians. Oni su.
Kako farmu?
Pa kako? Uđeš kad na američkom serveru nema skoro nikog, razumeš, oni otprilike u to doba spavaju, to ti 3-4 sata ujutro, na primjer, kod njih. I razumeš, uđu Brazilci obično. Ovi iz Severne Amerike, njima je to vjerojatno 99% njih je u krevetu.
Ali šta ima da se farmuje?
Pa imaš ljude koji imaju problema sa novcem. Naprimjer, ja imam 700.000 što se mene tiče. Recimo...
Ali ja se prestižujem kad imam.
Ne, ja sam 100 prestiž i imam 700.000 preko toga. Tako da nemam problema s parama. Ali znam ljude koji nemaju ni jedan prestiž, a imaju $1000. To ti je Milan inače.
Čekaj. Ne, nisi trebao se zaletiš.
Jebi
Teo sam da ih zapaljavam.
But when you're playing the latest AAA games on your PC or really anything else, for some reason things don't seem quite right, especially when you're looking at a scene where a lot of things are moving around at once or the camera's panning. Because even with all that horsepower under the hood, motion blur is a problem on even the most powerful rigs. And if you're gaming on a VR headset like the Oculus Rift, it can be even more distracting. Now, to be clear, we're not talking about the kind of motion blur that is intentionally added to a game in post-processing. What we're talking about is unintentional motion blur caused by excessive pixel persistence. You see, an electronic display, whether it's a computer monitor or a headset or a phone, is made up of millions of individual pixels that change their brightness and color to create an image that you see. So whenever the image on the screen changes, which is nearly constantly if you're playing a game that isn't Pong, the pixels cannot respond instantaneously. With a typical LCD monitor, there's actually a delay of a few milliseconds before the pixels can actually change. Now, while there are fast response monitors which have a delay or response time of just 1 or 2 milliseconds, which helps to cut down on motion blur significantly, even those don't completely solve the problem. In fact, even if a 0 millisecond monitor existed, there's still an issue with how LCD displays actually show images to us. Like other pieces of digital hardware, an LCD display works by sampling image data it gets from the computer many times a second and displaying the samples as a series of still images. These still images are then displayed at a rate equal to your screen's refresh rate, usually 60 Hz, and your brain interprets this as movement. However, Your eye is not a piece of computer hardware, unless, of course, your name is Adam Jensen. Human eyes are really good at perceiving differences in fluid motion. And while high refresh rate displays that operate at 144 hertz or even higher look great, they still can't completely fool our brains just by showing us a series of static images. And as if the problem of motion blur weren't bad enough on computer monitors, it's much worse if you're using an Oculus Rift or VR headset, like I mentioned before. While motion blur might just be an annoyance if you're gaming in 2D on a desktop PC, it can actually make you sick on a 3D display like the Oculus Rift. Because these headsets work by surrounding your field of vision in immersive 3D environments, motion blur in these situations can make you feel physically out of balance with your surroundings and cause a very similar nausea to what you'd feel in a car or an airplane in the same situation. So the solution itself is a pretty simple idea. Well, let's just cut down on how long individual pixels are displayed so that we're not out of sync. But how are display manufacturers going to accomplish this? Well, one way is through a technique called backlight strobing. Typically, modern LCD monitors are illuminated by a backlight that's always on. However, in a display that uses backlight strobing, the backlight instead switches on and off rapidly, reducing the amount of time that you actually see each pixel. This is very similar to the way that CRT displays, which were, for the kids that weren't alive in the time of the dinosaurs, which were those old tube things that existed before LCDs came onto the market, and is the reason that CRTs have historically been better at displaying scenes with fast motion, at least to our eyes. There are a number of monitors on the market that feature backlight strobing combined with high refresh rates to reduce motion blur as much as possible while still maintaining the picture quality and low energy consumption, not to mention the space savings, of a flat panel LCD. Of course, it's also possible to ditch the backlight altogether and go a different route. So the consumer version of the Oculus Rift features a display based on organic LEDs, or OLEDs. OLEDs can generate their own light through the use of specialized organic compounds. But more importantly for gamers, OLEDs have a very quick response time, much faster than the pixels in a conventional LCD. And not only does this cut down on motion blur on its own, the low response times allow OLEDs to interpolate frames easily, meaning that your system can guess missing frames in a given second to match your display's frame rate. Or if you're just watching a movie recorded at the usual 24 FPS and you want your experience to be less cinematic, I guess it could do that too. So whether you're gaming in 3D using a headset or just a monitor with 3D glasses, these technologies will help you do your thing without feeling like you're on some kind of vomit-inducing carnival ride. Speaking of vomit-inducing carnival rides, our sponsor today is Fractal Design, and boy do we have a treat for you. Instead of telling you guys about their, Scandinavian designed cases and power supplies and cooling products, we're having Luke wrap me up and take... Look, we had this conversation already. I told you I have to host this because you just can't do a good enough job of it. So...
I'm super down. I'm sick. This is ridiculous. I've been trying to build this company for like 2 years.
We don't have to roll the camera on this. Okay, look, if you need to talk about this, then...
You need to talk to yourself about how you run the company. No air conditioning. People are like overheating all the time. I'm working while I'm sick. I have to skip my doctor's appointment because I have to tape you up.
Look, I think...
What even is that? Like, I've been sick for like 2 months. I finally get a doctor's appointment with my family doctor, and you make me not go because of masking tape?
Well, look, okay, but we were supposed to have you do the spot, and you were supposed to do Josh's thing. I get dragged into the office, and I have to film this. It's not like I wanted to. Like, hey, you know what, just...
I'm done.
We'll talk later.
No, I'm just done. You.
So, sorry, I hope that wasn't too awkward. Guys, like the video if you liked it, dislike it if you disliked it, leave a comment. If you have suggestions for future Fastest Possibles that I guess won't be hosted by Luke. And as always, don't forget to subscribe.
Levo, 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 levo.
Gdje levo?
Virio ti je tu između ta dva sena. Levo, evo te.
Idu pičku, materi. No jaj.
Koga promaš, izglupi maperkato. Kako nekad je ova igra nekad tako lepo možda naciljaš u hodu da ga pičeš, a neki put stoji i ništa.
Dobio sam kill zbog koncertine, da.
Certain game developers are famous for big games, but not everybody's track record is perfect. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, the 10 worst games by big game developers. Starting off at number 10, it's Ninja Blade, coming to us via From Software. These days, the name From Software, the developers of the Dark Souls series, Bloodborne, and Sekiro, is synonymous with quality. But most reviewers back then gave their games pretty average reviews. From's back catalog is sort of getting a critical reevaluation right now, and it seems like most people like these games now more than they did back then. Maybe a lot of people look back on Ninja Blade fondly these days, I don't know. But I played it back in 2009, and it's not great. In every way, it looks and feels like the budget game that it is, and tries to punch above its weight with some pretty wild QTE-filled cutscenes. And there's only so much they can do to cover up the cost cutting. The environments are pretty much all around ugly as hell. The combat is really basic, and it's got so many QTEs. Some of the bosses are appropriately ridiculous, but the whole thing has this B-movie energy that is honestly kind of fun, and it almost works in this way where it's a so bad it's good kind of experience, but it's pretty rough. Probably the most shocking thing about it is that it came out just 1 month before Demon Souls came out in Japan. Ninja Blade came out in January, and Demon Souls came out in February. So in the span of 2 months, From Software released one of their worst games.
Looking for fun _bot_master.
Ninja Blade's hardly the worst game
Welcome to my channel.
but in comparison to From's best games, it barely registers. And number 9 is Fuse from Insomniac Games. These days, Insomniac is riding pretty high. Ratchet and Clank, Rift Apart, and the recent Spider-Man games have gotten rave reviews, and right now it seems like they're a developer that can do no wrong. But that was not always the case. Back in the 7th generation of consoles, Insomniac was just as prolific as they are today. They pumped out multiple Ratchet and Clank sequels, the entire Resistance trilogy for the PS3, but for whatever reason, it seemed like Insomniac wanted to branch out a bit and try for this multi-platform release called Overstrike, which, to be fair, actually looked pretty cool. It had a kind of Saturday morning cartoon energy, basically looked like Overwatch before Overwatch was a thing. It was pretty promising, but the actual final result was completely forgettable, because we didn't get Overstrike. Instead, we got Fuse, a totally generic third-person shooter that wasn't terrible, but it was well below the studio's usual quality. The whole thing was beyond forgettable. The presentation was generic, the story was forgettable, and while the shooting and gameplay was serviceable, it really wasn't a lot to latch onto. Case in point, anyone out there who was gaming in that era, do you remember Fuse? Before we were doing this video, I never think of this game. I don't think there's anything online that says exactly what went down with this game, but it's published by EA, so it's easy to blame them for taking a game idea that looked pretty fresh and ruining it. I mean, that is kind of what EA does, but at the end of the day, the game was actually made by Insomniac, so they're probably more responsible for how bad the game actually is, at least in this case. And number 8 is Paragon from Epic Games. Everyone and their mother knows Epic Games, the makers of Fortnite, Battle Royale, but they've made a lot of other games in the past, including some truly great games like Unreal and Unreal Tournament. And, as you might have guessed, the Unreal Engine, which is used by so many developers. They've been around in some form all the way back to 1991, and they made games for MS-DOS. And while the games they've made haven't always been winners, they're usually decent. That is until Paragon, which was revealed back in 2015 when Epic was in kind of a slump before they struck gold with Fortnite. Paragon was basically another game-chasing MOBA success. It wanted to be the next League of Legends. Instead, it ended up being the next, I don't know, Infinite Crisis? Yeah. Paragon, at least for most players' accounts, wasn't it like...
Znači, ispromašivao se I onda, najjače od svega, ono što sam najmanje verovao, sa Springfieldom bez optike, na mušicu pukne liku headshot na 150 metara.
To ti nije ne bi povjerovao.
Ja volim da igram sa Springfieldom bez optike. Sviđa mi se ta mušica. Ovdje je boss.
Jako je sitno, da.
Incredibly bad or anything. It's just mishandled by Epic. In an attempt to make a game new player friendly, they took out pretty much everything that made the game unique. Like, they constantly release these massive reworks that completely changed how the game functioned, which left players frustrated and confused. It's the sort of thing that a lot of dying games struggle with, where they try to change things to make people happy, but just ends up scaring people away. Of course, the real nail in the coffin for Paragon was the success of Fortnite. They just didn't need Paragon anymore, so off with its head, so to speak. Wasn't the worst game ever or anything, but it was a pretty big failure for one of the biggest developers in the world right now. At number 7 is The Devil's Third from Nintendo, a game released for the Wii U. It's a bizarre FPS/third-person action game with some pretty heavy hitters behind it. You had Nintendo publishing it. It was directed by Tomonobu Itagaki, the guy behind Dead or Alive and Ninja Gaiden Black. Even if a game isn't directly made by Nintendo, their name attached to it's usually a sign of quality, but from all accounts, Devil's Third was basically DOA, and not like Dead or Alive, the game. DOA here means dead on arrival. Not even Nintendo could save this turkey, basically. The game's just plain rough. It's ugly, with blurry textures and a really stuttery, awful frame rate. The actual way you play the game, switching from first person to shoot at enemies, third person to fight close range, is kinda interesting, but the controls are really stiff and never feels good. Plus, the plot is nonsense, and the main dude you play as is just completely ridiculous looking. It's just an all-around bad game and a black mark on Nintendo's usually stellar record. Can't win them all, though, right? And number 6 is Sonic Chronicles from BioWare. BioWare's reputation isn't quite what it used to be, but in general they're known for making, if not the best games, then at least playable ones. So, released back in 2008, just a year after the first Mass Effect, Sonic Chronicles was a game that had potential. I mean, Mario had 3 different RPG series under his belt, why not Sonic? The fact the game was being developed by BioWare, of all people, was a pretty big shock at the time. And even though it was only getting a handheld release, people couldn't help but be excited for it. Remember, back in 2008, BioWare was only putting out hits. Mass Effect, Jade Empire, Knights of the Old Republic, all amazing games, so people had no reason to think this would be bad. And the reviews at the time were mostly positive, but these days the game is generally thought of pretty negatively, and with good reason in our opinion. The two main problems with the game is that it's really boring and the music is so bad. Like, some of the music in this game is ear-splittingly bad. The combat also, it's
Limedom
slow
Pop.
with these constant
Welcome to my channel.
sequences you have to complete to pull up certain moves. And the presentation in general feels like cheap and ugly, I guess is the best way to put it. BioWare's inexperience with this type of a game is pretty obvious, and it's pretty frustrating overall. For some
Boris ima
people,
običaj
the game was
da reaguje
BioWare's first
pretarno.
big disappointment. Like, they've made a lot of great stuff, but
Igraš
that
Handshot, da si zaboravio.
is not one of those things. And number 5 is
Igraš
Artifact
Handshot,
Valve doesn't make a
igra
lot
koja
of
ima
games these days,
clean
but they
hit
do.
track,
They're
ne
usually
server.
great. So it's a shame about Artifact, because a lot like Paragon, the game has its fans, but the mishandling by Valve eventually led to the game's premature death. Artifact was an online card game developed by Richard Garfield, the creator of the Magic the Gathering card game, and was based off Valve's popular Dota 2. By all accounts, it should have been a hit, but a few key mistakes ended up killing any momentum that the game might have had. For one thing, the monetization model was not good from the jump.
Čujem te, šta je?
expecting players to pay $30 to buy the game, then asking them to buy card packs on top of that it's a lot. And that's not even getting into the draft and game modes you also had to play to participate at all. It's another game where the critical response didn't match the player response at all. According to Wikipedia at least, the game saw a 95% decline in players in just 2 months after it came out, so obviously people were not happy with it. Eventually Valve tried to reboot it with Artifact 2.0, but the game was already doomed at that point. It wasn't just a sinking ship, it was already at the bottom of the ocean. While the game itself isn't necessarily terrible, it was a massive public failure for Valve, and they rarely fail at anything. And number 4 is Umbrella Corps by Capcom. No, we're not going to talk about Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City. Yes, it is also a bad game, but it is not as bad as this one. Developed internally by Capcom, Umbrella Corps is a multiplayer shooter set in the Resident Evil universe that was released in 2016, and it was probably the worst possible time to put out a multiplayer shooter with the Resident Evil name on it. Resident Evil 7 was just a year out, and while Revelations 2 came out in 2015 and was well received, most people considered it a secondary game in the series rather than a big new entry, so at the time I think a lot of people were worried about the future of the franchise. Putting out a game that's basically Resident Evil in name only wasn't gonna make fans happy. And as it turns out, it didn't. Umbrella Corps plays out like a typical team-based FPS with a few new wrinkles like zombies that attack both teams that don't really make it stand out a lot. In general, it's just an unsatisfying FPS that doesn't feel too good to control and didn't manage to attract a lot of new players. The game was basically dead on arrival and is pretty much forgotten. Like Capcom and Resident Evil has a fair share of stinkers, but Umbrella Corps just has nothing going for it. And number 3 is The Quiet Man by Square Enix. Yes, seriously, The Quiet Man, one of the most bizarre games in the past few years, was published by Square Enix. Even more bizarre is that its developer, Human Head Studios, are the guys who made the original Prey. Like, what more do we really need to say about this game? The Quiet Man was basically a quasi-interactive movie where you watch a bunch of FMVs and fight enemies with one of the most basic combat systems we've ever seen. This game makes Final Fight look mechanically complex. But the weirdest thing about it is its central concept, which is that you play as a deaf guy. That's not the weird part. The weird part is that you, as the player, hear pretty much nothing. It's an interesting idea, but the game totally botches it. It doesn't even make any sense in the world of the game. Like, why are there no sound even in these long sequences where the main guy isn't even there? The whole thing's just dumb, with these ridiculous melodramatic twists and silly supernatural stuff that feels like it belongs in a different game. The combat sucks, the story's insane, but the whole thing's surprisingly good looking on the rare occasions where there's in-game cutscenes instead of FMVs. It's just one of the most all-around strange games out there, and the fact it was published by Square Enix makes it weirder. And number 2 is Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis by Sonic Team. So while Sega publishes a lot of games these days, Sonic Team remains one of the few internal developers Sega has got, and they've been around for a long time at this point. You might think we'd put something like Sonic 2006 or Sonic R, or that game where Shadow the Hedgehog shoots guns, but they've actually managed to make something that's worse than any of that stuff. We're talking about Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis, a port of the original Sonic game for Game Boy Advance. I know. How bad could a Sonic port be? Well, if Metacritic is anything to go by, then really, really bad. You'd think it'd be really easy to port a really old game to a new platform like the GBA about 15 years after the original game's release, but apparently not. For some reason, the game's frame rate is abysmal. The port came out in 2006, which, like I said, is about 15 years after the original game's release, and the frame rate is so much worse on the GBA version of this game. It shouldn't be. Genesis was a 16-bit system, Game Boy Advance was a 32-bit. It had a CPU speed more than twice what the Genesis had, so it's not like they were working with an inferior thing. And yet, way worse frame rate, jump physics all screwed up, sections of the game that used to be easy on the Genesis are difficult just because the game is bad, and even something as simple as the way Sonic speeds up and slows down is messed up. Also, the soundtrack was cut down a lot. A lot of the sound effects are just completely gone. It's a huge mess. People have often accused Sonic Team of being a half-assed developer, and it's hard to argue with that when they willingly put put out a port like this. I mean, seriously, it's a game that you made 15 years prior. You just had to port it, and they screwed it up that bad. And finally, at number 1, it's Way of the Warrior by Naughty Dog. Every studio has to start somewhere. These days, Naughty Dog is known for blockbuster games like Uncharted and The Last of Us, but they didn't start out huge. Originally, there were just a few dudes in an apartment trying to make a few bucks creating a Mortal Kombat ripoff. And that's Way of the Warrior, one of many, many copycats from the early 90s that tried to piggyback off of Mortal Kombat's success. There's basically nothing notable about the game itself. It's just one of dozens of crappy FMV fighting games from back in the day. The only surprising thing about it is that Naughty Dog made it. Not just that, but it was the game that got them in with Universal Interactive, which in turn got them a 3-game deal that eventually became Crash Bandicoot. So basically, without Way of the Warrior, Naughty Dog might not even exist today. It's pretty obvious that Naughty Dog didn't really get fighting games with Way of the Warrior. The gameplay is stiff, it's really unbalanced, it's shallow as hell, it's just an all-around bad fighting game. The stories you can find online about making it are more interesting than the game itself, so check out some of that if you're curious. There's just something funny about the fact that you can draw Naughty Dog's current success back to something as dumb and forgettable as Way of the Warrior. Any longtime developer is going to have some crap in their back catalog, but few are as ridiculous and bad as this game. And that's all for today. Leave us a comment, let us know what you think. If you like this video, click like. If you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every day of the week. Best way to see them.
Diablo 4th 6th class accidentally revealed.
Sometimes theory crafting is admittedly a lot like reading tea leaves. You see what you want to see. Other times you follow your intuition and it pays off in a big way. Well, today's video could go one of two ways, but I genuinely have taken pause thanks to this image that may be the key to unveiling Diablo 4's
This is a coffee cup. Look at the patterns. Yeah, there's
unannounced
six
class,
patterns.
which
I
is
get it.
hiding already in plain sight. Now, I've got to note this was supplied by Lady Dragonfox, who is such a fan that she and her hubby are seen in Hellsink promo vids and have wonderful lore chats on Discord, which is a shameless plug, so please join us linked below.
So the tattoo that I'm getting is Lilith and Anarius embracing each.
Please join us
See, like-
linked below.
So the tattoo that I'm
Bro, Lilith would 100% have an OnlyFans. You know what this is right here? This is an OSRS RP. It's a cosplay. There's Trident right there.
getting is Lilith and Anarius embracing each other.
Now, as you can see, the mug is
Peculiarism.
laden with Diablo iconography.
Welcome to
And
my
being
channel.
A piece of official
Brady
Blizzard
Mercs
merch,
underscore.
we do know two things for
Welcome
sure.
to my channel.
It's probably overpriced.
Snake go to sleep.
Two,
yeah.
The symbols are official
No.
and more important.
I have to go to job in 5 hours
And before you say
from now.
dash, bruh,
So I can't go
it's
to
just a
sleep.
cup.
Maybe I should take a
bro,
nap.
I think that it's funny to meme about it, but like,
That
yeah, there
makes
are
sense.
6 of them. But like, how is it like? So Barbarian,
Hello Ray, how are stuff?
Necromancer, Druid, Rogue.
You got a new job.
Probably Mage, but who
Yeah.
the fuck is this?
In listen to this, in a tortilla making factory, you know, food processing plant. So I'm making pancakes, or you know, tortillas. So does that sound good? I don't know. I'm just saying stuff, you know, bluntly, I guess.
What time?
I got like rotating shifts, and today it's like at 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. So it's like a rotating. You do like two shifts at night, two shifts at the like a midday, you know, from noon to night, and then you go to do like you know, graveyard shifts. And when you're free with graveyard shifts, you well, you got 2 days off, like a day and a half. You know, it is what it is. It's not the best, but it's best I got.
What time you start today?
In 5 hours from now. In 5 hours from now, well, a bit less. I should, you know, I should be working. So, yeah. Well, on the bright side, after 2 of these shifts,
How many hours?
8. Not much. 8 hours a shift. I think it's decent. That could be like a lot worse in my country. So yeah. So I'm a pancake man, I guess. We even have my factory, where I'm working, as a product called tortilla mexicana. Imagine that. Wow, so creative, eh?
What happened to your old job?
They stopped paying us on time, and that was their end. Demise, you might call it. Like every month they used to like you know, my old job, like they used to pay us like 60 days like delayed. Like you start working and after 60 days of your work you get paid for 30 days of your previous work. So they are always like 30 days lagging. And when you know, when they start like being late, like in like that third month from like 60 to 90 days, you know, we just said like, oh, you did this shit like a couple of times and we just won't work. And they gave us a paper, you know, to sign the resignation. They probably didn't want to fire anyone, but they were bluffing, but their bluff was stupid because everybody just quit. So yeah, no regrets. Would you like to work for a guy that's being late with your pay? This company deserves to, you know, go bankrupt. That's my opinion. Oh yeah, sorry for the YouTube commercials. Whee! Jesus Christ.
Take a nap.
Yeah, thanks for the tip. I will probably. Not right now, but maybe in an hour or two. I'll try, like, not maybe napping, you know, just like lying around and just like trying to close my eyes. I don't know. I'll try. Thanks for the advice. So how are the things on your end? You know, like how is the job market? You know, are there like, you know, good paid jobs? You know, does the call them like the companies pay, you know, workers on time, or are they, you know, trying to be scummy? You don't have to answer it if you're, you know, don't feel good about it. Hello, is this me you're looking for?
Limetum Pop. Welcome to my channel. Yeah, the California laws, they have to pay on time.
Oh, that's nice. I mean, if they are legal company, I guess they should. Either you pay your workers or you do your own shit, you know, by yourself. Silence Nagant. Eh?
What is this game about?
I think it's made by like developer from the US, you know, from probably Texas or something like that. It's about good job, dog. Fuck you. It's about flu epidemic, well, basically or corona, but instead of people being, you know, just like having flu, they, you know, become hungry monsters, and you're one of the like rare people that, you know, are not dead or, you know, infected. Currently there is no, you know, there is PvP if you wanna play on a PvP server, but currently it's like you know, AI combat. You know, roam houses, you're trying to scavenge like working weapons, you know, or find medicine. Use the monkey wrench to dismantle electronics. You collect this like brass tokens, and I think it's somewhere around Mojave the game is, you know, located, from what I'm guessing. And there should be like a AI, like a faction, like a AI bandits or something. Well, they're kind of delaying it because they need like additional level of coding and pathfinding, and this game is like made like a Minecraft, you know. Well, you can basically build a fucking castle out of the blocks with the different shapes, lengths, thickness. It's you know, in the same time the game like challenges you to like build stuff. Let me show you something. Advanced.
You're not working on the quest line for Hunt?
No, because it's not made organically. It's made like in this like stupid sense, like how can I explain it? It's made to induce, you know, FOMO, you know, like it's made in a fashion that you need to do this thing enough time period to get the skin, which is your like cosmetic reward, or you gonna miss out that cosmetic reward or skin, and that's called FOMO, or fear of missing out. And it's becoming like a thing for a while. I've seen it in Call of Duty, you know, Modern Warfare games. I've seen it a lot in a Hunt Showdown, like, oh, you either get like the skin on a Twitch, you know, drops, or, well, you do this quest line during the winter in like 60 period time, 60 day period of time, and you're gonna get it then, and then you can't unlock it or buy it or nothing. Yeah, you have to wait for like a year to unlock it. So they're actively like doing this, not to make people, you know, doing fun things, because it's the same fucking thing. There is nothing creative about it. The only creative thing is like, oh, you're just chasing the alligator, you know, clues. That's interesting. And the rest is like, what does it have to do with the event? Like, use the X gun, do the epsilon damage. Use a barrel to destroy this. Hit 5 immolators and 2 armors. Why? What for? So they are doing these challenges and stuff that like takes a lot of time for people to do, to grind them. They're like annoying to do. And sometimes you want to just do the fucking challenge and people are just like, they just want to shoot you. As if somebody's gonna just like stand there and just like let you do that. No, they're not. Somebody's just gonna watch you kill the AI. Yeah, right. So the Crytek isn't really pushing for some creative gameplay or like for something new. For example, like some objective that you can do at the beginning of the match, you know, when we were chasing scarecrows around the map, and if you come to the spot first, you're gonna, you know, activate the scarecrow, or, you know, I don't know, idol or something like that. Yeah, that's fine. It's kind of incentivize people fighting. Yeah, that's okay. It makes sense. But like doing like stupid like little quests or whatever to just like unlock some skin, it's not meant for play to like have fun. It's just meant for a company like Crytek to like up their numbers. Like, oh, see, the player activity is going up, so, you know, our game is, you know, looking good on Steam charts, you know. Oh, look, see, like 20,000 players played it like today, or, you know, during the weekend. No, it's like a false number. People are just like, yeah, they're having fun like a day or two, but there's like a constant number of people like just playing the game, and there is this like bumped up number, like you know, artificially inflated number that's going around just because of the event. And your reward is a skin, and their reward is like a better promotion of the game on a Steam store, because, oh, you see, you know, players are, you know, playing the game, so the game is, you know, good again. No, it's not. It's the same fucking game with the stupid like fucking trading windows. I've seen a friend yesterday getting killed through the wooden wall. You know what's the problem? The problem is he was in a cover, and on his screen the penetration icon, you know, showed up, and he got killed by you know, the glass bullet, the poison ammo bullet. which is basically a piece of glass with like a capsule. So, you know, it's not... There are like really important things they should do, but the Crytek isn't just doing them. They're just like doing these like little quick fixes. Nothing about, you know, oh, you know, maybe we should pay like better, you know, like a server hosting, or this thing, you know, where the shooter is always right. It's kind of not working out. People maybe don't like trading all the time. If I took a shot and you took a shot and both of us are dead, it makes no sense. And the problem is it happens every time, every day, every fight. And it's kind of boring, you know? I'm just gonna stop ranting now, sorry. Anyway.
Blizzard doesn't just drop colossal game leaks in their merch willy-nilly. That makes no sense.
Amazon or
Usually I'd say, yeah, okay, fair call. However, let's look at Exhibit A, which is Blizzard's badge series pre-Diablo 4's launch.
Okay.
Trusted source Wowhead reported that the pin on the left was a mysterious symbol. And rightly so. It had only been briefly described in the Sin War novels, but now we know the pin depicts a previously unseen official symbol of the Church of Light, and we only learned of it in-game as it was plastered around Inarius's followers' many strongholds. So I
Okay.
think it's fair to say we've established that Blizzard will happily pre-release merch and images featuring upcoming game symbology. Now with that in mind, let's do a quick breakdown of the symbols on the Stein and how they relate to confirmed in-game iconography. Inside the circle, we see the Diablo 4 logo with
You
the
are right,
triune
he.
triangle, which bears...
Am I? Well, you know, like, I'm not the smartest guy in the world. I'm a guy.
They just want views and people to play their game.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna play your game, but is your game really that good? As you are just like
Delazim.
making it
Welcome to
seem
my
like...
channel. Isles.
Да.
Izbios mi peer is japa.
Znam. Igrat ćemo.
SDNE igramo.
To je tvoj problem što ne igramo. Nije moj. Ti, ajde igram Hančodan, da igra Hančodan, tu je Milan, tu je Boris, igram Hančodan i jebi ga, malo kasnije ćemo. I have 5,000 hours in this game, you know? And after like 4,900 or something, 5,000 hours, I just rated it negatively. See? And I changed it after the ladder exploit. And the ladder exploit was like a good known bug, glitch, that a lot of people knew about it. And there are people that I knew that, you know, also streamers that knew about this and they didn't use it because, you know, you being a streamer, that's kind of like a lame to exploit it. But there were people that exploit it. And Crytek just like, you know, they just pushed it under the rug and they did nothing until they like were publicly exposed by that USA clan. I forgot the name.
Whatever.
Ne jedi govne, Nenad. Ne jedi govne, it's true. Ne tako. Ne jedi govne. Svaki put kad te pitam da igramo ovaj... Ne pitam te. Što bi te pitao? Što bi te pitao? Što da te pitam? Što da te pitam? Jel me vidiš da pokrenem nekad sam igru da igram?
Nisam vidio, jer ovih dana nisam ni bio ovdje toliko.
A nisi ni bio, pa nisam ni ja, radio sam,
Ne ja,
znaš.
nego ti nisi bio.
Da, a pre toga... Šta, pročišćavaš
Your
nešto
friend
gore?
getting you mad.
Ja se ne sećam nešto.
Moment samo. No, he's not getting me mad. He's just like nagging about me making him buy a game, an action RPG style game, and then, you know, like I'm not, you know, me not having time to play with him. But that's not the truth. The truth is, he bought the game, we played it a day or two, then he started playing Hunt Showdown with the other guys, and now I'm the one to blame. Now I'm the bad guy.
What game?
Jebi se Nenad.
I
Hvala.
pošalji neku Vojvođanku.
Ne sa mnom, nisam mislio.
Pa nisam ja mislim s tobom, nego pošalji
No,
neku.
no, no.
Crnogorku Vojvođanku.
This...
https://store.steam.powered.com/app/899770/last_epoch. This. Last epoch. Tell him to go fuck himself, lol kidding. Like po. But more cool.
Hoćeš da igraš ili nećeš?
Hoću, ne?
Sad, hoćeš sad?
Hoću.
Ajde, da vidimo to čudo. Reši da nisam igrao s tim karakterom s koji sam koji sam s tobom igrao, nisam igrao čini mi se 3-4 dana. Igrao sam sa onim druidom s kojim sam preigrao. S njim sam igrao, ali nisam igrao s ovim. I danas sam uzeo, igrao sam s tim karakterom jedno sat vremena i za sat vremena sam se levelo 10-15 levela, zato što je tank i klasa i mogu sam 58. level, razumeš, one dungeone da radim sa karakterom koji je level 35. Zato što ima dobar taj life regen ili ubiju me nekad jednostavno pobijem pola dungeona i onda me ubiju. A za to vreme dobijem 2-3 levela. Za sat vremena sam uzeo 10 levela, 15. I jedan quest nisam radio, samo sam tamanio. This game. It's kind of expensive for something that isn't, you know, finished yet, but it's okay game.
Trebali zajedno s mape. I odmah.
And he's playing Hunt Showdown right now. Relax, take it easy. Increase damage over time.
I still don't know that game.
This one? It's kind of a... Ever play Diablo?
Your friend works with you.
No. He's not working with me. He's selling chemistry in you know.
The one you made your friend buy.
Yeah. He should be. When he stops playing Hunt Showdown, you know.
Hunt is very fun.
Not when you're getting constantly headshotted. Nope. That's not my vision of fun. It could be fun. Also, it could be fun when you're not running shotgun uppercut build every match, because you know, either you carry a shotgun or you're gonna get destroyed by a shotgun. So it's kind of a power balance in a turn that there is no balance. So it's dumb. It throws all other playstyle.
That why you run long ammo and stay back.
I hate trading. And because of the lazy update, you're getting trades non-stop. Non-stop. And I hate that. I despise it. And I'm not hating it, I despise it. If you have some other opinion, I respect it, but whatever. It's your opinion. And this is my opinion. If it's kind of a possible for me to double tap you with a double barrel, for example, and you can peacefully die without rotating for 90 degrees and aiming at me and headshotting me every fucking time. If that's possible, yeah, I'm gonna play either crossbow or shotgun. You know how much times I play with a crossbow or a bow and also trade it, you know, because yeah, you know, yeah, people in Hunt Showdown have a superhuman reflex and 10 or 20 meters fucking arrow. Yeah, that can be dodgeable. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Let me aim you with a bow and you try to run away from my arrow. Let me see. Let me see you outrunning a fucking arrow. Without any protection. Without any Kevlar or metal armor. Let me see you outrunning fucking arrow. Not gonna happen. And it's the same for every fucking gun in a game. If you're not... I've seen the guy from what's it called, Mando or something. He has 40,000 kills. He was something like top 20 Hunt Showdown kills on the old leaderboard. It's 20,000, no, 40,000 kills and 25,000 deaths. And you know what the man plays? He plays a fucking he plays Bomblance. You know why? His explanation is simple. Man said something like this: if I'm dying, you're gonna die with me. So yeah, it kind of makes sense, I think, with the way that Hunt Showdown, you know, is running currently.
Take care.
Mogu da ti pokažem ovaj jedan od jačih dungeona ko ćeš.
Aj.
Onda me prati. Možemo mi nastaviti priču, ali mogu da te malo levelujem ako ćeš, mislim.
Ajmo.
Možda bi bilo fair, pošto sam ja 50 level. Nisam ni jedan quest uradio, 50 sam govorim. Preko onoga, isti imamo questove, defeat the Imperial Forces and find the sigil. Ovo ti je nešto kao endgame zona. Klikneš na ovaj kristal ovdje. Ja ću kliknem. I izabereš jedan od ovih nodova. To su ti kao te misije. I svaka misija ima određenu... A?
Gledam šta daje.
Ne bi, pare su nebitne. Ključevi su bolje stvari. Recimo imaš gore, ne znam da li vidiš ovo što sam ja otvorio. Neke sam ja igrao. Ne znam da li vidiš.
Information. Ne mogu da vidim sve te.
Pa naravno da ne možeš.
Samo da pogledam ovo. Tebe tiče. A ne toliko.
Pa zato što sam ja odigrao neke, znaš, zato mogu da pristupim, znaš. Evo recimo ovaj. I kad odigraš jedan od ovih, ne znam koliko to odigraš, 5-10 od njih kad završiš, skupljaš te poene i za te poene onda igraš kao, to su kao neke mini, kao quest misije. I onda možda progresuješ dalje u drugi dungeon.
Welcome to my channel.
Motherfucker. Ajmo dalje. Nemoj da se odvajaš od mene, verujem. Ovo su ti level 58 oboj. Idi sam, šta da ti kažeš?
Ne bojim se ja.
Pa znam da se ne bojiš, ali no. Znam koliko healtha imaš, koliko brzo te skidaju health, tako da... Ono što očekujemo od tebe je samo da bacaš iz daljine spelove, ništa drugo. Teško ćeš ti ovo. Ubio me nekromancer. Teško. I ti si mrtav. O, vidite, mogu da se teleportujem na tebe, dobro. Very good. Mislim da su mi najgori spellcasteri ovdje. Dobili level up.
Hentaichen. Welcome to my channel.
Ljudi, gdje ste ljudi?
Gdje sam radiš
Se dobro što se radi.
Evo, sve ono koga.
Evo spremam napad na Milano troje. Nabavio sam i pravi pancir za to.
Jeli bre, gdje si nabavio pancir sunce poljuva? Jao, brate, smučili mi se panciri za ceo život.
Nije težak, bre.
Pa, zavisi, ja sam nosio onaj gona još.
Ovo nije od Kevlara.
I boga mi, ako ja nosim loj, taj pancir je bio XXL. Nešto, može da nešto, brate, vidiš?
Kaži, samo da stanem sigurno. Pošalji me privatno.
Ne, pa može i ovdje javno, možete da možete da koristi neko od nas.
Dobro, daj da vidim.
Evo ako, znači share your screen. Hoću da... ja sam išao da mi prodavac vrati novac na AliExpressu i on mi je dao predlog da mi refundira nula. Da idem na reject.
Ali kad to čekaj?
Jer...
I tebi stiglo to, nije ti stiglo, a?
Ne, to je stiglo, ali mi je poslao mi je USB 2 port, a ja sam platio USB 3 port i ja ga dobijem sigurno, nego da, jer gledaš ti tu sliku ili nisi još?
Gledam.
Da idem na reject all.
Spusti dole vidimo ovo. Dole, history.
Šta da ovo?
Da si je kontaktirati ovo, njega.
Ma nisam, brate, ja sam...
Pa pošalji mu poruku da šta si dobio, šta nisi.
Ma to jesam, znači to je...
Ali pošalji koji si cover dobio.
Imam i slike, znači poslato već da...
Ili si poslao ti njemu to? Ili si poslao ali...
Poslao sam...
Treba se to njemu. Možda ste mogli da se dogovoriti.
Ma nije bitno, ja neću da prihvatim...
Ali treba si da mu kažeš, brate, to i to, taka situacija.
Presudit će ovi u moju korist.
A niši i... Piti je najbolje na benchu, ja to nisam radio nikad, nisam išao to da ne sivijemo nešto.
Sad ne znam da li šta od ova dva da kliknem.
Pa niše, piti je na benchu, Vlado, najbolje.
Dobro.
Ako klikneš accept, ali ja mislim prihvataš da dobiješ... Da li kažem šta?
A da idem da moj... Ali ovi.
Kako izvinje, mislim da čuo?
Eto. Tako, ja sam kliknuo da originalni spot, ja sam ovdje slao slike. Taj je on poslao meni. A da mi igraš.
Pa si išao da odbije sve.
Da. Evo jesam. Pa ćemo da ovo vidimo. To je čista stvar. Nego šta se igra moj nešan?
Ima neki vlastni epok.
A šta sam hteo da ti kažem, pitao Boris i Snake isto hoće.
Ja sam rekao ako budete vi htjeli, nije to do mene nikad. Ja obično kad uzmem nešto ja to igram sam.
Dobro, znači javimo da igramo nešto zajedno.
Vlada je ta nešto da se igra. Pazi na health.
Ako ja i Snake mi kupimo na Steamu, a ima Boris ovaj, kako se zove deši? Xbox Pass. Jer će moći to da on igra sa...
Koja igra?
Vlada je imao ideju da igra onaj Predator, Alien onaj Fire Team.
To je sad pitanje da mi uspio.
Zato što smo mi tako svi uzeli bili onaj Warhammer Dark Tide i na kraju smo samo ja i Peđa mogli da igramo zajedno zato što niko od njih nije imao Steam account.
Mogu da pođem još jedan nivo i bonus stability.
Možda prođeš još jedan nivo da bi?
Da bi nabio 24 i od 24 stability.
Ti stabilan ili nisi?
Kako stability bre?
Piše mi bonus stability.
Znaš da gledaš stability. Gledaš... Da, tu ti piše, ali gde ga zapravo... Zašto je stability bitan? Pokažu ti kad završimo nivo. Treba da nađeš neku manju grupicu, samo da ih složimo. Da ti još jedna grupa monstera. Da, to je, što kaže Vlada, znak da si labilan ili nisi.
Ajde, startuj tu partiju već jednom.
Čega?
Pa Hanta bre.
Eto viš.
Vlado, tu kod vas u Jagodini ima neka biznis akademija, je bio neki kako se zove.
A bre, ima?
Privatna srednja škola, biznis akademija, tako se nešto zove.
To je srednja škola.
A je bio neki šaj.
Dobro.
Jesu oni pouzdani?
Nisam pouzdani.
Sad ću možda ti nađem, da ti kažem kako se zove.
Čekaj, ti ovo nije live stream, a?
Runjury, welcome to my channel.
Dobro, pa rekli ste mi da vam nabijam ove pripremlike.
Centar za obrazovanje Jagodina.
Baci mi link.
Čekaj.
Yes. Take care.
Što je to? Centar za obrazovanje.
Više i dobro.
Kralja Petra prvog, broj 3, lokal 4.
Dobro, više se rolio, Jani.
Vidiš i gore. Ovu skalu.
Samo da predam šurijam. Što kažeš?
Yes.
Srednje škole i fakulteti, pa to je nešto.
Take care.
Znaš šta gledam? Kada bacim recimo pop na sajt.
Dobro.
Prvo što mi pada u oči je to da imaju gmail.com, mislim, to nije ozbiljno, razumiješ?
Imaš šta?
njihov mail je gmail.com, to nije ozbiljna firma. Svako od nas koji je ozbiljan, kao recimo oni treba su na edo.rs.
Zašto bi koristio domen Republike Srbije u bilo čega? Moram. Ako sam ozbiljna firma.
Ovi jesu.
Aleksandra Ilić, Sandra.
Može tvoja žena zna. Nešto mi je ostalo tamo crveno. Malo će mi se čekati.
Gdje ti je ostalo crveno?
Tamo gdje smo bili malo pre u moj zoni. Gdje je kovčeg i ono, te ovac.
Mjesto. Da ti verujem da reći.
Nešto nije ovo u Jagodini, brate, snimano. Nemamo mi takav kulturni centar kod nas.
Ovo, ne. Ja sam pitan.
A šta si ti nešto hteo s tim?
Da rešim tu nešto. London.
Da, znam gdje je otprilike koji je grad.
Koliko je to od tebe?
Od mene je na 400 metra.
Mora se dogovoriti sa tom kušom. Koja će možda ću budem u Jagodini ovih dana.
Ma kad si došao dobro, došao nego čekaj malo bre, ti mnogo strlje.
To znam.
Pa mnogo si brz bre.
Ili ja...
Ne mogu te dići, možda se teleportuješ na mene, kako da te
dignem? Ne mogu, ne da mi ništa.
Da neko od nas...
Ne mogu da te dignem, vidiš? Kako ne možeš ništa? Možda se respawnuješ i da se teleportuješ na mene.
Ma množi metra tu i to je to. Možda evo da postane tuče. Ali ne priči nikom ništa, samo sam te pitao.
Ma dobro, nešto nije ništa golem, ja mogu da se možda raspitam gdje bi varedno mogu da završim.
Može, zato što sam do toga došao preko veze.
Može sad.
Preko veze si došao do čega?
Do toga.
Do ovih kod nas.
Šta je, zabagovao si? Ništa, probam ja da poginem, jedino to. Ajde, ubijte me. I šta sad? Šta ti ja radim? Daj. Šta ti radim? Te jebem. Ćeš novu sesiju da napraviš to? Šta je sad, možeš si sad živjeti. Ne mogu to živjeti, ne znam šta da radim, da napravimo novu sesiju.
Glyphs of the three prime evils, which is very standard stuff. And the three-sided triangle represents...
Couldn't I just buy this and we could just look at it? I mean, I just buy it. Like, I mean, I do a sponsor. It's $200. You just buy it and that's it.
The triumvirate of the primes, Mephisto, Bale, and Diablo. Their glyphs do appear less prominent, but still apparent in other merch.
I really like, dude, I still have my Diablo 3 shirt. I used to wear it all the time. And I remember the only other person that I ever saw wearing a Diablo 3 t-shirt was this really, really hot girl at the grocery store that I didn't have the confidence to talk to her about the game with. It was 10 years ago.
No shit. No shit, šta ako ćeš da napraviš novu sesiju pa da ne pozoveš. Mogu i da te pozovem. A možemo novi da otvorimo. Ovaj smo bojica poginuli, znaš.
Ja ne mogu da se pokrenem.
Ne možeš da se pokreneš. Kako ne možeš?
Još mi nije učitao.
Zalaguo si, šta?
Još nije učitao. Da je setan igre. Nije nas jebo bicikl. Kako?
Si rekao da je neko sjebao bicikla?
Tvoj drug Milan.
Sjebao je sebe sa bicikla ili?
Mhm.
I cannot do that.
Evo, vratit ću se ja u glavnoj meni, ajde, proćemo tako. Šta si, je startao igru?
Mhm.
Evo, ja sam isto.
Ajde, pošaljite mi. Kujemo kuje.
Pa ne... Evo ovako. Radi li sad?
Done with gas. How did it? Huh. Don't dwell too much on it. Stay safe. Take care.
I cannot do that.
A čekaj, on je pao bre na čelo čovječe, a?
I cannot do that.
Jer me čujete?
Ne znam.
Ko je pao? Čekaj, ko je pao na čelo?
Milan kaže da udario glavu, da je pao na čelo i da mu probila 100 čela.
Šta mu je probilo čelo?
Dobre.
So mu je probilo čelo. Kako to ima logike uopšte?
Nije mogo da priča u stvari. Slušaj ovo, Snake.
So mu je probilo čelo. Hoćeš da ti ponovim šta sam čuo sad od tebe? Pao je na čelo, so mu je probilo čelo.
Kada Klona kaže Milo, tako priča.
Dobro ti čuo.
Pa ja sam tako čuo isto.
Čekaj, šta pričaš ti? Znoj mu je probilo čelo. Šta?
Ja sam razumio so.
So, Vlade rekao, so mu je probilo čelo.
Ja sam mislio razumio so.
Ne, nisi ti razumeo, to si čuo. A šta je pesnik hteo da kaže, to nije moj problem.
Čujemo bre šta priča, ajde.
So mu je probilo čelo. Ma. Nebitno.
Ne znam kada je zon.
Ovo ima 90.
Maju.
Korisnik je pomalo dobro.
On ima filter na usta sunčano poljubi.
Da kažeš, Vlada?
Milan ima filter na usta.
Ne čujem, pojeo si mikrofon, moraš da se malo daljiš od njega. Ne, nećete čuti bolje ako priđeš bliže mikrofonu.
Milan ima filter na usta, bre.
Ima filter na ustima? Milan?
Da.
Što?
Ne znam, tako kaže.
Filter.
Da čekam da su ga vrića, sad će vrsta, ne ono neće da pokuplja.
Kako god.
Neće, ne može se ubijemo. Ja kažem sad ne da sve, ali od onih para što mu daš za...
Šta se radi, je? Ima li nekog ovo?
Ubrzo tako upravi što treba.
Ko to?
Ovo ne znaš kako, ajde ostavimo da ima, neko nije imao kukuruz.
Šta se čini?
Milan umiren.
I prodali smo mi cijelan kukuruz i
Da.
Za prodaju. 3 kamiona smo mi krunili u zrno.
Kako ti se čini moj stream, jesi gledaš šta, nisi?
Gledao sam kad je kum rekao ovo izgleda dobro.
Pa onako korektno izgleda.
Pa izgleda okej. Nisam siguran šta ste htjeli da kažem. Izgleda okej?
Pa da.
Idemo.
Idemo, moment.
Kako se beše za onaj program za ISO fajlove, jebo mate, ne mogu se sjetiti.
Demon Tool.
Bravo. tako kad mi nešto treba razmišljam, a ne se setit, brate. A ono, fazon nisi koristio 5 godina i onda jebi ga.
To Milan mogu da pogine.
Ma kaki, znaš kaka je, samo priča.
Da što mu bio?
Ma ništa. A znaš da on sve uveliča što ti.
Pa jesi ti bio tamo ili?
Niko
Ma
nije.
da, sad smo mi došli.
Niko nije bio tamo.
A nije mu ništa bilo, nego potencira da se nešto može desiti. A može ti pas ledenica s neba pa te ubiti, evo te, mislim ono...
Šta mu bilo? Ništa, neće pola, a?
Gdje si kumara, šta ima jebote?
S kim priča ovaj bogalj?
A, znaš ti da... Samo da bi priča, brate, znaš?
Ja, znam. Priključujem.
Sad ću dođi. Ko je?
Koji Lemjanović? A, keš.
Ček sekund samo.
Limetum Pop. Welcome to my channel.
At this point, they're pushing for
Neki
Lilith
izvor
to
vas
still
ovi.
take center stage. However, there's a lot of foreshadowing of the return of the primes. Well, according to
Ne
Lord
znam,
Nar,
ja
at least,
porta
it's
što
all
se ljudi.
prophesied.
There was a prophecy, yes. It foretold the rise of the primeval, the return of Lilith and Denarius, the doom of our world.
But outside the main ring, we have other distinct symbols of the 5 in-game classes going clockwise. And we see the logo of the Rogue, Necromancer.
Se umorio.
Ma jesam, nego juče sam si isto bija...
Juče je bio pa ka.
Ma ne, no, izbija sam se kupovio se pira.
Aha.
Ona nad spanciram, a? Ne, sad kad imate 90 godina. Evo li meni, 50. 52 godine.
To je za odlaka u života, kume.
Ovo parče plava.
Aj je.
Čovjeka.
Evo, slušaj.
Što je već s tobom, brate? Da su šljosni cijelo vrijeme.
Cepam! Milane! Jesi vidio što je pravi pancir? A, ono što nosiš ti, ono je običan. Slike ploče.
Ma kakve ploče, pesak.
Da, pesak je mogu.
To je za manekene, znaš.
Da. To samo nas je oko da se zna.
Manekeni.
Kakve ploče.
01 Ella. Welcome to my channel.
Pa što se radi,
Ja imam i ploče milovne.
Kumara, mogu ti reći od kad je stigao ovaj internet, sad mi stalno nešto skida, gleda, nešto novo proba.
Neće Kumara ide da spava.
Čim ide da spava, znači da pijem.
Ne, nego umoram.
Gdje na auta? Milena?
To su pozicije ostale.
Da, pozicijivo. Aj pođi, otključaj auto i onaj prekidač s lijeve strane samo okreni lijevo, dolje. Kako ovako stoji volan, tu je taj prekidač, samo ga okreni na lijevo. Na nulu da stoji. Evo ti tamo na 100. Pošto su mi upaljeni farovi, vidiš. Znači ide bre.
A što ćeš, beka?
Biće mi tek. To bi bilo grdno kad bi rekao 5. Nije, no samo kažem, ja znam brate što je bilo. I? Kak ja već imam s njim? I?
Pa ti si slomio mozak, a ne...
Mozak je polupao, stvaraka.
Ti reka bi, otišao si ti u kurac.
Šta kažeš?
Slušao sam, ne.
Ja. Ajde, slušaš te propovednike lažne.
Ja sta gona, bek.
A mani ga, viš da se tepuje.
Fascinantno mi je kod Beke što gleda te uzornike.
Bogumilne ljudi.
Ću gasila, ne? Bravo i kada. Ti se čepuješ jedini od ljudi.
Ma jo, ja sam
čepuješ. Evo, vidiš ti kada se čepuješ. Ali ti, brate, čepuješ, ma nije, ma kako? Ti ne bi ga...
A ja nemam vremena da ti ne pokapića, ja...
Slomio onaj kulo što je treba meni da daj, ne mislim.
Slomio je da ti ga
Ništa
ne
od
bi...
toga, šta?
Slomio je da ti ga ne bi mora dat kuma.
A slomio je kulo da ga ja ne dobijem.
Da.
Kak je to tip, kako se on trepuje.
Aj, ja.
Da, nikom ništa,
Aj,
nikom ništa, Džodri.
Žubeđane, kuler, eto viš.
A montiraj mu to, Beka, i daj čovjeku to, jebote.
Što ćeš mi ga donijeti? Pa ja ga nisam tražio slomljenog, Beka, nego si ga namjerno slomio. A nema veze, neka veze.
Kako paziš tuđe kad ne možeš svoje?
Da, tako jest, od gvožđe baš puca, tako je.
Ja da mi je svima kojem početi.
Jel' tako, Nenade? Nenade, treba da mi da kuler i kao ono maslo mi ću ga bali neko.
A, znam, to je njegovo.
Da nisi, pa
Kao on pokušava da bude onako šeljecki to.
To nije da, nešto nije kako treba. Šerecki kradom dospeo škap. Da, dobro je meni ovo moje hlađenje. Ma, da ću ga slomiti, da. čekaj, čim on preboća, prikri pločinom da ga uvališ na moj procesu da meni preboći, da meni izgori ploču. Aj jao, kakav si ti.
Prvo je spalio Kesića pa Drakulu, sada će tebe.
Nećeš mene, nećeš.
A, nećeš, ne?
Čuješ ti Kesić, majke ti kako je ti da spremiješ? Čuješ ti ovo?
Kako bi te pospremio?
Moju kuću.
Spremio.
Moju kuću me pospremio.
Ili ja pomažu telefon.
Gdje si oprosti? Što ulaziš u frku kad si slabiji?
Nije mu dobro kako će da pokrade.
Ti to begaš u Benedikt.
Jel to grmi napolje, a ili je?
Ko nas ne daju više od 24 dine.
Ne znam, nisam gledao.
Stand down and die.
Završimo ovo i idemo bez duže noge. Čuo sam se cijel. Čuo sam se cijel. Posao mi one za razliku od tebe, ja radim. Šta se radi? A zato niti potrebno Mađarima da te radi.
Nije siguran kad lažeš, čekaj, nemoj ga savatati u ložu.
Kako ne možeš?
Hoću Ilija da probam ovaj Plague Requiem ovaj.
Plague Story Requiem.
Din, šta je to?
Avantura.
Izgleda mi onako malo opširnija igra, pa vidjet ćemo.
Probaj. Možda ti se svidi.
Nastavit ćemo posle.
Very good.
Idem da spavam pa će...
Ne. Relax, take it easy. Znaš? Samo ti udri.
Reci mi, je li Nemanja tamo u tortilju, jes?
Koji?
Pa
Nemanja šali proći, jes? Jes. Jes.
Da. Reci mi Ilija neki sajt, preporuči mi torrent varijante za igre, nešto tako.
Fit Girl Ripak, na primjer. To jest poslati.
I thought.
Myślisz? Próbuj tu.
A barbarian, druid, and sorcerer, but the final symbol in the class ring
It's a
is
spear, right?
inexplicably the symbol of the triune. And you
Oh.
may say,
Oh.
Dash, really? That old cult that the Prime started so that humanity would worship them in secret during the Sin War? That's not the triune symbol. We've already seen it officially in the Book of Tyrael as this. And you're right, an astute observation. However, just like the Church of Light symbol changing since the novels, we've officially learned, thanks to, you guessed it, Blizzard merch, the symbol previously speculated as Lilith's sigil is that of the triune, making this official art of the three primes presiding over a...
Samo malo da odremam. Radim kasnije.